knew I would make it this far. They hated, they never believed me. Yeah, I would never drop the ball. I know I make it look easy. Yeah, Mayweather with the defense. I don't care what a critic gotta say. I got them picking up the pieces. That mean you really playing with your life. I'm about to come and run it all back. I'm the new era, about to snap back. You ain't fitting for it, cause you all cap like. Hold up, I shoot my shot, wait, hold up. I'm really about to run this go up. You know it's all net when it go up. We on overtime, you don't need to understand, ay. You just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play the same. Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing. Keep it moving, what we doing. Cause it can get bigger, cause it can get bigger. Please don't play no games with me, I promise. I can never let up even if you had enough. This ain't for the faint of heart, we always playing rough. I had enough, it ain't luck. I needed a vision, I needed ambition, I needed a mission to beat in submission with no intermission. I see the collision, the crash in the distance, they coming off track, no. Now when they ask what's the motive, don't talk about the show, they all about to see what I mean in the moment. I gotta keep going, I'm shaking the dice and I'm keeping it rolling, they already know. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand, we on overtime, you don't need to understand, you just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play. Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing. Keep it moving, what we doing. Cause it can get bigger. Cause it can get bigger. Cause it can get bigger.
Yeah. What's good, ATP? Salute. That one's for y'all, man. Y'all clap it up for yourselves, man. Shout out to the community, man. Slowly but surely we growing. That's the third one. I know I cut y'all off guard with that one. It's how I'm feeling today, man. Happy Friday, everybody in the building, man. Hope you guys have had a great week. We're running into another weekend of boxing tomorrow morning, obviously, with the big heavyweight, probably going to be the heavyweight fight of the year, potentially. Like, I got a feeling about this one. We'll talk about that one a little bit more today, too, guys. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm getting a lot of feedback on the video I dropped this morning. People are like, what do you mean is Wardley world class? What the hell are you talking about? He's on the big stage. He's the champion. You're right, man. And, you know, people, you got to learn to take the scrutiny take it with a teaspoon of sugar to help the medicine go down. The medicine go down. Medicine. You got to take it with a teaspoon of sugar. Am I exposing my age? I'm exposing my age. I know I am. I'm not even going to tell y'all what that's from. If you know, right? And if you don't, listen, bro, it's not my job to get you guys up to speed with everything. I'm here for the boxing. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. But shout out to Fabio Wardley. We'll talk about it, man. Definitely. Listen, man, I'm the 50-50 fight, right? You can't stress that enough. 50-50. And maybe I'm feeling 55-45, right? But that doesn't mean Fabio Wardley is trash. Well, listen, man, everybody has a rite of passage. Everybody has the thing they got to do for everybody. And I'm glad for a lot of you guys, he's already checking the boxes. Listen, I was there with Moses Atama, and a lot of people thought I was crazy for that. Like, what are you talking about? He hasn't done it. I can't be mad. Everybody has their criteria, bro. And once those boxes are checked, we all be on the same page. But no doubt, this is the litmus test for Fabio Wardley. For me. Maybe for you guys, this will just, you know, at the end of this, maybe Fabio will knock Daniel Dubois in 2-3 rounds, and then you get to come to me and say, I tried to tell you, Clay. And you know what I'm going to say? I hear you, bro. I just needed to see some things, man. And so far, I'll tell you this, right? Fabio Wardley has a world-class right hand. That's what he has for me. I need to see the other stuff. You know what I'm saying? And the other stuff hopefully will be showcased this weekend, right? We'll talk about that as well. We'll talk about Daniel Dubois. And of course, you guys see the thumbnail. You see what's on the thumbnail. We're going to be talking about ZUFFA 06 today as well. We're talking about all these fights on the card. ZUFFA is coming together. They call me Zoo. I'm not insulted with it like I used to be, because I do support what ZUFFA Boxing is doing, right? I'm not a ZUFFA Boxing bot. I'm not here just exclusively talking about ZUFFA Boxing. I think it's fair to say that we all know I'm covering the zone fights. Like, I work for the zone. You know what I'm saying? You would think that if you really pay attention. But I am in support of a new promotional company that's providing opportunities for young fighters, prospects turning into contenders, and developing contenders to turn them into champions. And now we're seeing ZUFFA Boxing expand their reach in even the other spaces where the Devin Haney's live, the Conor Benns live, right? Where these other guys live. And that's just even better. You know what I mean? And I'm here to support the fighters, more importantly, right? I'm not here to support Dana White per se, because Dana White don't need my support. He's okay. Keep telling you guys. He's betting $100,000, $1 million a hand, whatever the hell he's doing. Don't need little old Claymore over here rooting and tooting, shaking pom-poms to help him do better. He's got that all by himself. But the Julian Rodriguez's, the Jalil Hackett's, right? The Mazian Van Houters, 100% get my full support. And I'm too excited. I repeat, too excited about the way their lives have been able to change with this opportunity that comes off the table, right? I'm too excited. So, yeah, we'll be talking about ZUFFA Boxing. We also, the Troy Nashes, shout out to MMA Boxing, 100%. The Robert Merriweather Juniors, the thirds, Robert Merriweather the thirds. Excited for all those guys. The Tony Hirsches, right? The Rayo Venezuelas, right? Edwin De Los Santos. Have you seen what Edwin De Los Santos has been through since the Shakur Stevenson fight? You better raise your hands and clap for that man, that he's going to be in a headline this big. He's been getting treated like straight doo-doo, man. Shout out to Edwin De Los Santos. Who would have known? Last time we seen Edwin De Los Santos, he was breaking up and firing a manager by the name of Samson Leakowitz for maybe literally robbing his ass. Stop me when I'm lying. Stop me when I'm lying. He was getting screwed as a main event fighter against Keyshawn Davis. I mean, part of it was Keyshawn not making the weight, of course, but the other part was Keyshawn had to let him know, bro, there's more money in the pot over there for you than that. Why are you saying we paying you? You're a main event guy, bro. You're fighting us in a main event. Why in the hell will we just give you $150,000? You need to go talk to your coach, bro. And Edwin had to find out the hard way that the traditional space of boxing was screwing him over. You know what I mean? I know it's a needle in a haystack. Hardly ever happens. Just an exception to the rule. Anyway, that being said, though, Edwin De Los Santos is right there against Rayo Venezuela in the rematch that you never knew you wanted, but if you really think about it, it's the one we need to see. And I think we all saw the writing on the wall for Edwin De Los Santos and Rayo Venezuela when we saw the signing, right? When we saw Rayo Venezuela 135 and we saw Edwin De Los Santos get signed, we saw the writing on the wall. And if you're a fan of boxing like I am, the first thing came to your mind was like, oh, we need to see them run that back. First fight was very action-packed. It was about 3 rounds of action-packed, everybody getting hit in their mouth, everybody getting sat in their pockets, and you know how it ended up. Rayo Venezuela ended up catching the wrong side, right, of a right hand, and then him get waved off. The referee says, I can't do this with you no more, bro. You're not protecting yourself. So he gets a chance to get a full camp in. De Los Santos was a last-minute replacement for Rayo Venezuela in that situation. And, you know, listen, there's arguments there to say that both guys weren't as prepared as they could be. So let's see what they look like with full camps, right? And see what they're able to come in there and do. I'm excited. We'll be talking about Abdullah Mason, July 4th, kicking off his homecoming, his era. Is 135 getting ready to go into the Abdullah Mason era, right? Is he getting ready? Not with that event in particular, but this is the first one of many, I'm sure. We saw Keyshawn Davis get the same opportunity in Virginia to kick off his campaign, and we saw how Virginia came out for Keyshawn, right? He became that guy. Norfolk showed up for Keyshawn. Let's see if Cleveland, Ohio does that for Abdullah Mason and the Mason brothers. We'll talk about Shu Shu Carrington on that card. We'll talk about Tiger Johnson on that card. We'll talk about Keyshawn Davis and his rematch with Nahir Albright, the fight that people never asked for. But I'm excited. I think the fight is fitting. We'll talk about that anyway. It's going to be Keyshawn Davis's third homecoming and opportunity at redemption for him dropping the ball in Edwin de los Santos diabolical extravaganza, excuse me. And we know what happened backstage with Nahir Albright. We know what happened with Kelvin Davis taking his loss to Nahir Albright. And we know what happened with Keyshawn Davis and Nahir Albright in the first fight that ended up being a no contest, not due to Keyshawn Davis losing, but, you know, the marijuana situation and just a lot of drama there, right? A lot of unfinished business, guys, a lot of unfinished business. And they get a chance to finally get some closure. Maybe we might see everybody hug it out at the end. You know, sometimes that's what us as men need. Sometimes we just need a little space in the backyard. Sometimes we got to move a little furniture around, you know what I mean? And figure out our differences, bro, so we can move on and see what we're going to do in the next chapter of our relationship, whatever it might be. You know what I'm saying? It might need that closure. We'll talk about that as well. And we'll talk about anything else current in the space and whatever else comes to mind, right? But before we move that needle, you already know what it is. I got to bring him in here. You love to hate him or you hate you love him. Either way, it don't really matter. It's my guy. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my guy, Angelo MFing Reyes in the building, bro. Angelo MFing Coach Angelo Reyes. We got to start emphasizing on these titles a little bit more and kind of like reintroducing you some, you know, Angelo, when you came on the show, right? You came on as somebody in the chat, right? Hey, man, you got a show. What up? Y'all talking boxing over here. I like that. Been watching you guys. Haven't been saying nothing. Thought I'd tap in, man. Think you got a good thing going on here, bro. And we had a great conversation that day. We built on some boxing. It was on a panel and kept coming back up. Before you know it, you became a regular and now you're a co-host on the show. But no titles were ever explained. Nobody ever gave a fuck about where Angelo came from and why he was here. But you know, as the weeks turned into months and the months is getting ready to run into a year, I'm sure questions are, why the fuck this motherfucker always, right? And I don't know, you fill it in. Why is he always, and you filling in with your shit, right? Whatever it is you got going on, you fill it in however you see fit. But I'm sure there was a whole lot of why in the fuck's going on. So yeah. Coach Angelo Reyes, and you know, I think we'll slowly, you know what I'm saying, feed you guys, bring you guys in slowly into what Angelo comes from as far as his background is concerned, and maybe that might explain some of the passion. I don't know if it'll do anything for you. Maybe it might make you hate him even more. I don't know. I don't know what you guys. It might go the other way. It might literally go the other way with you guys. It is what up, Angelo, man? What's good with you, brother?
Hey. You know, I want to say to you, Clay, super califragilistic.
They don't know nothing about it. They don't know nothing about it, bro. They don't know nothing about it. As a child, these are childhood just movies we watched that just meant everything. That's back in the day when we just had the joy in our heart. So we liked musicals. You know, we understood they were significant. We understood. We didn't care. We saw people with ropes on their back getting floated across the screen, and they were flying to us, Angelo, right? They were flying, bro. They were flying. That's what it was, right?
Hey, look, bro, when you said that, and I was like, man, I don't know how many of these people are going to get this, but that is a very 80s reference right there, man. But super califragilistic, expialidocious. Who knows what that means, but it sounds good to sing.
It's right in the situation. Seems like the perfect answer to it. And, you know, back then we didn't have on demand, right? So we was literally catching shows, right? Remember? Right, I would, but at 6 o'clock,
right?
My show's coming on, bro. And we watched it with commercials.
Right.
We watched it with commercials that were telling us to buy G.I. Joe action figures and He-Man action figures. And we watched it with commercials and we watched television in a whole different way back then, you know what I'm saying? And it's just different today, but you know, like I said, allow me to expose my age, right? And for the people once again in the chat who know, you know, and if you don't, all good, brother. It's 2026. Right. I get it.
Yeah, no, man. And I was gonna say actually, so I know you've been busy, right? And guys, man, Clay's working his ass off right now. So the fact that this is the third show already, and normally we're never on a Friday night, but Clay finally got a break. He is going to be calling the fights tomorrow. That's going to start at 1 p.m. Eastern time for you guys. And you already know the best in the business when it comes to calling these fights is Claymore Rain. A lot of you already turn off whatever the hell you're hearing from the zone, and you're just listening to Claymore calling it. So he will be doing that tomorrow. Make sure you tune in. Unfortunately, I'm not sure, my friend, if you will be calling Angelo Leo versus Racine Aleem because they canceled it. So I don't know if you're even calling that event or if you're just gonna be like,
I might not. I might just catch UFC. This UFC is one I'm kind of interested in, so I'll probably be catching that. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not surprised, Angelo. I mean, things happen, but I also think that there's writing on the wall, and just like we saw Richardson Hitchens move strategically, I think there's a little bit of a strategic move going on here with Angelo Leo and his team, just a little bit. There's opportunities on the horizon, and why risk anything if you can't make the weight? The hell with you, bro, because we all know that there's a big bag coming to somebody at 126 eventually, and we all got to make sure we're playing on an even playing field and make sure that we're giving the fair and equal opportunity to move our career forward right now. You know what I mean? On the back end of Monster and Inoue doing what he's done, and everybody just kind of waiting on, Bam's waiting to see what's going to happen with him with his next fight, and Rafael Espinosa and the Shu Shu Carringtons and the Angelo Leos, and these guys are all waiting around to see which direction Monster's going to be going in, and they all want to be in the conversation, and nobody's trying to get tricked out of their position, right? So you ain't make the weight, bro. You're bad. Yeah, I don't need to fight, bro. I'm gonna hold on.
Right. And you know what, guys? I mean, again, one of the great things, if you've been paying attention, and like Clay said to you in the beginning, this channel is growing. It's growing fast. I put out there, I think about 4 weeks ago, that let's get to 5,000 by June, right? And I don't know if we'll make it or not, but it sure is going rocket shifting pretty fast, man. We're almost at that 4,000 already. So if you guys could please share it so that more and more people can subscribe to a very informative show. And where I'm going with this is at ATP, like Clay said, man, it's crazy that he even gets called ZUFFA Clay or Zoo or whatever, because literally like 90% of what's been covered at ATP is all DAZN, right? So if anything, he should be called the Zone more or something.
Right.
You know
what I mean?
Like this is just silly. But hey, whatever, man.
Angelo. I literally had somebody come up in my chat in one of my videos this morning and said, "Hey, bro, man, matter of fact, let me read it to you, bro, right? I'm going to read to you what this motherfucker said, because this was so special. This was so special. Let me show you how diabolical this game gets, bro. I'm going to tell you guys, bear with me here. Let me find it real quick. It won't take me long. I'll know exactly where it's at. Let me show you exactly where it's at. The party, boom, I like it. Parker, I agree. Get or either world class Henny, the adult. Oh goodness, time. Well, let's go up under here. Let's go up under here. And this is how.
If you guys are checking out our Read the Ring series, it's really good, by the way. You should go check out when we were talking about the heavyweights. Okay, go ahead, Clay.
All right. Sigh. I thought I found a home. Too much support for a company that's bad for the community. I'm out. But for the last 3 days, I've been here. It was real. You know what I mean? And basically upset about coverage of ZUFFA, right? Saying that, ZUFFA is bad for these boxers. But fans get emotional. You know what I'm saying? They get caught up. But that was an example of what you just said, right? Most of what I do, right? He was here. Then he got thrown off guard. That's how unbalanced the coverage is. You know what I'm saying? How it's all the zone, really. But, one day we're covering ZUFFA and showing love, and this guy got in his feelings. And, I mean, it is what it is. I gave him the salute in the 100, right? Peace out, bro. You come back, you're welcome back. And you don't come back, How could I miss out on something I never had? And then 4 other people subscribe to the channel, by the way, right after.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm glad you brought that up because we have to give Ness his props, right? Shout out to the Boxing Voice. You've been in the community for what? Like you're the one telling me about it. It's like over 15 years or whatever, right? Yeah. So he did an entire show yesterday, bro, for like hours on just ZUFFA. Because ZUFFA matters, right?
Right. 100%.
So I don't know, man. I don't know why they're like pointing at you like you're covering ZUFFA 24 hours a day.
I mean, bro, it's fans, man. And we talked this morning. I told you, you only care about fans' opinion to a certain degree, right? You want to always give them good content. You always want to be able to put your head down and sleep at night and say, I covered the sport. I gave them, you know what I mean? I gave them the facts and everything that I had for them. And they got to do what they do with it, man. And love it, hate it, whatever it is. We move on and we keep on creating and we keep on being creative and we keep on being passionate about the sport that we love. We keep our eye on the prize. And we keep doing what we're doing. Because if we really focus on everybody's little opinion, bro, we might literally go crazy, right? Literally lose our minds. So
yeah, no. We're at ATP Combat Media. We're covering straight combat, and we're down the middle, and we're gonna tell you the news, and you're gonna get facts, not narratives. And we couldn't do a show tonight, Clay, without especially a ZUFFA show, without one of their best talents. So I had to pull deep. Get a special co-host to talk straight boxing tonight, but he's definitely going to give us a lot of his own ZUFFA insight. Is he there yet, Clay? Are we ready to bring?
He definitely is in the background, man. Y'all know him. You know what I'm saying? El Negro Mexicano, bro. I'm just setting up everything so I can pull him up and make it do what it do. Hold on a second. Shout out to my guy, Jalil Hackett in the building, man.
How y'all doing?
Let's go, man. Let's go, man. You're looking like a winner right now. You look like a champion. You look like life is good, brother. You know how that look comes on somebody when they're just doing good in life and you're just wondering what's going on? You're glowing, brother. You're glowing. How you been, man?
Yeah, he really is, man.
I've been good, man. Staying in the gym, staying prepared, staying ready.
Yeah, man. They scared of you, man. I know already, bro. Because you comfortable, you're happy. And you got that dog in you. You got that dog in you. So everybody's on alert, man. Everybody's is on alert, and can't wait to see the next event that you're gonna be a part of, bro. But we got a lot of boxing to talk about, man. A lot of things going on in space, and I'm definitely super interested in what you've been looking at and how you've been seeing it, man. You know what I mean?
I was gonna actually ask you, Jalil. So working back to now, because it's crazy how in boxing so many things rotate, right? And an Australia fight already happened. Nikita Zoo just fought like a couple of days ago. That's your division right there. But let's go back to Saturday. 55,000 people at the Tokyo Dome. The pound for pound number 6 versus the pound for pound number 2. He broke his cheekbone, Jalil, in the 11th round, bro. What do you think of Naoya Inoue? And do you agree that Ring Magazine has now put him in as the number 1 pound for pound in the world?
I think that's accurate. He been going out there. He been proving his worth. He sells out every time he fights. Everybody's always interested to see him fight. Us over here, we gotta get up at odd hours to see him, but we gonna get up. So he proved his worth. He proved he's supposed to be at that number 1 spot.
Yeah, for sure. Jalil, man. So that being said, he's proven who he is on the back end. And that's what happens when special fighters, get in the ring and do things. They shake the whole algorithm. They shake up everything, right? And what I mean by that is on the back end of what Monster Inoue was able to do against Junto Nakatani, now rumors are starting to circulate and there's opportunity everywhere, right? We don't know if he's going to go to 126 and, start shaking it up there, or if he's going to allow somebody by the name of Bam Rodriguez get an opportunity to do something special, right? Give Bam an opportunity to dare to be great. Go up a couple of weight classes, fight the number 1 pound for pound guy in the world and try his luck. Where are you in that conversation? What would you like to see him do? If you could see Monster Inoue do something, what would you like to see him do?
I would honestly like to see him take that move up, to a next division, try and conquer another division. Because we seen Bud do it, go from 35 have, be dominant at 35, then see him dominate at 40, then see him dominate at 47. Then he went all the way up to 168, dominated some more. So to see somebody who I presume as a great like monster anyway, if he do that at a next weight division, 26, and then maybe he does it again at 130.
Oh,
He becomes like Terrence Crawford level of dominant.
Yeah, I hear you. I feel that too, and I think he can have his cake and eat it too, right? In other words, give the young bull Bam an opportunity if Bam feels like he can. There's something about a fighter who believes. I'd like to see Bam get an opportunity to do something special. You know what I mean? I think there's an opportunity there for him to do something special, and I still think on the back end of whatever that turns out to be, he can go to 126 and do some special things. Plus, me and Angelo was talking about it. 126 need to get their shit together. Right, we need to see Rafael Espinoza. We need to see these champions fight each other. Rafael Espinoza.
I can't lie. Like, my personal opinion, this is the weakest I've seen that division in a long time. So they need to really mix it up.
But they got the talent there, right? It's just they're not mixing it up.
Yeah, no, it's all about mixing it up. Like once upon a time, not once upon a time, not too long ago, we were saying that 147 is a weak ass division because I think at the time that they were saying that, I think the champions were Rolly, Brian Norman, Mario Barrios, and I forget who had the last belt. I think Boots had the last belt.
Right, at that time, and you're right. It was Boots, and they didn't want to fight each other. It was horrible. It was pulling teeth.
Nobody wanted to fight Boots. PBC was hiding Barrios. Brian Norman Jr. was asking for a lot of money, which, when you know the backstory, I can respect the number he was asking for.
For sure.
Who was the other champion?
It was Mario Barrios. Boots.
Oh, and Rolly. Rolly was like the interim champion.
No, it wasn't Rolly.
No, hold on. It was Stanionis first.
It was Stanionis, yeah, because Rolly took.
And actually, Jalil, for a period of time, it was Butayev. Then Stanionis beat Butayev.
Yeah.
And then it was Stanionis at PBC. And then finally,
but like Stanionis had the belt, and like Stanionis didn't fight for a long time.
Facts.
Facts. So like that division was weak, but now look at that division.
Yeah, but even right now, that division low key is like almost in the same position it was before, right? Like talent, but they're not fighting each other.
I disagree. I feel like,
but they're not fighting each other, Jalil. They're not. Right, Ryan's not fighting Rolly or Devin, and Devin's not fighting Connor or Ryan or.
Hear me out.
Okay,
that's where ZUFFA comes in. ZUFFA has really been spicing things up, and I'm saying this as a person who's watching everything play out. Just look at all the rumors about all these different fighters about to go to ZUFFA. They're talking about Devin going to ZUFFA. Conor Benn's already with ZUFFA. Rolly's open to going to ZUFFA. Those are a few top guys at 47 right there.
100%. And ZUFFA's got a little crew of 147 pounders they're working on as well, that they're bringing across the stage as well. In the Julian Rodriguez's, you know what I'm saying? They're bringing them across the tables, and the Teofimo Lopez's, who are supposedly in conversations, are going over there, and Richardson Hitchens. So they're cooking up their own little 147 situation up as well. So yeah, I agree with you. I think there's pieces at 147 that make 147 interesting, but the pieces need to be moved around correctly because there's still politics playing on a certain side of the conversation that seem to want to get in front of these big fights happening. But like, I agree with you. ZUFFA is involved in that division right now, and the division looks like it's primed to get interesting, if that's fair. Fair to say, right?
It's definitely going to get very interesting soon. And I think it's going to be, when it does get interesting, everybody can thank ZUFFA. Once again, I'm saying this as somebody, that's just watching everything play out.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
No, 100%. I'm on the same page. Go ahead, Angelo. My bad.
No, I was going to say, now, Jalil, as a part of the ZUFFA roster, right? And we got to see you put on that hell of a performance as the main event of the prelims, fighting a Roberto Cruz who had to fight Andres Katsourakis, who's making his debut for Zuffa this Sunday. And when they fought, that was, I think, for the WBA International belt. So you put on a show. People thought you were going to knock him out. And then your dad was like, nah, son, let's show him the smoothness of Jalil Hackett, right? And you start showing the jabbing and the movement, and everybody started like getting even, honestly, I'm going to say it, everybody else started getting even more scared of matching up with you because they were like, oh shit, I thought Jalil Hackett just kind of comes forward and tries to knock people out. I didn't know he could box like that, right? So you're in Zuffa. We're waiting for the next news for when you're going to fight. There's the sanctioning belt talk that always happens with everybody, right? And they're not quite understanding that Zuffa's trying to help, like what you're talking about, Jalil. They're trying to help. So from your perspective, you're 22 right now. Happy birthday in a few days. You're about to be 23, right?
Yes,
Everybody,
sir. Yes, sir.
shout out and happy birthday to Jalil Hackett. He's going to be 23 here in a couple of days.
For sure.
But at 23, man, you see your career going for a long period of time. Does the sanctioning belts matter that much to you, or do the matchups matter more? And how would you see the trajectory of how you'd like to move forward with your career?
It matters to a certain extent. I'm a firm believer in, chasing your dreams and going after what you feel is best. But I've been pro since 2021. I turned pro young. I was 18 when I made my pro debut. I've always been in the spotlight my whole career, being signed with Floyd, then leaving Floyd and going to Matchroom. My first fight with Matchroom was for an Intercontinental belt. That belt got me ranked in the top 15 at the world at the time. And then, from leaving Matchroom, making the transition to Zuffa, I've never spent any part of my career fighting on like local cards. I've always been on big cards, always been, in the mix, so to speak. And being in the mix, coming up under guys like Gervonta Davis, being, mentored by guys like Floyd Mayweather, a lot of those guys, they really give you the real on the sport. And I had a former champion tell me, you can't feed your children those belts, and you can't feed them legacies. Their exact words were, you can't take the belts to the bank and kids will starve trying to eat legacy. So chase the money. And that's what I've been doing lately. The belts, if they come, they come. But if they don't, and I made a nice bit of money in my career, I can live with that. It's guys that, have Hall of Fame careers that are broke now that they're retired. And it's other guys who have never held a world title or have never realistically contended for a world title. Those guys have made millions. We think about a guy like Ryan Garcia. Prior to him winning the WBC title off Mario Barrios, he never held a world title. And he's made more money than a lot of world champions. So it's like, hey, I take Ryan Garcia's career over a lot of guys who are, world champions, especially due to the fact that they just haven't made any money.
Yeah. So, do you think it's kind of like I've said it before. I remember Vin Diesel in that movie called I can't remember what was it fault. Anyway, Vin Diesel had this line he says you get to a certain point in your life where you start getting past the silliness of it all. And I think there's a story behind these belts that the sanctioning bodies have exploited fighters on the back end of, right? Like, yeah, you're not getting this, you're not getting that, but the legacy. And don't forget, Muhammad Ali wore this belt and Sugar Ray wore this belt.
I feel like and I'm a very free speaking guy, bro. I've been that way all my life. I feel like it's no different than the sanctioning bodies are no different than when we had that period of time where people were trying to get everyone to get into Forex trading. Where it was like
the dollar and the dream.
Yeah, it was like a pyramid scheme where if you got in at the very, very beginning, you're good.
Right.
You can talk some people into getting in. You got to buy your way in. And the only way to move up the ladder is to get more people to buy in. So it's like, the first person to buy in, he buys in at 200 and he has to give the person that he bought into 100. The next person, he buys in at 300 and he has to give the person that he bought into 100, but the person that he was introduced to also has to pay the person above them. So it's like, the people at the top are always going to be good, while the people at the bottom are going to suffer from it. That's no different with the belts. And,
Wow.
to each his own. Opportunity comes across the table. If it makes money, it makes sense. I won't turn it down. But it's also like, if an opportunity comes across the table and there's also opportunity to where I'll fight for more money but no belt, I'll take the money. I'll take the money. I'll just be honest. I have a nephew. My nephew's 6 years old. Well, he'll be 6 in June. My nephew loves the WWE to death. He could care less if I'm a WBA, WBC, WBO. He can care less if I'm a champion. It would make his day if we went to WrestleMania and he seen me get choke slammed by the Undertaker or something.
That'd be a dream come true for him.
I'd be the coolest person in the world. If I win a belt, he'll be like, oh, well, he'd probably say something stupid. He's a child. He's ignorant to the knowledge of the world. He'd say something stupid if I fought Carlos Adames tomorrow for the WBA 160 title, or he's not the WBA champion. Lara is.
BBC or whatever.
If I fought Lara for the WBA title tomorrow and beat him, he would say, oh, wow, you have the same belt twice because I won the Continental belt at 147, but he doesn't know the difference. Yeah. The casual fan does not know the difference. You have to be a real boxing fan to know the difference between a Continental title and a world title.
Right.
So it's like, it doesn't matter. And at the end of the day, when I go into the bank at 12-1 with 9 knockouts, they always say, hello, champ. How you doing, champ? You're making
Salute,
another
champ,
deposit,
by the way.
champ. What did you buy lately, champ? What's next on the purchase list, champ? Yeah. I've never not been called champ at the bank, especially recently. With being signed with ZUFFA, I'm really the champ now because it's like they see the checks that are being wired to my account. So it's like I'll always be the champ. And if I ever told them I was going to take my business elsewhere, they'd say, no, champ, don't leave. No. Yeah, so it's like, nah,
The waters changed from Deer Park to Poland Springs. Now all of a sudden, when you walk in the office, there's a Fiji bottle there, or there's a glass bottle of some water. You're like, man,
it's whatever he damn wants. Right? Is this French? That's what Jalil's doing. Isn't that water from France that I like?
Is that French? You know what I do already, blood. You know what I mean? I think, but you know what? You said something very significant earlier, and you talked about with the pyramid scheme idea, and what I thought in my mind was timing, right? Season for everything, and being able to see the trees for the forest, right? And you're in position right now, right in the beginning of something special, right? Where people are trying to say, yeah, but what will next year look like? 2 years, 3 years, 4 years? They keep on trying to project what they think is going to happen in the future, but right now the timing is perfect for you. Like you said, the guys who come in at the right time, and you're gonna capitalize off all these opportunities in front of you and make the most out of it, right?
Absolutely, man. To be one of the first of many that was signed with ZUFFA, and for them to have the amount of faith that they have in me, I'm very appreciative. I always, huge thanks to my team, for putting me in this position. I thank God, because without him, none of this would be possible. And I just always make sure I put my best foot forward.
Yeah, no doubt.
And like I said, Clay, I think that, and I've said this before, people have this misunderstanding that you can just get into ZUFFA. And we've tried to explain this to them in the show, Clay, where we're like, no, ZUFFA's actually got to pick up a phone and call you, or ZUFFA's got to scout you, or ZUFFA's got to draft you. And now that we're going into ZUFFA 6 on May 10th, people are finding out that, hey man, Jalil was getting scouted. People were flying to Jai, Ish was flying to see Jai Apataya in Australia for 2 of his fights before Jai finally came in board, right? Julian Rodriguez was damn near signed, I think, like December 2024, right? They were scouting Mozzie before Mozzie was even. And the more you hear the story, the more you're starting to now, it's flipping. The narrative's flipping, right, Jalil? Or how many phone calls you probably get with people going, hey, man, can you help me out? Can I get in somehow? How do I go on the UDFA? How do I be an undrafted free agent going in there? Do you find that to be happening in the community now, Jalil, more and more?
Yeah, it happens often. Sometimes the call is, how is it over at ZUFFA? And I told them, I say, hey, bro, you know me, man. They've encouraged me to, take a whole different approach to my career. And now I also tell them I can afford to take a whole different approach to my career. Also, the calls sometimes consist of, do you think I should sign? I just got sent something. Do you think I should sign? Does my contract look like your contract? And I say, are the numbers good? They always say the numbers are better than anything I've ever had, but are these your same numbers? I say, well, if the numbers are better than anything you've ever had, then you should sign it.
If you knew better, you do better, right? Don't worry about my numbers. If those numbers is better than any number you got, you worry about your numbers, and your numbers is good.
Absolutely. So I just always tell guys like, I've never in my time with ZUFFA, I have not had anyone come to me and say they didn't like the number that ZUFFA sent. Everyone likes the number that they sent. The number that I like may not be the number that you like. The number that fits me may not fit you. So you can't, if mommy, we're just gonna hypothetical. Mommy gave me 3 apples because I get full off of 3, and she gave you 1 because you usually get full off of 1. You can't find out I got 3 and get mad that you only got 1 because you're usually full off of 1.
Yeah, you good.
Yeah. So
are you satiated is the question, right? Like, are you good?
That's hungry? How I look at it. I tell guys, don't focus on, don't keep your eyes on your own paper. Keep your eyes on your own paper. You can never get full watching someone else eat. So you might as well, pick up your own fork. Go eat yourself.
You said something earlier that caught my ear. You talked about being able to afford to go in a different direction, right? I don't know if you can elaborate on that, what you mean by that, because, people are asking you, how you're moving with your career. And when you said that, it caught my ear. And I'm like, well, were you kind of forced to go in a certain way because of the way the pay structure was before? And in that freedom that you're finding now, what does that mean to you? And what does it look like, by the way, to be able to move in a different direction? What do you mean by that?
What I mean by it is, earlier in my career, I felt like I wanted to move as quick as possible because the quicker you move up the ranks, the more the money grows. A guy with 1 fight is not going to make as much as a guy with 10 fights. A guy fighting in 4-rounders usually doesn't make the same as a guy fighting in 10-rounders. So I just thought the quicker I moved up, the more money I would make. Whereas if we look at the ZUFFA scale, if we can put myself in a mini time capsule, if I were to be turning pro now, I would make, if I was a ZUFFA fighter fighting in 4-round fights, I would make what I made at around the 8-0, 7-0 point. I would make that debuting with ZUFFA based on their pay scales compared to, it's guys that are 10, 20-0 that aren't making with what guys that are fighting in 6-rounders at ZUFFA are making. So, it's all about the timing of it, really. So, yeah.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Well, I was just saying, I'll land it here and just say that makes sense what you're saying. I remember kind of seeing you, I remember you at 147 specifically trying to get those title fights with the Brian Normans. And when you got to 154, trying to get those title fights with the Xander Zayas. And I always felt like you were just trying to move fast. So when you said that, it caught my ear.
It's like, let's just be realistic. Mm-hmm. I would like a fight with, Lara, Adames, any of the guys at 160 who are champions, but I'm not in a rush. I fought in February. I made some good money in February. I'm ready to fight whenever they want me to fight. I've been in the gym every day, but it's like, it's not a rush to go fight because it's like, you're good. You're good. You're not hurting for any money. As y'all can see, this is the same room I've lived in since I was 4.
4? Good Lord, child.
It's the same room.
Hey, you living at 4, you were living good, bro.
Yeah,
At 4, you was doing good.
it's the same.
Mom and dad was hooking him up.
Yeah, mom and dad did a good job. At 4, bro, I was sharing the room. I was
the same. Well, I was sharing a room with my brother till I was about 13.
Okay.
You know, yeah, this the same room. This the same room I was living in. You know, they're not forcing me to move out, you know. They're not pressing me. Only thing my dad's been pressing me on is he's like, maybe you should look at some houses. I'm like, what are you trying to put me out? He's like, nah, you know, but it wouldn't hurt to go buy a house because once again, he says you can afford it now. You can afford to go buy a house. A house doesn't kill you. Whereas in the past, a house would kill me. I can't even say a house would kill me because a year ago, I couldn't afford a house.
Right.
Whereas now you can afford a house and you can comfortably buy a house. Like I'm not a big bragger or anything like that. But it's just like I just look at it. I'm telling you that I fought in February and I can buy a house in May. Meaning that even after everyone on my team has been paid, I'm very responsible with my money. So I've put money away for my Roth. You know, I have money put away for tax purposes. Even after all that, we still are in the discussion of talking about buying a house. And I bought a car this year. I didn't, no offense to anybody who drives a Honda or Toyota or anything like that.
You heard me yesterday? They were trashing the Hyundai yesterday, bro. It was diabolical.
I was not trashing the Hyundai, bro.
Yeah,
I told you we got one.
Anybody that drives
Angelo was
that.
clowning the Hyundai
I went and bought a Benz. And I don't have a car note. You know, I'm a young driver. My insurance is through the roof. I pay $6,000 bi-yearly for insurance. But even after all that, we are still in discussions of saying, Jalil, maybe you should go buy a house. So that tells you how good it is over at ZUFFA. And I'm not even the man. I
was literally about to say that. Like you're at the bottom, you're like working your way up. So it goes up from here. Like you're not even
the
there.
Number goes up. Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. No, and what's crazy too, Clay, and again, I want everybody to we're with Jalil Hackett. He's 160 pounds on the ZUFFA roster. If you guys are just coming in right now, please hit the like buttons, everybody. We're Jalil's our co-host for tonight, Talk All Boxing. But Jalil, so what's crazy is you're now used to a format in where you literally right now, we're looking at your face, we're looking at your cheeks, we're looking at your neck. Bro, it looks like you're fighting this Sunday.
You know what I mean? But it was like, I just think about it. Last year was 2025. 2024, I was the co-main event for a continental title.
Right.
I was killing myself to make that low ass weight. I fought for a belt in a sold out arena, and I didn't make a quarter of what I made in February. I didn't make a quarter of that, and I was fighting for a belt. Everybody thought like I came home. I went to the club the week after I fought. I was the man. I was the man in person, but my pockets, I was not the man. 100%. Now, you know, we have February happen. You know, we get a good fight at the Apex. Beautiful place. Hell of, you know, shout out to the UFC Apex. You know, we did the fight week there. It was the easiest fight week ever. You know, shout out to, you know, everyone at the Apex, especially Miss Heather. Miss Heather made time at the Apex very, 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 very easy. So shout out to Miss Heather. But
salute Miss Heather.
Yeah, but yeah, bro, like that's not really a very big venue. It's a very small venue, but it was an intimate setting. Like if you know, the right people were there. Got a 100%. Very nice
Jalil,
paycheck.
I'm gonna pull up a picture. I'm gonna pull up a picture of you right now, right? And I just want you to tell me during this time period, you know what I mean? During this, hold on, let me find it real quick. Is this it right here? Here it is right here. I believe this is it here. Hold on a second. Let's share that. Let's put that there. During this time period right here, Jalil, right? This picture right here. This Jalil Hackett. You get an opportunity to talk to this Jalil Hackett, right? What is this Jalil Hackett saying to you? If you can remember that time period, and and then I want you to respond to him. But what is this Jalil Hackett saying to the Jalil Hackett sitting in the chair right now in the room? What is he thinking? What is he saying?
He's saying, like, he's telling, if I'm going back in the past in the time machine, and he's asking me, like, well, what happened in our career? Like, what's going on? What year are you from? I'm telling him, like, brother, I'm from about 20 months in the future, give or take. Boy, you in for a tough one.
But it's gonna be okay.
It's gonna be okay though. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna get greater later. Just keep your head up. It's gonna be some bumps in the road. You know, at the time I was driving. I didn't have my license, but I was driving.
Right.
I say, hey, you're gonna run into a lot of potholes. Whatever you do, don't get out that car.
No doubt. Listen,
don't
man,
get out that car.
Doubt. No, listen, man. It's amazing how the journey how the journey goes. You know what I mean? When you're working through these different dips and these seasons in your life and in your boxing career. But tomorrow's never promised. But you work with faith, right? You move on faith, and you say this is going to roll out the right way. The payout is going to be good on the back end, but you just don't know when it's coming.
Absolutely. Me and Angelo talk often, off the show. And I tell him all the time, like, in my career, I turned pro in 2021. But in the past, realistically, in the past 12 to 16 months, I've been through every emotion in this sport. I've held a title. I've been the man. I've lost the title. I've been the absolute at the lowest. I had the rematch scheduled to get my title back. I got injured. Everybody was saying, he faked the injury. He only said he got injured because he wasn't going to make weight. I went through that. I've been slandered all through the internet. I thought about quitting. I quit. People don't even know. I quit boxing at one point. When the rematch got canceled, I was through with boxing. I came home. That's why, like, my first time really, like, back fully in the gym, I had all new shit. Because all my old shit I threw away.
Oh, wow.
I was like, bro, I was through with boxing. Like, I was like, bro, I'm just about to go with the flow. Become a product of my environment. But it was like, you got so much more left in the tank. Just give it another shot. Just keep going. Just keep going. It's going to turn around for you. To go from where we were last year, around this time last year, to go from where we were to where we are now, I just feel like I can't. It's nothing but a mixture of faith and hard work. Faith, hard work, and just knowing that, like, it's going to turn around. I just kept telling myself, like, this shit's going to turn around. Like, if you keep working, because I always tell people, like, what's prayer without work? You could pray all day.
Amen.
But
Amen.
if you praying without doing shit, nothing's gonna happen.
Amen to that.
So, like, I just kept praying, kept grinding, and, like, it started to turn around slowly but surely. We had the Terrence Crawford fight week card. That was very good. Did my thing on there. Then we had, I fought on another card to close out the year, a Bash card. Huge shout out to Bash Boxing. Shout out to Bash, the promoter.
Shout out to Elijah Vines, brother. Because Elijah.
Shout out to
Elijah.
Him. That's a guy that we fought on the underdog card.
Underdog.
Yeah, that's a guy that put his undefeated record on the line. Like, I still talk to Elijah to this day, just not even on no boxing shit, just as a friend. Because it's like, bro, like, this is how we feed our families. So, like, I don't have to hate you to fight you. This is just our job. This is our job, I just so happened to come out victorious on that night. But it just shows how fucked up this sport is. How fucked up this sport is. And that's, like I said, that's what shaped my mindset to, like, go get the money. Go get the money. Chase the money.
Right.
Because, at the end of the day, when you leave the sport, that's all that's gonna matter. Do you got some money? If you ain't got no money, they're gonna treat you bad. They're gonna treat you bad. I've always known this. I'm like, bro, I know how people treated me when I didn't have no money.
Right.
I know how people treat me now that I got money. It's like, so it's like, just go get the money, bro. Get the money.
Everything else will fall in place. The legacy is in the fight, right? You're building legacy anyway because you're fighting, and that's where it's at. It's in the fight.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, I was gonna say, Jalil, I think what most people they tend to miss too is that you're not saying it in the sense of, well, this person's got the money now, so I'm gonna go after that money, right? What you're doing is you found a company that wanted you. You found a place that wanted you for who you are, not trying to change you, not trying to make weird narratives. It's just Jalil be Jalil, and whatever happens, happens, and don't worry. Win, lose, draw, we're with you, right? And it actually feels good that at 22 years old, it's like getting drafted when a team gives you that call, right? You know.
Yeah. It really felt like a draft experience. You know, we discussed this before on the show. But from the time that, you know, we were in talks with ZUFFA, you know, going all the way back to the underdog card, that's when the ZUFFA thought process first came into realization of, like, you know, there's this company they're about to get into boxing, blase blase. From that time, it's always been like, you know, they were scouting me. At that fight, they were like, yeah, we got an eye on you. I fought in December of 2025. It was like, you know, we watching you. We just wanted to see how you looked. We wanted to keep you fresh. You know, I signed my paperwork to be with ZUFFA on Christmas Eve. Christmas Eve, I signed the paperwork. Christmas Day, they called. They said, yeah, we need you in Vegas, top of the year, to do rollout. I was in Vegas. I will never forget. It was me, fucking Hot Rod, DeMazion. It was a lot of other fighters out there. Justin Valoria.
Your boy, Justin Valoria, right?
Yeah, Justin Valoria. He fights this weekend. Make sure y'all tune in. That's my boy right there. It's cold-blooded. But yeah, we were all in Vegas together for media, and it realistically felt like we were being drafted by a team. You know, the young guys, you know, we just was enjoying the moment. We, you know, as far as older guys like Hot Rod, you know, he's been here before. He understands that, like, this is just another part of the business, you know. But it was fun. It was fun. We were in Vegas for a whole day. We end up around the time we end up leaving, the last few people to leave were me. It was myself, Hot Rod, and DeMazion. We were the last few people to leave. And we sat down, we had dinner together. You know, we just talked. We were really looking forward to how ZUFFA was playing out. You know, all of us have made our ZUFFA debuts. We've all looked very good. Hot Rod looked great, you know. But it's like, yeah, it's like, you know, it's like we on a professional sports team. We just so happen to be individuals, but, you know, it's a hell of an experience. I definitely love it over here at ZUFFA.
Yeah, Jalil, you spoke about, and I think that's one of the things I love about the sport, right? This, what keeps me in line and keeps me passionate about covering this and creating the content is, you know, there's the fight inside the ring that we are all fans of. As far as boxers, as far as fans of boxers, excuse me, we're really fans of you guys. You know what I mean? There's at certain points, you know, there's idolizing happening with fans, right? Who just see fighters doing things that they can't physically do, and you guys are amazing for that. But I think that the inspiration in the journey, right? Like, I think back to the Rocky movie. Like, there's the big show, right? When he's fighting Apollo, when he's fighting the big Russian, but it's the journey, right? It's the those moments that you're talking about where you gave up, where you threw everything away. You know what I'm saying? But you found something that just kept you in it.
That's the most important part. Like, people, like people that are very close to me, those are the people that are most happy about my situation right now. This time last year, I threw a party for my birthday. My party got shot up. Like, that's how much I had given up on my career. Like, I had given up to the point where I was like, I threw this big ass party. People know, if you're from the DMV area, you know how small DC is. You know how small the area is. So the whole city was at this one event. And I just had so much going on in my life to the point where that crowd of people were invited to my party, and they shot my party up. And it was like, as fucked up as it sounds, I expected that to happen. I just would have hoped that it happened later rather than sooner, you know. And even after that happened, it was like, I lost a lot of money on this party. I really didn't have too much money. I scraped the money together to put the party on, and for it to be shot up, it's like, there's another thing that's gone bad in my life.
Wow.
Oh well. Oh
You kind
well.
of you accepted the black cloud, like, yeah, man, that's what's supposed to happen.
I came to the point where it was like, this is just meant to be. This is my life. This is my life. I can't win. I say that like nowadays I say that jokingly all the time. When something goes bad, I always say, man, I just can't win today. That's all I say. I say I just can't win today. Then I stop myself. And I remember, I tell people all the time, I remember May 10th, 2025, where that is the day that I really could not win. I could not win. Everything that possibly could have went bad, went bad.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
They shoot. Hey, I'm just thankful. I'm just thankful to be in the spot that I'm in right now. I'm thankful to be where I'm at.
Alan Land one said it. It said it well, man. I appreciate what he said here, and that's the truth of the matter, man. And it's boxing imitates life. You know what I'm saying? It really does.
For sure. Yeah. You know, like I know it's a fictional movie. Like Rocky said, bro, it's not about how hard you can hit. It's about how hard you could get hit and get the fuck back up.
Ooh.
Yep.
You know, I feel like Diego Corrales, bro. I feel like Diego Corrales.
Hey, shout out to that. That's 17 years ago today. To this day,
like
Clay.
Diego Corrales in that Castillo fight. It's so many times where the ref could have stopped it, but he just kept getting the fuck back up. That's me. I keep getting back up. I'll be 23 in May. I said May. I'm sorry. We're in May.
In a couple of days, bro.
I'll be 23 Monday. I'll be 23 Monday. I got friends that ain't make it to 16. I got friends that ain't make it to 18. I got friends that ain't make it to 21. I'm not even supposed to be here. So it's like I'm playing with house money. I won at life. I won at life already. Like I'm not tripping.
Right. And you notice too, Clay, how one of the things that when he was talking to us about the comfort level, he's still working out. You know what I'm trying to say here, Clay? Where there are fighters who they finally get this bag, so then they take this vacation. Bro, Jalil fought in February, and he looked like he has not stopped training camp at all, bro. And we don't even know when his next fight is. I
fought in February. I took a week off because I had a hand injury. After the week off, I started back, you know, as far as the cardiovascular system of training, consistently running every day. I was doing that for a few days. I don't think I did that for a whole week. And then I was like, fuck it, you might as well go back to the gym. And then I just started back training. I started eating healthy again like April, because every fighter goes through it. That post-fight, it's like a week and some change where it's like every day you think of something new that you didn't eat during camp. So it's like I went through that for a few weeks, but like started back eating healthy, you know, realistically eating like a human, eating breakfast, lunch, and dinner instead of eating breakfast and then a snack and then a snack and then a snack and then lunch and then a snack and then just eating like a human, eating right, you know, coupling that with working out consistently. You know, now it's like, you know, we don't, like Clay said, like Angelo said, we don't have a fight date, but we're prepared as if we had a fight date, you know, because it's like, you know, back to what I said earlier in the interview, we also are now at a point where we can afford to do so. Where it's like, you know, when you couldn't afford it, you can't. Healthy food is expensive. We all know that. It's expensive.
I think it goes bad quick is what it is, because it's not processed. So when you buy it, you gotta eat it.
Yeah, like I'm quick to tell you. I just started shopping at fucking Whole Foods and shit. I can afford that shit a few years ago. I just started doing that.
No, Jalil, part of the reason why I bring this up too is that Claymore always uses the Nahir Albright example as one where not only should we respect Nahir Albright, but Clay always says it. This guy's a full-time nurse and a part-time boxer, and he just fought on a pay-per-view against
Frank Martin.
Frank Martin.
And he's getting ready to fight next week on a main event, event against Keyshawn Davis. And I don't know that he's quit his job. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. You know, I don't know if he's quit his job. Hey, Jalil, I don't know. Did he get frozen? Do you have any light in your room? Could you put the light on?
Oh, I got you. Yeah. When we first started, it was daytime.
I figured that's what it was.
Yeah, no dark now. Yeah,
there you go, guys. Jalil Hackett.
You didn't see him. He disappeared. Jalil, man, there is inspiration in it. And I think a lot of people find it. And I think real boxing fans, we do find inspiration in the journey, right? That's what makes us a fan of a Jalil Hackett or a Terrence Crawford when you hear about him getting shot in the back of his head or, you know what I'm saying, and going through it. And, you know, just so many opportunities in places, you know, not making it to the Olympics, you know, so many places to where he could have moved off the track, been derailed, you know what I'm saying, and said, I'm not going to do it, but found whatever it took, whatever revelation, you know what I'm saying, whatever epiphany happened in the moment that brought you back, that reined you back in. And then right now in this moment, hindsight, looking back, and that's why I brought that picture up for you, right? That's why I brought the picture up, because I wanted you to look at this other version of yourself and I was wondering, what was that guy thinking, cutting all that weight? But he's smiling in the picture, you know what I'm saying? And he's supposedly in the best place, but that guy in that picture doesn't know if he's going to continue boxing, is struggling, is hoping and betting on tomorrow, in tomorrow it making sense for him. And here you are, you know, in this moment right now, getting ready, having the ability to look back at that guy, you know what I'm saying, and say it paid off, and it's paying off as we're moving forward, right?
Absolutely. You know, like I said, I just gotta give all the praise to God, bro. You know, without him, I don't think I would be here. You know, I always tell myself, and I always tell people, like, I'm still here only because God has a plan for me. You know,
amen.
And he has a plan that he wants me to carry out, and he won't take me back until I've carried out that plan. You know, so right now I'm just doing God's work. You know, doing what I gotta get done, and staying grinding. And when that plan is finally carried out, it's time for me to go. It's time for me to go. But until then,
chapter. It'll be another season, bro. You'll have an assignment somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? Stay diligent, like Ali said in that movie, rumble, young man, rumble. You know what I'm saying? Don't stop. You know what I mean? I do want to get into some boxing though. So I
was gonna transition into it, Clay. But just one last thing, and I just wanted to say this, Jalil, as you know, we resonate with that. I mean, that's really where you and I started having that relationship, right? Because I tell this to Clay every day, man. Like when I talk to him privately about, here's how many doctors I had to go see today. Mm-hmm. Because, you know, literally I haven't even hit the 4-year mark yet, but it wasn't that long ago that I could look at a picture of me dying, bro. Like literally dying. And I'm here having fun with one of the best young champions in the game today, and someone who I consider a very close friend to me now, and Claymore, the best content creator in the boxing space. I'll say it, right? Definitely does his homework. Well, you know, doesn't spin narratives. And yeah, man, just whatever God's got planned for all of us is what it's gonna be. But just be blessed. Stop complaining. Just be blessed. So with that said, Clay, let's stop complaining because we have a huge weekend of boxing.
Before we get a huge weekend, and I want to continue a little bit of a conversation we had yesterday with Jalil. Listen, man, I've been getting cooked on this Fabio Wardley, Daniel Dubois. They mad at me, Jalil. They mad at me. They don't want me. I'm questioning Fabio Wardley's world-class level boxing. I am, you know what I mean? And I know you kind of, you know, you're leaning towards Daniel Dubois, but you was like, nah, man, you know, the experience only plays a certain amount in the conversation. Sometimes, you know, listen, timing is everything, right? Like timing is everything.
Absolutely.
And it might be Fabio Wardley's time, man. It's not, you know, Daniel might have the experience. He was in there with the Usyk. He was in there with AJ. He started boxing when he was 9. He has the story, but Fabio has his story, right? He got the white collar story. He's fighting his own battles, and he's come out victorious. And he's at the end of the day, whether you hate it or you love it, he's the WBO heavyweight champion of the world, and he's defending his title on Saturday. Bro, I want to dive just a little deeper into that fight, right? And I want to say that there's the pedigree of Daniel Dubois, but there's also the mental aspect of the game. And as a fighter, understanding that physically you can be as prepared as you want to be. You're eating right, you're doing the right things in the gym, but that mental aspect of the game sometimes is an understated intangible to the whole entire equation. And I've heard the greats like a Teddy Atlas say, hey, bro, the mental aspect of the game is 70 to 80% of the game.
No,
the
absolutely.
other 20 to 30% is physical. So when we're going into this fight, right, we're looking at mental health in here. And you are a mental health advocate. And we watch Daniel Dubois. People argue, give up in fights, look for a way out of fights. As strong and as big as that body is, and as
the
hard as
mental,
he punches.
the mental. I can honestly say, in my life of boxing, from the time that I first had my first fight in the amateurs at 8 years old to now, there's been three moments in my career, whether it's amateur or pro, where I was like, it was 100% mental. My first big national tournament, I was 9 years old, but a week before the national tournament, some things happened. You know, we're far, we're years, we're in 2026, we're 14 years removed from this, so we can be honest now. A week before this tournament, my dad gets arrested.
Oh, Lord, child.
Yeah, my dad gets arrested. You know, he gets arrested, he gets all these charges, later found not guilty. But, you know, the fact of the matter is he was arrested. He was arrested, and not only was he arrested, but he was arrested and I was with him. So it's like, this is traumatic. I had to walk the fuck home because this nigga got arrested. And yeah, it was crazy. Mind you, I was 9. I was 9. So I walk home, tell my mom what happened. Mind you, I have a tournament to go to in a week in Mesquite, Nevada, the Junior Golden Gloves. Anybody that came up under, you know, the USA Boxing amateur ranks, you know about the Junior Golden Gloves in Mesquite, Nevada. So that happens. He gets arrested. He comes home like a day later on bond. You know, they got him on the ankle monitor. Everything's going on. I'm thinking like, bro, we're not gonna be able to go to the tournament. Shit's over. Like, I'm 9. In my mind, I'm like, yeah, my dad just got arrested. He about to do life. Like, I'm thinking it's over. And so he tells me, he's like, yeah, he say, him, and rest in peace to my grandfather's soul, Gary Russell Sr. He told me, they both told me, like, you know how to fight, right? I say, yeah. He like, so it doesn't matter if we're there or not. Go out there and you fight. And huge shout out to Coach Buddy McGirt and Coach Dwight Fleming Sr. His son just recently fought on Pro Box, had a controversial loss. But yeah, huge shout out to those guys. Also, huge shout out to Vito Melnicki Sr. You know, I was, you know, those guys, I went out there, traveled to Vegas with them. They worked my corner throughout the tournament. Well, Buddy McGirt worked my corner throughout the tournament. But, you know, those guys were, like, overseeing me. Also, shout out to Coach Wally Moses, Shakur Stevenson's grandfather. Also, another coach that was along that group. They looked out for me. And every day I would call home, you know, talk to my dad, let him know how everything was going. And he just was telling me, like, bro, he said, just remember what your grandfather told you. And his exact words were, ass whoopings are universal. So no matter what language you speak, how old or how young you are, you understand when somebody whooping your ass. So if you in there getting your ass whooped, that means you're doing something wrong. So don't be getting your ass whooped. You hand out the ass whooping. And like, I took that advice at 9 years old, and I went and won a tournament realistically by myself because, you know, Buddy McGirt can attest. The days where he worked my corner, he really just was giving me water and telling me, you know, you're winning. Just keep doing what you're doing. You know, that right there was realistically, it was 100% mental. It had nothing to do with my physical. Flash forward to one of my first big international tournaments. I struggled making weight. The night before, I think I had to lose 5 pounds for night 1 of the tournament. The very first day, I fought the host country. I beat him. I gave him 2 8 counts. It was all mental. I didn't have any energy, but it was mental. You know, flash forward, my first loss as a professional.
Mm.
That fight's on YouTube. You can go watch it. I had no energy going into that fight. I was drained from making weight. I went out there and fought the whole 10 rounds. You don't even have to watch the whole fight. Go watch the 10th round. I went out from in the 10th round like it was the first round. I knew I had to go get him. But that was all mental. So it's like those scenarios where it's like I could have been in the best shape in my life in all three of those scenarios. If I wasn't there mentally, I wouldn't have those situations would have went bad.
But that's interesting, right? And because now we bring it full circle back to the Fabio Wardley and the Daniel Dubois fight, and you've got Fabio Wardley who has every reason to be confident. He's been tested, like you said. He mentally overcame those moments when he was in there with Justice Hooney. He mentally overcame the moments in there with Joseph Parker where he was tired. He laid out when he stopped Joseph Parker. He laid out as if I had to throw one more punch, I might have fell out. Like one more punch might have been the end of me, bro. Woo! He breathes. So he's mentally strong and he has everything to be confident. Then you got on the other side of the conversation, Daniel Dubois, who's shown the opposite. When he gets in those situations, there's arguments out there because I can't judge. I don't know how hurt he really is or what's really happening. But just from the outside looking in, it just kind of looks like he chooses to walk away, right? Like he could stay in it, but he chooses to say, I've had enough, and he moves on. How much of a part do you think that's going to play in this particular fight? Do you expect to see the test of wills be shown in this fight with these two particular fighters? The experienced Daniel Dubois, on paper, should be the guy who has the edge and be the favorite, or the will of Fabio Wardley, who's shown that in the face of all types of adversity, his will has gotten him to the point to where he's the WBO heavyweight champion of the world. What do you think?
I'm one of those guys that look at it as there's two ways things can happen. Pressure is either gonna bust a pipe or make a diamond. You know, Fabio Wardley, he's under a lot of pressure because it's like you're supposed to beat this guy. And he's either gonna fold under the pressure and we're gonna say, oh, he just wasn't experienced enough for Dubois, or he's gonna knock Dubois out and we're gonna be like a star was made this night because he beat realistically a guy that I picture as a gatekeeper at the heavyweight division. You know,
that's deep, Jalil, because you're no, hold on. That's deep because you're calling a 28-year-old former world champion a gatekeeper, bro. That is deep. And you know what's crazy is me and Clay did Read the Ring episode. I want to say it was like episode 7, where we talked about the heavyweight division. And we were saying how right now the heavyweight division is so good, it reminds us of those late 80s to early 90s, right? Of how good everybody is. And this is just an example. So, wow, that is crazy, bro. That 28-year-old gatekeeper.
Yeah, the game moves fast, bro. The game moves very, very fast. You know, I always tell fighters, either fighters younger than me, fighters my age, even some older than me, like, you know, keep thinking you got time. That's how niggas end up 30-year-old prospects. You don't have time. I'm 23. If they offer me a world title fight tomorrow, or you know, a big fight, you know, I'm not turning it down because I don't think I'm ready yet.
Right.
You keep trying to figure out when you're gonna be ready. You ain't gonna never be ready. Angelo, you're a father. You know, you're a father. When you first found out you were having a kid, you weren't ready. You might, as much as you might think you were ready, you weren't ready. You don't know you're ready until you're in that situation.
No, I'm
responsible. I'm responsible for picking up my nephews, taking them to places. If they need something, I got it. I'm gonna make sure it get done. That doesn't mean I'm ready to be a parent. I'll tell you quick, I'm not ready to be no damn parent. But when that time comes, I'm gonna have to be ready. You know, so it's like it's no different in boxing. Like, you know, like one of your supporters said earlier in the chat, boxing is no different than real life. You know, is going to throw a lot of shit at you, but you just got to, be able to either weave it or you get hit by it, get your ass back up and keep going.
100%.
Oh yeah, I mean that Jalil, man. See, Clay, like he's got the champion mentality. He understands like there's no time to waste. But I just want to say too, Jalil. So what's crazy when you said that, and it made me flash back when you say things, and we've had private conversations like this too, where you'll say something to me and it flashed me back. But when you said, "Yeah, Angelo, when you had your kid, you weren't ready," bro. I was definitely not ready to have a child with only half a heart. That was definitely not in the books, bro. I was not ready for the 10 open heart surgeries that we were going to deal with by the time he was 16, bro. I was definitely not ready to see my son flatline in front of me, bro. I was not ready to see all of that. So you're absolutely right, bro. But you just got to keep punching and getting up. And yeah, man, you don't spend your time like you're saying. Like Clay, man, he's saying some profound ass shit about Daniel Dubois and Fabio Wardley, which is why I rock with Wardley. He's not trying to get ready, baby. He is ready. Let's do this.
Yeah. No, listen, man, as I've been diving deeper and deeper into the fight, it's closer to a 50-50 for me than it was yesterday even. I was at 55-45 yesterday, and I would say 2-3 weeks ago I was 60-40. You know what I'm saying? I've questioned, and I still question, and I don't know, that might be what's holding it to being 50-50, or maybe even a 55-45 Fabio Wardley's way, right? Is the experience, is what I've seen him go through with Justice Hooney, what I've seen him go through with Joseph Parker, as far as losing the whole entire fight until he won the fight. But at the same time, on the other side of that double-edged blade is that's what makes him as well, right? That's what makes you get behind the Fabio Wardley, is that he's been behind so much that he's still in the last inning, in the last 9.5 rounds, dominated by Justice Hooney, but finds it in the last half of the 10th round to land the shot that got him the victory. When it's all said and done, like Vin Diesel said, a half a car length, a whole car length, 4 car lengths. Ask anybody out here, a win is a win. Right. And then with Joseph Parker, very similar story. So does that play out against Daniel Dubois? I don't know. But I stand firm to say that at some point I want to see him compete and win. He doesn't got to dominate, but I want to see him in the fight, and I want to see him win and not have to win, if that makes sense. Right. That sounds kind of stupid, but like everybody has to win, but I don't want it to be in the 10th round or the 12th round, you got to get a knockout or it's over for you. You know what I'm saying? I want you to compete in these rounds, box, get better. And maybe I'm asking a lot of a Fabio Wardley. Maybe I'm asking a lot of him, man, right? Maybe I should acknowledge the fact that the experience isn't there, and I can let him grow in front of us in an organic way. But once again, great domestic fighter, crossing over, in my opinion, into a space to where he's a great world-class fighter tomorrow night or tomorrow morning against Daniel Dubois. The opportunity's there. We'll see if he does it. Now, on the Daniel Dubois side of the conversation, he gets back with Don Charles, right? He's gone through, I did the research, since 2020, he's gone through 4 trainers. All right, 4 trainers. And the habit is, what we're seeing, the pattern is, when he falls short somewhere, he gets rid of the trainer. So I'm questioning accountability now, right? I'm saying, has Daniel Dubois taken the accountability for himself? And is him rehiring Don Charles a sign that he's done that? Has he taken the accountability and be like, you know what, Don Charles, my bad, bro. I was wrong for that. That was on me. You actually a great trainer. And if that's the case, is a reckoning, are you prepared to see a transitional phase in Daniel Dubois? Have you seen anything different in him? Is he more accountable? Is he more dialed in? Is that a good thing? Or is he still just a wishy-washy kind of dude who's just having a hard time taking accountability going into this fight?
That's a double-edged sword. Me, I've been with the same trainer my whole life. My dad, Bernard Hackett, alongside Coach Kenny Ellis, also get help from Coach Calvin Ford as well. As far as like my whole career, the HNIC, so to speak, if you know, has always been Bernard. My dad always is the captain of the ship. But Coach Kenny always helps out at times when my dad isn't around, Coach Kenny heads the ship. You know, if Kenny isn't around and my dad isn't around, Calvin heads the ship. So it's always been that mainstay of guys. You know, even when we took a loss, me as a fighter, I had to take a step back. And before we point fingers, I just always look in the mirror and say, what could you have done to make this better? And you know, once I go down the list of things that I could have done, when you get but so far on the list, it's like, if you did these things correctly, then you wouldn't have lost. You know, so me personally, I always, when something goes bad and I'm a part of it, I'm always gonna take the blame, even if I don't feel like it's my fault. You know, I'm always gonna take the blame, even if I can find one small fault in what I did. One fault is enough. You know, if we're supposed to be counting chickens in the chicken coop, and I have a partner helping me, if my count says 50 and his count says 53, and I go with his count and come to find out it was wrong, I'm going to take the blame for it, because at the end of the day, if the count is wrong, it doesn't matter if it was both of our jobs, the count is wrong. So
hey, man.
I'm going to take the blame, because at the end of the day, I was a part of it, so it's on me.
Hey, Jalil, man, there's so many people on the chat falling in love with you, bro. Somebody just said you need to mentor all boxers. At 22 in 3 days, bro. You're not 23 yet. Stop lying to the people. You're 22.
That's Jalil trying to be grown. He's trying to be grown again. You know what I'm saying? Jalil, hey, bro, you 22, bro. Relax. Calm down, bro. Damn,
3
calm
more
down.
days, Jalil. 3 more days, bro.
Nah, man, but you know, the mental fortitude is important, and I want Angelo to jump into this too as well as a trainer. You know what I mean? That grit that you want to see from your fighter, you know, and when losses happen and the fighter, you know, for me, and once again, this is me just being that guy who probably looks too deep into things. That's just who I am. In this space, creating what I look at these situations, I say, how does the development happen of the fighter if he's having a hard time being accountable, right? Because the growth is in the muscle tear, right? Is in the healing and getting past this hill, and that's what I'm hopeful will make you stronger tomorrow. But if you're always making excuses, if you can't have the accountability, and now you know you're blaming the trainer, you know what I'm saying? Does the growth get stunted in that process from a trainer's point of view? I'll point that.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, I wish that, and I'm sure you've heard this for yourself too, Jalil, that trainers would look at a Jalil at 9, at 10 and go, this kid's a dream. I totally want to train this kid, right? Because you can feel the work ethic from him. So then you're actually, as a trainer, you're trying to always put him in the best possibilities of mathematically, how can we get this kid to win, right? What, you know, when we do football plays, right? Like in our team right now, Jalil, we got Clint Kubiak, and everybody's talking about Fernando Mendoza this, Fernando Mendoza that. But you and I both know, Jalil, Fernando Mendoza fails if Clint Kubiak doesn't put the right game plan and the right progression of growth in order for Fernando Mendoza not to win one game, but to win 10 years worth of games, right? So as a trainer, Clay, that's how we see the fighter. And that's what you can use amateur and sparring for. If you can teach the fighter to lose correctly in the amateurs or in sparring, right? And more importantly, even in training, if you can teach them to lose, if you can already teach them like that what you said about the mental, because remember, the brain's a muscle, bro. Right?
No, absolutely. You know,
yeah,
I completely, I consider myself a young coach because I've coached a few professional fights. You know, it's tougher on the coach's side rather than the fighter side. And I have a nephew he'll be 6 in June. I train him, and he's, for the most part, for the 90 percentile, he's my responsibility. My dad helps me here and there with him, but he's my responsibility. You know, if he's doing something wrong, it's because I taught him that. I taught him what he's doing wrong. You know, so it's like I have to cognizantly make sure I'm always focusing on showing him the right things, you know, reiterating the right things to him. You know, it's tough because he's 5. It's tough doing the same thing every time you're in the gym. But I have to let him know that, like, that's the only way you can master it. You know, I tell him you can't do it until you get it right. You have to do it until you can't get it wrong. You know, and at 5, that doesn't make sense. But he's going to look back at this when he's 16 or 17 and say, when I was 5, he had me working on moving around,
Right.
working on my defense and doubling and tripling my jab. I was doing that all the time when I sparred. Even when I would hurt a kid, he would still make me move around. And so it's like, yeah, like people will see my nephew and they be like, I can't believe you train him. I say, yeah. I say, bro, like he's not. If I had to tell my nephew to study a fighter in specific, he loves boxing, so he watches all the fighters. But a fighter I would really want him to study in particular is Shakur Stevenson. Shakur doesn't waste movement. He doesn't waste punches. He's a very efficient boxer. And anytime you hit him, you're going to have to work hard to hit him. That's similar to how my nephew, that's how I train him. If you're not punching, don't be there.
Right.
You know, if you're gonna throw punches, make the punches count. You know,
right.
if you throw a 4-punch combination, I want you to calculate it to where you know realistically 3 of these are gonna land.
Right.
If a guy throws 5 punches at you, it better be very hard for one of them to land. You should make that very, very hard. If he hits you, he earned it. You know, that's how I train him to fight. To whereas you'll watch me fight and you'll be like, oh my goodness. What how do you fight like that? And he fights like that. Hey.
Right.
You know,
hey man, you need to teach, do how you teach, Jalil.
Right.
Yeah, because it's like I teach my nephew realistically, like I tell people all the time, I teach my nephew smart boxing. I say the way I fight, it's entertaining. But I would not coach nobody to fight how I fight.
Right.
Because it's like, you don't really have to do that. And it's kind of like it's a slap in the face to me because me and my dad talked about this my last fight. If you look at the back half of the fight, it was like you could have fought that way the whole time.
Yeah,
I know, man.
But it's like, I look at it as, what's the fun in that? What's the fun in that?
Right.
It's like, I don't know. Just
I think it's about balancing it for you because that first half of the fight is part of the brand. It's part of
who
what
you are.
Come to love and understand
absolutely,
about you.
Absolutely. And I just look at it as like just us talking, and if I'm talking to my friends, like, what's the point of playing tag if I don't let you get a little bit close before I run away from them?
We do, oh man, that is exactly.
What's the point of playing tag? Like, if we're gonna fight, if I'm gonna box your head off, that's gonna get boring. Let me fight you a little bit first. Let me at least get you tired, and then we can box.
Right.
You know, that's how I look at it. But like,
it's good to know you have those that you can go back. You have those tools in the bag. The wrinkles are there that people, man, they might see you fight a certain way and think that you're one-dimensional in that way. But the reality is that there's multi-dimensions, multi-levels, multi-layers to the onion of the conversation of Jalil Hackett. And the best way to get into it is to watch Jalil Hackett, right? Watch him as much as you can, because you're going to see these different things show up when they're supposed to show up, right? When they're needed, you'll see them show up. It is what it is.
Right. And Jalil, I'll even argue that we still haven't seen the best version of you, because in terms of already being in shape prior to a fight, this is the most we've ever seen you like in like camp shape before a fight. And we still don't know when your next fight is going to be. You know what I'm saying?
I want to, and right there, I want to give a huge credit to, once again, I want to give a huge credit to ZUFFA and my team. You know, they got me under the mindset of, be ready so you ain't got to get ready. But then number 2, they made it where I can afford to stay ready. I'm going to keep pushing on that.
Yeah.
I can afford to stay ready. And then on top of that, my team, guys that train in my gym, my dad, they like, bro, like, you the face of this shit. If you bullshitting, we gonna bullshit. So if you working hard, we gotta work hard. And also, I don't want to do it, but I gotta give a shout out to my nephew. I gotta make that motherfucker does everything I do. So if I'm in the gym bullshitting, he's gonna bullshit. And then what makes it crazy is the other day, I didn't feel like training him. He's like, since I didn't feel like training, he was bullshitting. And I had to realize, like, he's only bullshitting because I'm bullshitting. Like first, it started off as, oh, you don't have to run today. He gets in the ring. He's in the ring. I'm typing on my phone, and he's bullshitting because I'm not watching him. Like now, it's like, come on, Jalil, you gotta focus. Now I'm off the phone. Put the phone in the bag. Now I'm able to train him more, you know, and refocus him. And once he realized that I refocused, he refocused himself, and you know, he was able to have a great session. So
no,
you
that's
know,
that's a great thing to share, Jalil, because isn't it true that kids will tell you the truth without them even trying, bro?
Absolutely, 1,000%.
You know, it's interesting. You know, as you're talking, you know, I'm writing down, you know, things because I don't want to interrupt you. But you're talking on so many like this, these little hot points that you're hitting, right? When we're talking about the mental aspect of the game, and guys, we are still talking about Daniel Dubois versus Fabio Wardley, right? But this is an important part, I think, of the conversation about this fight, because I think we're dealing with two fighters who we know we don't question their physical strength, right, and their abilities to do what they do in the ring. The question in this fight, the intangible, is the mental aspect of the fight and how that plays out, and that may help. I'll be honest, I'm getting closer and closer to 50. You know, Fabio is, and that's why I'm telling people, right, I'm challenging you guys as far as the people in the chat and the people who watch these videos to challenge yourself to look for the intangible, because this is what makes boxing interesting for me, because I'm not just watching a fight in the ring, I'm watching the journey. And as I'm watching this, you were talking about the mental aspect, the relief that you find in ZUFFA taking care of you on a financial place, to where you are not stressed out. You're mentally confident in what's coming for you. So you have a whole different approach because of that. You're not stressing out. You're not rushed. You're not questioning things too much. So that's translating into this 70 to 80% part of who you are. And people don't understand how important it is as a fighter, I think, to have that peace of mind that a lot of fighters just don't have. And it's like, that's what makes a fighter look so great in the gym, but it doesn't look so, he doesn't look the same in the ring, because the mental aspect isn't always there. So that being said, bringing it back to Daniel Dubois, growth for him looks like accountability.
Yeah,
him getting back with Don Charles, could that be a sign of is that a sign for you as a fighter, seeing that happen, seeing him go back to Don Charles? Keep in mind, he was with Tony Sims, and, you know, with the whole negotiation with Frank Sanchez, that didn't happen. He didn't go into that fight, right? He jumped out of that fight. He comes back to Don Charles. Is that accountability? Do you see that as accountability? And is that a good thing, or potential good thing going into this fight, that you're looking forward to see what that looks like inside the ring for both Don Charles and Daniel Dubois?
Yeah, it can either be, I look at this can only play out two ways. It can either play out very good, and mind you, even if it plays out very good, Dubois can still lose and it plays out good. You know, he can lose, but he can lose and look better than he's ever looked in his past couple fights without Don Charles. You know, or he can play out very bad. He can look bad, and it can play out very bad, and he can win and it look bad. You know, because he can go to Don Charles and he can win, but he can struggle with the win, and he can honestly say, well, it was X, Y, and Z going on to where I couldn't do what I wanted, because if I did what I wanted, I would have probably knocked out Wardley. You know, or it can go bad where he not only does he lose, but he blames the loss once again on his coaching, you know, which may in turn lead to him leaving his coach again.
Right. And let me bring this trainer mindset into it too, Clay, right? So what we're really talking about when you're trying to pick who you think's going to win, now take a look at the two coaches. You got a young, brilliant mind guy that gets credited a lot in Ben Davidson. He's kind of like Clint Kubiak, right, Jalil? Like, where it's like, oh, well, here's the thing that he's got going for him with his ward, with his fighter. This dude don't know how to lose, because he's already been in losing situations, Clay, and they figured out a way to win. And when you got that, bro, when you got that comeback kid about you, It's hard to know. So how much do you think it would break this guy? I mean, when Jalil says, well, hey, man, if Daniel Dubois loses this fight, he might be just a career gatekeeper. Well, if Fabio Wardley loses this fight, all that confidence that got built up over the last 20 fights and 19 knockouts, it might all of a sudden just disappear, bro, because he finally ran into a guy who was like, you know what? I'm not scared of you, right? All these, all those other fights that you thought you win, Joseph Parker had some substance things going on with him. Justis Huni was really beating you, bro, until you got lucky, right? Frazier Clark actually took you to distance. A lot of people thought you lost that. It was a draw. So you finally ran into the real champ, and the real champ just put you out. And that's going to tell me how good of a coach Ben Davidson is. A, during the adjustments, can you as a young coach be able to, when Fabio Wardley might be losing some of the ebbs and flows, can you talk this guy into understanding our plan's going to work, man? Just trust in it, right? That's to Jalil's point of, you can look bad and still win, right? You can look good and still lose. Now flip it on the trainer side on the other way. Man, do you know how hard it is for you as a trainer to take back a fighter after a certain relationship has been broken,
tough.
right? I mean, it's taking a lot. Yeah, it's taking a lot for Don
because
Charles.
It's a lot of unanswered questions, you know. Because the first question I'm asking as a coach is, why'd you leave?
Exactly. What did I do wrong?
What was so bad? Yeah, what was so bad?
Maybe please talk to me. What did I do wrong?
Number two, what made you come back? Was I your last resort?
Oh wow! So
yeah, like it's a lot
of
dynamic. That's why
the whole dynamic may just be different now. It could be different for the good, for the better. Maybe, you know, Don Charles is approaching the way he trains Daniel Dubois differently now. Maybe is it more business than it was before? Where it was family a little bit. How's that dynamic working now?
Right. And here's the thing that I'll say on the Don Charles side, right? What did we see Don Charles do, Clay, with even the Philip Hrgovic fight? It felt like he was actually talking Daniel through the mistakes so that Daniel could end up winning that fight, right? So if you're that trainer the first time and you rocked with your guy that first time, right? He leaves you and now you're back. And this is a chance for Don Charles to get a world title. This will either actually, just like what Jalil's saying, he could look good and still lose, but it might actually bond them even closer together. He could look terrible, bro, and still win, and the relationship might still break apart, and Daniel Dubois could still leave Don Charles. You know what I mean? Like, this is gonna be, there's a lot of compelling little storylines that we're gonna see in two young primed heavyweights in this fight, which is why we're so interested, guys. These are two British fighters. We're all American, and we're paying attention.
Yeah, we tuned in. We tuned in.
Yeah. That's a fact, man. I'm very, and I love that Angelo, you brought it full circle back to Ben Davidson, because there's a storyline there as well where Ben Davidson and Fabio Wardley have the different side of the conversation. They're on the different side of the spectrum where they've been through tough times, they've struggled, they've made it on through to the other side with victories, and there was never a switch up. So that bond is solid. It's tight. There's faith in what Ben Davidson is saying to Fabio. Fabio has faith in it. And what Fabio Wardley is able to do inside that ring, Ben Davidson has faith in it. Here on the other side of the conversation, Daniel Dubois and Don Charles, that dynamic, even though they have stories too, right? They made it through the Jarrell Big Baby Miller fight. They made it through the Philip Hrgovic fight. They made it through the Anthony Joshua fight and got a championship on the biggest stage, 90,000+ people screaming inside of an arena. They shared that moment together. So there was a bond there as well. But as soon as they fell short, Daniel went away and said, bro, you did something that doesn't work. All of a sudden, we're going to throw away all of that we just went through, that whole journey. And this one hole in the road, this ain't gonna work for me no more. But he's back, so we'll see how that plays out, guys. I want to move it on to another part of that card. David Morrell, bro. What happened to David Morrell? 168-pound David Morrell was the truth. He was on a lot of people's lists the potential kryptonite to right now one of the arguably pound-for-pound best fighters in the world in David Benavidez. David Morrell was the boots to David Benavidez. He was the boots, the way Boots was at Crawford, how people looked at it as Boots could do something to Crawford. People looked at it the same way with David Morrell and David Benavidez. And since David Morrell has hit the light heavyweight division, I'm not going to say there's been a decline, right? Because he's won, he's lost. He fought David Benavidez and took that loss. Nothing to hold your head down about. But it does seem like the branding has changed. He's not that same guy that we looked forward to seeing at 168. Tomorrow, he gets an opportunity against an opponent who I believe he's supposed to show out on. But where are you at right now on David Morrell, Jalil?
Right now, I think that he has a whole lot to prove. You know, like I said, he's just not the same guy at 75. He's not as electric at 75 that he was at 68. Maybe it's a growing phase. You know, maybe he has to grow into the weight. You know, not even physically, but like, you know, we've been talking about a lot on this pod. He has to mentally grow into the weight of 175. Maybe he has to develop or show off a new wrinkle. You know, my first fight at 160, we've never seen me fight like that before. But, you know, it's a new weight, showing off a new wrinkle. Maybe it's time for him to flex a new wrinkle at the new division. So, you know, this, in my opinion, is a very pivotal fight in his career. You know, because how the outcome of this fight, you know, even though we all think this is a fight that he should win very easily, the outcome in this fight is very important on, you know, what happens next in his career. You know, it could potentially lead to a rematch with Benavidez down the line, potentially, maybe. Or maybe, you know, he conquers the division, you know, once again. It's a lot that can happen. So, you know, this is a very pivotal one, in my opinion. But if he approaches this fight correctly and he, you know, he makes all the right moves, this can be very good, you know.
Yeah, I'm with Jalil on this one, Clay, as you know, because what did I say when we were doing our live yesterday? Right? If he doesn't pack up Zach Chelly, bro, what are we doing? All right. All respect to Zach Chelly, but Zach Chelly's never even been a domestic level champion. You can't pack up a domestic level contender, and you used to be the interim world champion, beating a hot rod Kaladzic who's coming off of a knockout over Vosnik, a guy that David Benavidez couldn't knock out, bro. So I don't know, David Morrell. I mean, I'm with Jalil. Like, hey, man, I don't know. I don't know what you're going to do. Maybe it's time to move back down to 168.
Man, sure. I don't even want to think about him moving back down to 168. And I think what Jalil was saying was, you know, I think you really hit on some points once again. And what I'm hearing from you is this fight is not about you winning. It's about how you win, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm glad that you got that from what I said. That's exactly what I was getting at.
Yeah, it definitely makes sense, especially on the back end of Ben Whitaker seeming to having a resurgence in the division right now, all dialed in with Andy Lee, doing the work that he's doing right now in the division. You're talking about you were ready to fight Ben Whitaker. Well, look what Ben Whitaker did to his last opponent. You're about to get in here with a domestic level opponent. I think hardcore boxing fans are going to be looking at this with the professor eye, you know, with the glasses down here at the tip of the nose, like we're gonna be looking.
Absolutely. You know, his performance really can affect how the fans view him. You know, the fans, you know, whether it's the casuals or the hardcores, it really will affect how they view him.
Right. And in fact, just because you said it, Clay, I want to ask my guy Jalil this question. So me and your dad, you know, I'm not going to reveal our private conversations, but we get into it a little bit about Ben Whitaker, right? And everybody knows I love Ben Whitaker. I've been watching him since the amateur is part of the problem, Jalil. It would be like if I was watching you all the way from the amateurs and I saw you grow and then I saw you win an Olympic silver medal and I already watched you pack up Katayev in the amateurs. I watched you do it. right? A Katayev who really beat Morrell, or to some people, they believe that, right? So now I'm at a point where Ben Whitaker's learned his lesson, humbled himself, is locking himself in Ireland, right? I think Ben Whitaker's the truth, and he really should already be in the top 10. But like Claymore always tells me, hey, man, the guy's got to prove it. Where do you see Ben Whitaker right now? Because he's about to fight on the undercard of Boots Zayas. Where do you see Ben Whitaker in the space?
I think he's a win away from title contention. I think he's a win away from title contention. You know, early in his career, we were just saying, you know, he's only doing this to bums. You know, he had a tough fight where I think, if I'm not mistaken, he got like a draw. He had a very tough fight where he got a draw, and I feel like that really refocused him. You know, but he's been much more sharper, in my opinion, since the draw. And like I said, he's a fight away from title contention.
Yeah, I agree. I think Ben Whitaker is. I think that addition of Andy Lee was pivotal, bro. I think when you're talking about pivot, Andy Lee dialed him right in. You know, the skills was always there. You saw the potential, but he was a little playful. He was a little, you know, he was all over the place a little bit, and he was able to get away with it. But the fight you're talking about, as far as Liam Cameron is concerned, where, you know, he flips over the top rope, it was real dramatic, and people were like, he did it on purpose, and maybe he did, right? But maybe that was the most important thing he ever did in his life, on the back end of the accountability that he clearly took. He clearly took the accountability and said, I got to change shit up. I can't do this. He brings in Andy Lee. Boom. It's like, you know, Wonder Twins unite. Ping! Like, these dudes is lit, right? Like, they came together and they're causing a lot of drama in here. So yeah, this fight tomorrow with David Morrell, light heavyweight division, and like you said, possibly David Benavidez being in the conversation again. Maybe there's some redemption there for David Morrell, possibly, if he can figure it out. But at the same time, if David Benavidez indeed doesn't come back really to the light heavyweight division, because I'm hearing rumors about him trying to do catchweight fights with Bivol and things of that nature, is making me feel like there's some other things down the road for David Benavidez. Regardless, it feels like the light heavyweight division is wide open to a degree. When you're talking about Najee Lopez, Ben Whitaker, David Morrell can get right in those conversations, right? He can get right inside those conversations and do something special. So tomorrow night, I agree with you. I think it's a super important fight. People might be sleeping on it. I know they're looking at it like, he's supposed to do this. Yeah, he is to a degree, but keep your eye on him, because David Morrell was one of those most sought after guys. When we saw him go up to 175, like I said, never forget, ladies and gentlemen, he was supposed to be David Benavidez's kryptonite for some people. There's some people who didn't drink that Kool-Aid. But a lot of people felt like that's who he was. So he hasn't been living up to that in the light heavyweight division. So let's see what he does tomorrow.
And Clay, don't forget, he just switched trainers. He went
that
from
as well.
Ronnie Shields to Ismael Salas.
In this case, though, Ronnie, it sounds like Ronnie fired
him out
a little bit, right? It doesn't sound like from what I'm hearing, the rumors are he didn't blame Ronnie Shields. It seems like Ronnie Shields was like, yo, man, this dynamic isn't there for me. So he's still going in there with Salas. That's a great trainer. You know, let's see what that looks like tomorrow. And a great tune-up fight for him too.
Yeah, no, and we appreciate the chat, man. You guys are awesome. We've been getting some really awesome comments. Thanks, Jalil. You know, everybody's loving you here, of course. And you know, bringing back that HBO feel. I see
putting on his Roy Jones hat today, man.
Yeah, he is.
Jalil got the commentating thing, man. You need to get a copy of this, send it to the right people, man. They need to have you ringside at some of these Zuffa fights and let you tap in to some of that some of that work. Get him there between Andre Ward and Max Kellerman and them guys, you know what I'm saying, and get some work in. Man. I think that's a good look for him. Hopefully that works out.
Speaking of which, can we move into? Yeah. I was going to say. Oh no! I mean, what do you want to go into next?
I don't mind, as long as you look out the time. We can cover it all, bro. You know what we do.
Yeah.
But I know Zuffa is on it's on the thumbnail. You know what I'm saying? And we got time. I got time tonight. So whatever you want to do.
Okay.
Bro.
All right. So I mean, was there something else on that card you wanted to cover with Jalil?
I mean, I like the Jack Rafferty Echo Usman fight. That's another fight that I'm really looking at. Jack Rafferty. Doing one of my favorite UK fighters who doesn't have anything, no belts or nothing, but I'm a Mark Chamberlain fan. I like Mark Chamberlain. That's my kind of fighter. You know what I'm saying? Him and Jack Rafferty had it out went to a draw. Some people felt like Jack Rafferty won it. It is what it is, but he gets another opportunity moving past the Mark Chamberlain situation. He'll be fighting Echo Usman, who took that loss, but in a very competitive fight with Jack Catterall. Yep. I think that fight's going to be a special fight because I think this fight is where Jack Rafferty gets an opportunity to show world-class skills, right? Like he's been domestic, and Echo got the fight with Jack Catterall, who's going to be fighting Shakram Giasov for some sort of an interim or an eliminator of some sort,
whatever regular or something, right?
Who knows? It's a sanctioned body space, so some sort of a belt. But regardless, this fight right here, Echo Usman, Jack Rafferty. I don't know if you're dialed into this fight at all, but I'm looking forward to seeing it. What do you think about that fight, guys?
Not as dialed in because it's just a hell of a main event.
Right.
No, and it's true, right?
It's definitely a fight where I'm knowing the names. These are guys that are coming up, guys that are in contention. They're at the contender point, and it's a fight that if you're a fan of their division, you should really look out for it because those are the next in lines, realistically speaking.
Right. And I'll tell you, Clay, I mean, the only other one that I would have said that's because the heavyweight division matters so much is we're finally going to see the 2-time gold medalist Bakir Jalilov back in an actual pay-per-view stage, right? And I'm pretty sure you're familiar with him, Jalil. Bakir Jalilov is the 6'7", 6'8", big Uzbekistan southpaw, 2-time gold medalist boxer, 16-0, 14 knockouts. But here's the kicker: in the amateurs, he packed up Richard Torres, bro, and put him in a stretcher. So, it's one of these things where this guy's already talking about, hey, man, I could be one of Moses Itauma's opponents, which could end up being cool. And honestly, if he does look good on this fight, Clay, that if Richard Torres wins, if I was Richard Torres, I'd want to get back at it, but I don't know what
Get it back in blood. Get it back in blood.
Yeah.
Man, hey, ain't no expiration date on GB, man. Everybody know that, man. Ain't no expiration date on GB, man. It could have happened 10 years ago, 20 years ago. If you got the opportunity.
Manny Pacquiao trying to get that GB right now.
Hey, no, absolutely, bro. I tell people, me and my dad talk often. Like we know, I have one professional defeat. That guy could lose 50 fights in a row. If they throw that fight on the table, I'm not turning it down.
What? I heard, Antoine said the same thing. Gary Antoine Russell said the same thing about Alberto Puello, right? Like, it's like forever, me and you, bro. Forever, bro.
Yeah.
We get it back. It is what it is. And Gary Russell Jr. has the same relationship with Magsayo. If you come to Gary Russell Jr. right now and you bring up Magsayo, his face changes.
Yeah, it's like, always. I just think of it like, and those are guys that I came up with. Those are guys I grew up with, came up under the same tutelage, same mindset. Mm-hmm. It's like, I'm a dog, bro. I'm a dog. You only as good as your last dog fight. You're only as good as your last gunfight. I looked very good in my last fight, in my opinion.
You did.
But it's like, hey, I always think about the fight that I lost. I always think about how we can get that back. So it's like, hey, ain't no expiration date on it. It ain't no expiration date.
No doubt. And Ryo's getting his opportunity too, right? With
De Los Santos. That's gonna be a very good one.
Right.
It's crazy. It's crazy you say it, and we were on the fence about where we would be going next. I think that would be a great card.
Actually, this is perfect too, Clay. I'm glad you segued into that, and then we'll break down ZUFFA Boxing 6. But ZUFFA Boxing 7 gets announced, right? And it's not at the Apex for all the people who keep doing. I'm talking to Eddie Hearn, who keeps going, what are they doing? They're just putting shows in the Apex. Well, Mark Shapiro publicly spoke to the investors and said, we are now moving into this next phase of ZUFFA Boxing, in where this May 10th event will be the last time you'll see an Apex ZUFFA card for a little bit, because the next few fights, Jalil, maybe even yours, possibly, will not be at the Apex. This one, Edwin De Los Santos versus Rayo Valenzuela at the Cosmopolitan.
That's 8, though. I just want to be clear, right? We're talking about ZUFFA 8 for that one. ZUFFA 7 is going to be in the UK.
7 is in the UK,
right?
With Christian Billiam-Smith versus Ryan Rozicki, right. Jack Massey versus Chev Clark. Like, that's a banger of a show. But yeah, right. I'm focused on the US show. But you're right, Clay. Sorry. So ZUFFA Boxing 8. It is it's Edwin De Los Santos versus Rayo Valenzuela. It's my Filipino brother Jaron Ancajas getting the chance against Omar Trinidad. That's gonna be a tough fight, honestly. But
yeah,
we'll see what happens.
That's gonna be a great fight, actually.
Yeah, it's tough though. I'd love for Jaron to win, but let me just say I understand. I understand because Omar's tough, man. Omar's a tough guy. And then Kane Sandoval, man, trying to bounce back from that loss to Julian Rodriguez, but he's fighting Brandon Lee. Everybody's been asking about what's going on with Brandon Lee. How can you be 32-0 and still be a prospect? Well, we're about to find out, right? We're about to find out.
Absolutely. You know, that's one of those situations where it's like, you know, like I said, keep thinking you got all day. That's how you end up, you know, one of the older prospects, so to speak. You know, and I would like to say hats off to Brandon Lee. You know, while having a professional career, he somehow managed to go get his college degree. You know, so I really take my hat off to him because getting a college degree is not tough. I have a lot of friends that have either graduated last year or they graduate next week that I just tell them, like, you're doing something that I can only dream of doing. You know, you're getting a degree. Nobody can take that away from you. You know, that's up there with damn near saying, like, you know, I won a world title. Like, that's my, so I take my hat off to him. You know, he's a hell of a fighter. You know, I watched Brandon and the amateurs came up around the same time that he came up. So in my personal opinion, he's a hell of a fighter, but he has to prove it to the rest of the world.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So we hear you saying that. In fact, let me ask you that one: Kane Sandoval, Brandon Lee. What do you think? Who are you picking?
It's a tough fight. I think Brandon Lee has all the ability to win the fight, but you have to remember Kane Sandoval. For you all who don't know, his first fight at 147 was Julian Rodriguez. Maybe he's not big enough for the division, but also Brandon Lee hasn't really fought at 147, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
So maybe Kane Sandoval has acclimated himself to 147, whilst Brandon Lee isn't physically and mentally acclimated. So that may play a factor. You know, it's a lot of things that once you take a deeper dive into the fight, you know, you kind of look at it different. You know, Kane Sandoval's coming off of a loss. He has a huge chip on his shoulder. A second loss with ZUFFA, if you know how the ZUFFA system works, could really leave him in a situation where ZUFFA ends up signing another guy that's a welterweight that they really, really like, and they throw Kane Sandoval above the rim for that new guy to dunk it home. So, you know, he's really in a life or death situation where it's like not the typical life or death with any other promoter where you lose and we drop you. No, they don't drop you. You lose and you become the walking, talking punching bag because every guy that they really, really like, they tell them, like, we like you. You beat this guy up, we'll like you even more. You know, they realistically, the way they're running things at ZUFFA is like, you know, we're gonna let you keep getting beat up until you just tell us you don't want to fight anymore. Or you can get beat up a few times and then you can turn it around and start winning.
Right.
You know?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. You
and
know,
again,
they're really making it. They're making it similar to the UFC. You know, those guys have some of those guys will have a few losses, and then they'll go on a streak where they win about 5 or 6 fights. Then they take a loss. You know.
Yeah. No, and with Jalil, where Kane Sandoval really helps out is, to your point, he could lose this fight, but look amazing where he's the all-action Mickey Ward, Arturo Gotti guy, and they would still go, yeah, you lost, but man, both times You put up a hell of a fight against Julian Rodriguez.
Yeah,
you
that
put
was
up a hell of a fight against Brandon Lee.
No,
Yeah.
but listen, for real though, I was thinking the same thing. That Kane Sandoval in a loss, that's about as good as you can lose, right? Like a very competitive fight, a lot of pressure, nonstop, challenged Julian Rodriguez in multiple ways. He could have easily won that fight, you know, depending on what the judges felt like they saw or what they liked. He could have been on the side of a win in that fight right there. And I love the acclimated thing, you know, that is going to be a part to look at in that fight, because here comes Brandon Lee, and he's had the hiatuses, right, where we don't see him for a long time, and like you said, school, and him doing those right things for his personal life. But how does that translate into his boxing career? This is going to be a big challenge for both those guys, and I definitely think a fight of the night candidate possibility. You know what I'm saying, on the back end of that fight, just with the stylistic class, because Kane's going to bring pressure, and Brandon's going to be trying to slow it down, box, be smart, and he's going to try to figure it out. Julian tried to figure it out. He tried to make it the way he wanted to make it, and Kane wasn't having it. He made it messy, he made it dirty, he made it grimy, and Julian had to weather that storm. So we might have to see Brandon weather a very similar storm or fall to the storm, right? It is what it is. Shout out to Pork Chop 318 in the building with the $5. Got a question about ZUFFA Boxing, probably more for Jalil Hackett, speaking on, are they eventually going to add that 140, 154, 168 divisions? I think this question, before you answer it, is an interesting question, because you've seen the catch weights fights. They've happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but.
There we go. Go ahead. Take it from here, Jalil.
They've kind of stood their ground on, we're not adding these divisions. Look at a guy like Brandon Lee. He's a 140. He's fighting his ZUFFA debut at 147. Look at me. I was a 154. I made my ZUFFA debut at 160. Well, technically 157, because it was two former super welterweights in the ring with each other. Roberto Cruz and I were both formerly a super welterweight, and we agreed upon 157 for the fight because we were both former super welterweights. But then we look at a guy like Conor Benn. He has plans on being a welterweight. His last fight prior to fighting with ZUFFA was with Chris Eubank Jr., and that fight was at 160. You know, he could have made his ZUFFA debut at 160, or he could have made it at, something closer to 160, maybe 157, like I made my debut. But he decided, I'm fighting a former title contender that was at the welterweight division, because if I'm not mistaken, Prograis fought Devin Haney at 147, correct?
No, 140.
Oh, they fought at 140?
They fought at 140. Yeah, that's how he won the title. He won that WBC title off of.
Okay, absolutely, right? Absolutely. So now, look, that's another thing I'm getting at. They met in the middle. Prograis coming from 140 up. Conor Benn's last fight was at 160, so he came down, and they met in the middle at 150. Conor Benn, realistically, his next fight is for a title at 147. And then if he goes back to ZUFFA again, the fight after that will possibly be, a defense at 147. So they're standing firm on, we're only sticking to the traditional weights. 147, 160, 175, light heavyweight, those. Yeah, they're sticking to the traditional weights. They're sticking dead center on it. Even in days of past, here and there we would see catchweight fights. But for the most part, if a guy was a 147, he fought you at 147. If a guy was a 160, he fought you at 160. If he felt like he couldn't make the 160-pound limit anymore, he went to 175.
Right.
So I think
there'll never be titles in these divisions, basically, right?
No,
there'll
absolutely.
never be a 140 division.
Yeah, you'll never see a guy
division.
that reigns over 140.
Right.
Yeah. And I just want to add to it. I'll make it quick, Clay, but it's better when Jalil says it, when I've been trying to say this entire time, right? All you have to do, guys, is look at how the UFC format works. They've never swayed from it. And believe me, people have said, why are you making someone go from 155 all the way to 170? And that guy going from 170 all the way to 185? And, this is it. Why can't you just do in between divisions? Because Dana White's philosophy is, you're either a bad MFer or you're not. So
Yeah.
skills pay the bills, right? Like,
just think
this is the
about
weight
it.
class.
If let's put the Bud and Canelo fight in UFC terms. Let's say Max Holloway's kicking ass down at 145. And Max Holloway says, fuck it, I'm going to fight Alex Pereira. And he goes up there and he whoops Alex Pereira's ass. In the UFC, he's the fucking man. But in boxing, now we're trying to find somebody else bigger than Bud Crawford to beat him.
Right.
Which is so fucked up. You know, but it's like, it is what it is.
Right. No, and that's why I'm with Jalil on this, Clay. They're basing their version of the 8 because the cruiserweight is a very important division to them. Because honestly, they feel like that's the old school heavyweight. Like real new school heavyweight now is really what we should be calling super heavyweight. Daniel Dubois really is a super heavyweight, right? Or Fabio Wardley weighing 245 is because the old days, Muhammad Ali, bro, the heaviest he weighed, I think, was like 227.
Yeah.
You know, like Usyk is really what a heavyweight champion would be like in the 220s.
Or even a guy, like in some arguments, a Jai Bataille would be a heavyweight. When you're looking at the big baby Millers or even the Tyson Furies or, you know, these guys who are coming in the ring 275.
Yeah, those are super heavyweights.
Yeah.
Right.
I just look at it like this. You couldn't pay me to let one of them punch me.
Well, it depends, Jalil. If 100 million
man. I don't know, bro. I don't know,
yeah,
Jalil.
It's like you saying it like that, then it's like, with the right training camp, we could get to about 215.
They start stacking them M's on you. You're gonna have, at a minimum, Jalil, you're gonna be like, let me call you back tomorrow. I'll let you. I'm not just gonna say no. Give me a minute. Let me eat some dinner, talk with the family.
You got me. I can't lie. Hey.
No. But that was a good question. Thank you, Pork Chop. That's great, man. I'm glad that we were able to bring out the discussion. So I won't be offended, Jalil, but on ZUFFA 8 here at the Cosmopolitan, they just announced it today. Omar Trinidad, Jaron, Cajas. Who you picking in there? And I swear to God, you don't have to pick the Filipino guy. It's all right.
That's what you're saying. That's a trap. You got to pick the Filipino guy.
I really like this fight. But if I'm betting with my mind and not my heart, I'm betting with Omar Trinidad.
Yeah. I knew you would, you traitor.
Didn't I tell you he was going to do that shit? I told you he was going to do that shit.
I'm just messing with you, bro. I'm just messing with you.
Fight, though. It's one of those, is a fight that will really test those guys' wills. But, you know, youth is on Omar Trinidad's side, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And I think he has the youth, and will ultimately turn out to be the stronger will in that fight.
Right. All right.
Let's bring it back because I still want to talk about Abdullah Mason and his night in Ohio coming up. I want to talk about Keyshawn, Nahir. I want to talk about you. I got so many things I want to talk about. So let's go through the ZUFFA 6 card real quick, if you don't mind.
Okay.
We can even start at the main event just to make it exciting. You know what I'm saying? Talk about
I'll go through it quick. Like, so first off, Jalil already explained to you guys that a pro debut who's making a pro debut at ZUFFA makes way more money than some people who have already been 8-9 fights in, right? So we have a pro debuter, Clay. Pro debut, making his pro debut. ZUFFA Boxing is Mr. I want to pronounce his name correctly, so please help me, Lord. Don't let me butcher this. Rakhmatullo Boymatov making his pro debut. He's I believe this fight is gonna be at 175 pounds. Claymore. He is fighting it's a last minute opponent because he was originally supposed to fight Al Stanton. Fighting I think this goes right into a 6-rounder right off the bat. He's fighting a Caleb Hall who had just fought. I'm obviously picking the guy who they're picking as a pro debuter on this, but you know, that's the first fight of the night. The next fight is, and this is what's crazy about I think this is already his second ZUFFA fight on ZUFFA 6. Emiliano Cardenas, who's 10-0, right, at 118 pounds. He's only 21 years old. He's fighting the 9-1-1 Alexis Alvarado, who's only 24 years old. So another banger of a fight. Do you know any of these guys at all, Jalil? These two 118ers or
Yeah,
with
that
you?
I'm familiar with both of them. And
Okay.
I really like Alexis in this fight. You know, he's not the favorite, but I really like him because you know the younger guy has been very, very active, and we've seen what has happened with young active fighters in Zuffa. You know, maybe they get comfortable, maybe they smell themselves, you know, maybe they go into the fight sleeping on their opponent. So, you know, be on the lookout. Definitely be on the lookout with that fight.
All right. Hey, man, underdog special from Jalil Hackett, y'all. Underdog special. And then the third fight, which I'm super excited about. I'm actually, it's one of the reasons why I want to be there at the event. Is our guy Demazian Maserati Van Houter. Hey!
There he is, man. The way he said "what's up" was kind of tough, bro. He's like, "What's up?" Okay, I see how you raising him.
Hey, that's just him, man. That's just him, man. That's the champ.
So that, hey, man, listen, I felt the energy, man. I'm here with you, man. In the Nike jumpsuit, listen, bro. I see
the red, white, and blue,
up,
bro.
the knuckles a little, you know what I'm saying? A little callous up. You know, the young bull is doing his thing though. But but I wanted to. Well, no, go ahead, Angelo, because
I was gonna do the whole Demazian Van. So it's Demazian Mozzie Van Houter going for his 12th win. He's 11-0 right now with 8 knockouts, but he's fighting Jalil. This is a stuff up. Rafael Murphy. I think he's on a 6-fight win streak. He's a old veteran who knows how to win. He's only 18 wins with 14 knockouts, only the 1 loss. If you look at his Instagram, that dude looks like he about 240, 238 right now. I don't know exactly what he's going to weigh in at. And he's got the experience. He's not scared of Mozzie. He's not scared of Mozzie at all. And he signed into the league. So this isn't like a one-off B-side type thing. Rafael Murphy's trying to eat. But who do you got on Demazian Van Houter versus Rafael Murphy, 8-round heavyweight?
I'm the first to tell you that I've seen Demazian in action. My first time seeing him physically in action in person was at ZUFFA Boxing 2. That's a big young boy, man. That's gonna be a hard one. That's gonna be a hard guy to beat. And he's not your average heavyweight where he's just gonna sit back and throw 10 punches around. He's a very active young heavyweight. You know, he's very strong. You know, he if he catches you at the end of one of those punches, it could be a short night. You know, I told people in ZUFFA Boxing too, I said, bro, he's getting a knockout. Like, I wish it was possible to, you know, bet on the knockout for his fight, because it's like you would have cleaned up betting on his knockout, because I knew it was gonna happen.
Right.
All right, so you're picking him by knockout on this one.
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. You got Demazian Van Houter by knockout. And then your boy at 135 pounds is fighting another 8-rounder. He's back, Jalil. He was with you, and now he's back. Justin Valoria, 12-0, fighting another 12-0 fighter in Cesar Ivan Ortiz from Mexico. I don't know, Jalil. I saw the Ortiz package, man. It looks pretty tough coming from Mexico. I don't know. Does the Filipino American kid, you know, does he have it? Does Justin got it?
Hey, man, Justin knows how to win. You know, last fight, ZUFFA Boxing 2, he was in a very tough fight with a very tough fighter, and he figured out how to win. You know, early on in the fight, you know, it was a lot of, you know, back and forth, but as the fight went on, he kept that same output, you know, that same, you know, sharp integrity on his defense, and was landing the more impactful shots, and that's what got him to win. I don't think it'll be any different come Sunday night.
Ooh, all right. Now
I'm liking that one.
Now I'm going to call this the Jalil Hackett spot. On the Jalil Hackett spot, the main event of the prelims. And you're familiar, Jalil, with winning youth world championships, right? Because you've won a couple of them yourself. Yes. So this kid is the IBO youth champion, coming all the way from France. Raphael Moni, but it might be money because it's Monny. Raphael Moni, 9 wins undefeated, but Let me tell you something. I know a little bit something about this guy from the Bay, from Daly City, San Francisco, Clay, right? Surai Sugar Mamatovic. He's 6'4", bro, 175 pounds. He's 8-1-1, but the one loss is really kind of controversial. I don't know, man. I watched Tony Hirsch then beat Robert Merriweather, and that was a plus 900. I don't know, man. The Surai Mamatovic. I don't know. You know anything about these guys at all, Jalil?
I don't know anything about him, but I'm gonna take your word for it. That might be the sleeper of the night. That might be the sleeper of the night.
Because we got a youth champion who's not going to give it away, right? And then this goes back to maybe even like what happened in your split decision, right? Where a lot of people felt that you won that fight, but you always say, hey, man, judges don't have knives and guns, so there's no such thing as robbery.
No such thing as robbery in this sport.
Nah, no such thing.
Right. So that's the exciting undercard that starts at 3 p.m. Pacific time, 6 p.m. Eastern time. And then it gets to the main event, which is crazy, starting right off with your division. This is the Jalil Hackett division.
I'm very interested in this fight.
Yeah, might be a future opponents of yours. Misael Rodriguez, who I believe is the Olympian. He might have even won a bronze medal. I'm gonna have
he's the Olympic. He's the Olympic bronze medalist from Mexico. Okay. Yeah. Hey,
all right.
When it comes to your division, you got to do your research.
Yeah, he's like, no, he's him. Yup.
Yeah.
Olympian bronze medalist. I know who that
this
is.
is Jalil's division too. He got to know all these players, right? So this is the division. But 16-0, right? He's coming off a win, knocking out Casey Streeter on the same card. I think it was on your card, right? Or maybe it was the card before. ZUFFA 1. It was on ZUFFA 1. Yeah.
And it wasn't Casey Streeter. It was Deanda.
Oh, Deanda. That's what. Thank you. That was
Austin.
The Streeter smaller.
Once again, Clay. Hey.
Yeah. I know. I see it. You're like,
I'm glad
tapped into that inner Mamba mentality, that Kobe Bryant. I think I've watched his fight as many times as I've watched my own fight.
What?
That's
you're
awesome.
You're seeing the writing on the wall. You're expecting to see this guy down the line.
El Negro Mexicano against the bronze medalist. I'm gonna take your bronze medal. Give me that bronze medal. Right. So, but here's the thing, Jalil. He's fighting a guy who I know you've seen, because this is the last guy that Roberto Cruz fought prior to you, and that's the Greek god Andres Katsurakis, who's also 16 wins, undefeated, and got like a WBA international belt before coming to ZUFFA. I'm thinking this might be fight of the night. I'm not sure. It's your division. So you tell us, how do you break this down? What are the people expecting to see on this fight?
It's definitely capable of being a barn burner. I think Misael has a very great motor, very tough fighter. It's a tough night out if you go out there and fight him. But Andres Katsurakis is a very technically sound guy. Just want to see if the power translates from 154 to 160. So that's a fight I'm definitely gonna look out for.
No winners though.
I definitely want to tap into this one too, because
I don't have a definite winner, but I will be watching that fight. More or less as a scout.
Yeah, you're paying attention to because either one of these guys can get it. Pause. You know what I'm saying? And either one of these guys can get it, man. I definitely see it the same way. And I remember seeing Misael Rodriguez in his last fight. I kind of, I'm interested in seeing him again, because that was my first time seeing him. And I definitely thought about you when I saw him. I was like, this might be one of those dudes that could really, do a fight of the year candidate with a Jalil Hackett. And I'm saying because he's so tough and gritty, and the conditioning is on point, and he seems like he's really willing to fight. But Katsurakis, is that his name? Am I saying it correct?
Katsurakis.
Yeah.
That's how you pronounce it.
I've seen 2 fights. I've seen him with Brandon Adams, right? And I seen him fight 2 different ways, right? I can't remember another fight I saw where I saw him actually controlling the distance.
It may have been the Roberto Cruz fight.
Right.
Yep.
I think it was, matter of fact. And he was slick in that fight. He was baiting him in, dropping his hands at times, being a little slick, slipping shots, kind of looking like a Madrimov a little bit at times. But then when he fought against Brandon Adams, he looked like Serhii Bohachuk. He's on the inside. He's grinding on the inside. So he has all these different layers to him. And, he's Greece.
He's Greek,
Yeah, Greece.
Yeah.
He's Greek. He's
right,
Greek.
but is that considered Eastern Europe? Greece?
No, bro. Greece is like Mediterranean food, bro.
Okay, yeah, I don't know. I'm just asking. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't got no map in front of me, and I ain't the historian, but he does have these different layers to him that I saw. So he can fight in multiple different ways. He can adapt to the situation and fight in different ways. I think he's going to be a big challenge for Misael. This fight is 50-50.
Okay.
I think it's 50-50.
You're not picking the winner. So Jalil's scouting it. You're not picking the winner.
Misael, because I do see, Misael is good at what he's good at, whereas Katarakis is not really good in one area, but he's well-rounded fundamentally.
He is a very well-rounded. I can agree with you, Kalei. He's a very well-rounded fighter, and that's why I picked him as the winner. I picked him because of his versatility. He will find a way to win. You don't have to win by. You don't have to win by 100 to win. It's going to be a very good fight, but you just have to win by more than the other guy. The guy can have 100. If you have 101, you have 101.5. You still win.
It is what it is.
It's going to be It's going to be a very good fight. It's going to be a very good fight. I just see him winning.
Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna go with Jalil on this one, Clay. Yeah. I'm go with the young champion, Katarakis. I always thought it was Katsurakis because
I understand. As you can see, he's very, very, very prepared. Just in case he has to be at the next ZUFFA fight post presser. You guys at ZUFFA, y'all know any of your media team that's gonna be there when we're sitting down interviewing. You don't have to be worried. It's gonna sit here. It's gonna be nice and quiet. He's not gonna grab at the mic. He's not gonna give y'all some memes. He's not gonna give y'all a good aura farm moment. He's just gonna chill. He'll speak when spoken to. He's a cool guy, man.
Nah, he's holding it down, bro. Professional, bro. Looking right into the camera, bro. He's trained, bro. He's media trained, bro. He's carrying it right, bro. He built it.
I'm gonna get a media mode. Yeah. Tell him your name. Tell him your name. And how old you are.
I'm Carol, and I'm 5 years old.
Yep. Hey. He's next up, man. After me, my career is well over. He's definitely the next man up. He's very special. Far beyond his years. I wasn't doing what he's doing at 5 years old. I wasn't even focused on boxing at 5. For him to be 5, I always joke with people. I say for him to be 5 years old with 5 years of boxing experience is insane.
Wow.
So, he's definitely something special.
Yo, while you're talking, he was like,
yeah, he knows. He knows. He knows, man.
He knows. It was funny while you were talking. He was like, "Yep, 5,
yeah.
He's right.
Keep talking about me. Keep talking about me.
He's right. He ain't lying. He right. 5 years. Yep."
Yeah, no, that's awesome though. That's awesome. All right, so co-main event, and as Jalil says, the pay keeps going up. Co-main event, good old Julian Rodriguez after beating Kane Sandoval goes from opener to co-main. They're bringing someone in, Jalil, bringing him in, undefeated, 21 wins, 15 knockouts. I think this dude is 6'1". 6'6'1".
He's like 6'2.5", bro.
Oh, is he? Okay, maybe he's 6'2", but I can't believe this guy makes
75.5-inch arm reach, bro.
Woo! Oh no, Jalil. I mean, what do you got on this one? Julian Rodriguez versus James Perella from Massachusetts.
But before you answer, do you know anything about James Perella? Because on paper, he looks impressive on paper. The record, the height, the reach.
I don't know anything about James Perella, but I know a whole lot about that archetype at the 147 division. So it's definitely a fight where I'm really, really hoping, as a Rodriguez fan, that he does not go in there with the fight mentally already won. Because, going into the Sandoval fight, it was a 50-50 fight. We all thought it was a 50-50, but he came out on top. And, as he should, he's promoting himself throughout the camp for the fight. But I don't want him to get so lost in the promotion and the lights and everything that he forgets that at the end of the day, you don't get the same love when you don't go out there and perform. You know, so I just want to make sure that, like, you know, anybody that's in his corner, his team, let him know that, like, every day is a new day. You know, you go out there, you gotta, hey, bring home the bacon. You know, so I just want him to be mentally and physically prepared to go out there and get the win. But if I'm picking a winner for this fight, I think I like Rodriguez.
Yeah, no, he's the minus in Vegas right now. He's the minus 1100 winner. James Perella is the plus 775 underdog.
Wow.
Plus 775, Clay. Remember how Tony Hirsch was plus 900?
Yeah, is this one of those fights where they just sleeping on him because he doesn't have the name? Or is he really? Because I have no idea who this dude is, man. I can't find too much footage on YouTube of his fights. I'm not finding him. But like I said, on paper, he seems like he has a lot of intangibles that I'm wondering if he knows how to use them, right? The height, the reach. I mean, he's a winner, right? He hasn't lost. High knockout ratio. He clearly is successful in his own right. But if we were going to compare domestic to world class, we could say that this is his first world class, right? Fight, right? This is a fight where Julian Rodriguez is fundamentally sound. He's been there before. He's just coming off of a very competitive fight. He took full advantage of the Apex training facilities, this fight camp. He was there got an Airbnb out there. He's eating right. He's training right. He's strong. He took full advantage of it. So I'm expecting to see a very conditioned and ready to go Julian Rodriguez. I don't know what to expect once again, James Perella, but I'm super excited and intrigued at this fight right here because I want to know who James Perella is. I'll be honest with you.
Is it fair to say, Jalil, that these are when we talk about how in ZUFFA Boxing, every fight is a tough fight? Because even when they're bringing someone in new, that new
guy's very tough. That new guy is, in fact, very, very tough. You know, I just think about Misael Rodriguez, not his first. His second fight with ZUFFA. He's fighting a guy who's new to ZUFFA, but if you know boxing, you know that Andreas Katarakis is a very good fighter. You know, so he's another guy where he can't go into the fight thinking he has the fight won because he was with ZUFFA first. That doesn't mean anything. You know, Tom Brady was not the starter in New England.
Right.
He wasn't there before Drew Bledsoe. Drew Bledsoe got hurt. Tom Brady stepped up and never gave the job back. So it's not about who's there first. It's about who's the best when they get there. And you know, the best man will win between Katarakis and Rodriguez the same way it is with the Hammerhand fight. You know, with Hammerhand and Perella.
Yeah, Perella versus Hammerhands. The Reaper versus Hammerhands. And shout out to Mrs. Van Houter. Yeah, a little info for you, Jalil. So Perella is training with the Van Houters. He's training at that gym. He's sparring people like Hot Rod. You know,
very interesting, very good to know.
Listen, this might be the sleeper, man. We were talking about sleepers. This might be the sleeper. We might see Julian challenged even more than he was challenged with Kane Sandoval in a whole different way.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
Right. So
man.
I'm interested in it, man. I'm going with Julian as well, but I'm really probably just going to Julian. I'm probably being a little biased. Obviously, Julian has a relationship with the show. He comes on here. We're building a repertoire, so I'm cheering for Julian. I'll say that, right? I'm cheering for Julian, but I don't know what I don't know. And
honestly, I can honestly say, I don't have a personal relationship with Rodriguez. If I'm picking a winner, I'm picking Rodriguez. But I also would want to say, speaking from experience, I don't want him to go into this fight with the fight mentally already won. You know, because I've been there. I've been in a situation where I went into a fight with the fight mentally already won, and I didn't get the win. You know, so I just want him to be the same guy that fought Kane Sandoval. Be that same guy mentally, even if you don't go in with the same game plan. Be that same guy mentally that fought Kane Sandoval. And I think that's the only way we get the best version of Hammerhands.
That's really fair, man. That's fair. Fair statement, fair advice from a 22-year-old mentor. Don't say you're 23. 3 more days, baby. 3 more days.
3 more days.
So the main event, which I know you're scouting this one, middleweights, 160 pounds. Shane Mosley Jr., who just came off of a hell of a fight against Jesus Ramos, right? Signing with Zuffa, saying to himself, nah, Boachuk, you barely beat the former 147 WBA champ, Butayev. That was a split decision win. I saw Brandon Adams beat you up on Terrence Crawford versus Canelo. Nah, bro, I got you. This is Shane Mosley Jr.'s time, right? But then again, Sergey Boachuk, bro, you already know, man. He's one step closer to getting a ZUFFA boxing belt. I don't know, Jalil. I know you're scouting these two. What do you think? Who do you think? Who you?
And I want to go on record. This is a big fight because you may be fighting any one of these guys any given Sunday, and I think either one of them is a big fight for you. Very competitive fight of the night fight. I know you're looking at the Misael and the Katarakis fight, but this one right here has got to be one of the fights.
Absolutely. Really. I really like this fight. But first I want to ask my nephew, what do you think of the main event for Sunday? Do you like Sugar Shane Mosley Jr. or do you like I was about to butcher his name, Sergey Boachuk? You don't know? All right, we're gonna come back to you on that one. But me personally, if I'm picking a winner, I think I like Shane Mosley Jr.
Wow.
I think I like.
I'm actually very surprised at that answer. I'm not gonna lie to you.
And I want you to hear me out.
Okay.
I want you to hear me out. I'm a very great reader of energy, and I'm not gonna say I size up a room or I size up a space when I'm in it. But throughout the fight week, when I was on Zuffa 2, I was really, we're in the same weight. So I'm sizing you up, I'm scoping you out. Boachuk really gave he gave off, I'm loving the situation. I was in the right place at the right time. I'm gonna steal as much money as possible, and then I'm gonna exit stage left. That's the vibe I got from him, honestly. Hell of a fighter. I don't take anything from him, but I just feel like right now he feel like he's playing with house money. He's outkicked his coverage. He's beaten guys he didn't think he would beat. He's been in a lot of good fights. He's made a lot of good money, and now I feel like he has the mindset of, hey, I'm just out here, I'm securing a bag and I'm gonna look good doing it. And let me elaborate. I feel like this is a foreigner who came to America as a fighter to better himself. I feel like he's been kind of like he's been trained, he's been tamed, he's institutionalized. There's nothing wrong being nice.
He's domesticated.
He's domesticated. That's the word I'm looking for. He's a nice guy,
Your house dog, Jalil? He inside the house dog?
He's turned into a house dog.
Oh no.
I fear he's turned into a house dog. I have been watching Boachuk for a nice minute now. When I first seen him, like, he was a very dangerous fight. He was up there. He was up there with Stanionis as far as like, don't look their way. But like, he was very, 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 very. He's, as of lately, at least in my opinion, he's been very, very, very like domesticated. He's more calm. He doesn't go into these fights with the I'm gonna break your will type game plan anymore. I don't think. I don't. If I'm picking Shane Mosley Jr. because we're not getting the same Boachuk that we all fell in love with. Because I still am a fan of Boachuk. I'm a huge fan of Sergey Boachuk. And if I'm betting with my heart and not my mind, I'm betting with Boachuk. But if I'm betting with my mind, I like Shane Mosley. Shane Mosley's coming off a fight with Jesus Ramos Jr., where it was a very, very good fight. He lost a competitively dominant fight. It was very competitive, but Jesus Ramos Jr. dominated it. He's in a situation where he feels like he has to bounce back, and I think he has all the ability to do so. So if I'm picking Shane Mosley Jr. in the main event. I really want Boychuk to pull it out though.
I like the take too. I like the take because yeah, we all remember, and whenever we're talking about fighters, we always thinking about like their best moments, right? And I think one of the best moments with Boychuk was that Virgil Ortiz situation, right? Where he just really showed, he bit down on that mouth guard and grind and put Virgil Ortiz on his pockets twice. And
he gave Virgil a run for his money.
A big run. A lot of people to this day feel like that was a loss for Virgil Ortiz. You know what I mean? And then, you know, he did his thing with Ishmael Davis, and, you know, we saw what happened with Brandon Adams and all that, but he's always been in that conversation as far as the top of the conversation, 154, of almost like one fight away, right? One signature fight away from being back in the conversation. He got that interim title, but you're right, man. Man, in that last fight, the dog came out in him in that Butaya fight. The dog did come out. But you know, listen, man, ain't nothing like that one-on-one. You felt the energy, and you're seeing something else. Who knows, man? And on the opposite side of the conversation, I think Shane Mosley Jr. is hungry as hell, bro, which is crazy because he came up under his father. You know, everybody knows that Shane Mosley's son, and he really didn't need to be who he is right now. So for him to be in this season in his career, we saw what he did with Jesus Ramos. He showed that heart. I know he's coming into this fight hungry. He has an opportunity to really do something special with his career, where he was on the backslide in his career, where he couldn't get his legs up under him to really be. That was like it seemed like his last chance with Jesus Ramos to do something special. And here he is in ZUFFA Boxing, gets another opportunity. So I think he's hungry. You know, timing is everything. Timing beats speed. Timing beats power at times, because timing looks like speed and power in the right situation. This might be Shane Mosley Jr.'s moment, and he might have caught Serhii Boychuk at the right time right now, to where he's just not hungry enough to where Shane Mosley could rise to the occasion, man. I'm not mad at the take at all, man. I'm not mad at all.
Hey, I honestly feel like that's where Claymore was going with this far before I gave my take. I don't think I put a bug in his ear or anything like that.
Okay.
I feel like he was gonna go there regardless. Everybody is seeing what I'm seeing. Boychuk was very dangerous when he came on the scene. He was, I'm not tooting my own horn, he was Jalil Hackett level of dangerous.
But now you're saying the silk pajamas got him, huh?
Yeah,
the silk pajamas got him. All right. All right, but can I throw this one little wrinkle at both of you before we do the Shane Mosley Jr. Love Fest here? Shane Mosley Jr. is going to be 36 years old in December. Okay. Boychuk just turned 31 a couple of weeks ago. Does the age matter, Jalil? Does the age matter?
It definitely does matter. But when you think about a guy like Shane Mosley Jr., even, let's just be realistic, a lot of guys who came up with fathers who were professional fighters, like, you know, Julio Cesar Chavez Jr., the Vargas brothers, you know, they didn't take a lot of wear and tear in the amateurs because, number one, their dads were focused on their careers, and number two, the dad knew that my kid doesn't have to fight in 101 national tournaments, because my name alone is going to get them in situations that some guys that fought their whole amateur careers, they wouldn't even ever be able to be in. From my understanding, Shane Mosley didn't have a very extensive, like super long amateur career with over 300 fights. You know, so he doesn't have the wear and tear, because it's amateurs, but it's still wear and tear. You know, he doesn't have the wear and tear from the amateurs. Even as a pro, he has a nice amount of fights, but he doesn't have the super bad wear and tear of a pro career of a 36-year-old fighter. Just think about it. When Floyd was 36 years old, he had almost double the amount of fights that Shane Mosley has. So that's wear and tear on you. You know, Serhii Boychuk and Shane Mosley Jr. have near the same amount of fights, give or take. They've been through the same amount of wars when you couple in their amateur careers and their pro careers, because Serhii Boychuk had a very extensive pro career because he's coming from overseas. You know, I just factor in a lot of those things like that. I call it, in my opinion, it's me reading between the lines. You know, Michael Beasley, a huge shout out to Michael Beasley, former NBA superstar from, you know, my city. He say, people tend to judge decisions without knowing your choices. You know? So I always like to know your choices, and then I'll understand your decision better. So yeah, that's exactly why I'm picking what's the name? I'm picking Shane Mosley Jr.
Shane Mosley.
Yeah,
Is there
to
some
beat Sergey Bulchak.
Is there a feeling from both of you then, Clay and Jalil, that maybe this is Shane Mosley Jr.'s chance to rewrite his story before it's all said and done? That he's not just Shane Mosley's son, but more importantly, like he's taking control of his own career in the ZUFFA boxing space? You think?
Angelo, I think that this is the best Shane Mosley Jr. has ever been. And, you know, and I think this is an opportunity for him. It's like he came on late. I remember Shane Mosley Jr. being right there in those conversations. I remember the show, The Contender, with him and Brandon Adams actually on the same show. You know what I'm saying? And Brandon Adams, you know, we're seeing this third gear in Brandon Adams, right? We're seeing this third gear in him, and I feel like it's a second, third gear for Shane Mosley.
And I don't mean to cut you off, Clay. It's just so hilarious hearing you talking about The Contender, because it's like I remember being a little kid watching The Contender.
Right.
I remember watching The Contender, seeing Shane Mosley on The Contender, and never in a million years would I be thinking like, damn, if he looks good in this next fight, maybe we'll be fighting each other.
Exactly.
It's absolutely hilarious. It's hilarious. I remember watching that. It's like I talk about it all the time. I remember when Gary Russell Jr. first turned pro, and he used to get on his knees and spar with me. I remember when Gary Antonio Russell first taught me how to walk. And then we end up later on in my early teen and mid-teenage years, we end up being sparring partners for his professional fights. You know, it's like life comes full circle. I laugh with my dad all the time. I say, God willing, if my career is going great and they just keep throwing money at me, you know, 10, 15 years from now, you know, he'll be making his pro debut. And he'll be helping me get ready for fights, and I'll be helping him get ready for fights. He'll probably be whooping my ass, but hey,
the old man gonna be
full circle. Definitely
crazy.
A full circle moment, you know, because I'm realistic. Mosley will be 37 in December. If you said, did you say
36? 30. He'll be 36 in December.
He'll be 36 in December. I'll be 23 on Monday. That's a 13-year age difference. You know, me and my nephew, we're only 17 years apart. So it's like, you know, it's not that far off.
Wow.
That's really hilarious that you that's a moment right there, right? Like to see that you were looking at these guys on The Contenders as a kid, you know what I mean? And I don't even know if you knew you was going to be a boxer all the way, right? You were still weighing out.
I was playing a million sports at the time.
We were thinking you're going to be a football player.
I'll take it a realistic step further. You know, I think about years ago, DeMarcus Chop Chop Corley fought Michael Fox. And Michael Fox said, I grew up watching DeMarcus Corley. He said when he won his first world title, I wasn't even boxing yet.
Wow.
You know, so it's like for him to not even be boxing yet when Chop Chop won his first world title, to flash forward later in his career, he's fighting him. It's insane.
Facts.
Yeah.
And you know, but Shane is in that second gear, I think. You know what I mean? Just kind of like land my plane there just to say that Shane is in that second gear. I think this is the best version of him because he's physically still there, but he's also has this experience that's coming full circle for him. And he's just a smarter, better fighter right now. And he didn't have to get this opportunity because right when he got good, he was old and he had to fight the Jesus Ramoses, but he got the opportunities at the Danny Jacobs. He got the opportunities at the Gabriel Rosados, and he had those moments and those victories there. And now it all culminates to this another chapter in his career, which is ZUFFA Boxing. So he gets another opportunity. And I think he's excited about that. And we talked a little bit earlier about the mental aspect of the game, the 70-80% of it. I think the 70-80% of Shane Mosley mentally, I just think he's primed for a moment like this to do something special against a Bohachuk on tomorrow.
Well, just so that you both know, he's the plus money. Go look at your DraftKings and FanDuel. He's the underdog.
And he should be.
Hey.
And he
Put
should
your
be.
money where your
No,
mouth is.
it's definitely one to look out for. But it's creeping up on 10 o'clock here, East Coast time.
Yes, sir. Yes,
And
sir.
I gotta get him out. You know,
Yeah.
it's Friday. I owe him a night out. And you know.
Oh, that's why
he
he's all
gotta-
spiffy like that with the Nike jumpsuit. That's why he was spiffy.
Yeah, I owe him a night out. He loves to bowl, so I just got me a new ball. I picked up a hobby a few months ago of bowling with him. I picked me up a new ball today, so I know I want to go bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I definitely appreciate you guys for having me on the show today. And you know, he appreciates you as well, you know, making this little cameo. Y'all see him soon, man. I'll definitely post videos of him training a lot. I send videos to my dad. I'm sure he showed you a lot of his videos of him training and sparring. But you know, we appreciate you guys for the platform. And like I said, I really enjoyed myself on the show today. And I'm always open to come on anytime, you know, even if it's not about myself like today and we're just talking about boxing in general.
Yeah, no, you're fantastic, Jalil. Thank you so much. And go bowl. What's your average? What's his average and what's your average?
What's so crazy is at 5 years old, we've never introduced him to bowling with the rails. He doesn't even know what the rails are. But despite not knowing what the rails are, he averages about 60 a game. And right now, I'm working my way up. The best game I had in the past couple of weeks was about 175, but I average about 140.
Okay.
So, you know, working my way up, trying to develop myself, you know, hopefully one day you'll see me pop up in a, you know, pro-am bowling league or something.
Right.
All right. Well, hey, Jalil, now I know you're a youngster, but me and Clay will tell you there's a movie that's a must-watch, young man. It's called Kingpin.
Yeah.
With Woody Harrelson, Bill Murray. It's a must-watch, bro. If you don't, we're gonna be mad at you if you don't watch this movie.
You gotta shoot me a text on the movie. I'll definitely make sure I watch
Shoot you a link.
All right. Thank you, Jalil. Thank you
appreciate you, brother. Thank you, man.
All right, we'll see y'all. Say bye.
Be safe out there tonight, man.
All right, no, for sure. Y'all have a good one.
Yeah, bro, that was fun. That was fun. Talking
it got deep, bro.
That was hilarious, though. Him seeing the contender with, you know what I mean, and you know, potentially being in a fight coming full circle. That's hilarious, bro. That's hilarious.
That's crazy, man.
That's hilarious.
He's deep. He's so deep, bro. I mean, you know that the way he talks about life, the way he sees things, right? I mean, look at even the attitude where he's like, man, you know, stop trying to get ready. Just be ready.
Right.
And go get it. So maybe you're right, Clay. Maybe Benavidez should take that Usyk money. Maybe we're all wrong.
You never know, bro. Listen, man. If you listen, man, I'm telling you, man, you never know, bro. And it's not that crazy, you know what I mean? It's just about timing. Sometimes it's your time. Sometimes it's just your season. It's just God no more, right? God got the plan, and sometimes you got the heart to step out on faith and be like, this must be what it is, because I've been training my whole life to get ready for these big moments. I couldn't get it with Canelo. I had a great fight with Zurdo, but Zurdo ain't my moment. Jai Opataya seems like he's my moment, but what if my moment is the two-time heavyweight undisputed champion of the world, two-weight class undisputed champion, three-time weight, you know, undisputed, you could say to a certain degree. What if that's the moment? What if everything's culminating to this moment? So, you know, that's something that David Benavidez has to have a conversation with himself, you know, him and his spirit and his team, and see if this makes sense. But if it does, listen, bro, I love watching fighters dare to be great, bro.
Right.
That's just something I love. I love watching Terrence dare to be great and accomplish that with Canelo. I'm so excited that Bam may get an opportunity to dare to be great against Monster Inoue. And hey, David Benavidez, if you think you built like that, man, we'll be right here calling it. Super excited to see you dare to be great and fight Alexander Usyk, bro.
Yeah, man. No lose scenario if you're getting 50 million. No lose scenario. Jalil said, I won't take no punches from Tyson Fury. But what about for 100 million? Well,
I'll call you in the morning. I might have to have a guy. I ain't finna say no, though. But I ain't saying yes all the way. But you did not hear me say no. Give me a minute. Give me a minute, bro. You know what I mean? That's what Terrence had to do with Canelo, right? At first, he was like, nah. But he came back and was like, you know what?
Yeah. And you know what?
Watching him, I think I could whoop his ass.
No, and shout out and credit to Bill Haney who told him it was Bill. And you know, Bill's
writing on the wall.
Yeah, Bill's the ultimate salesman too. So I'm sure he pulled Terrence to the side and said, "Come on, young man, you're great. You can be great." He talked him into greatness.
That's hilarious that you bring that up, right? Because Terrence didn't think he could do it, right? He was like, "Man, come on, bro." But Bill saw it, right? And was like, "Nah, listen to me." That was his moment. You know what I mean? He took it. He gambled on himself and he said, "I'm going to do it." And bro, he dominated Canelo. You know what I'm saying? So listen, when it's your time, when it's your season, how does this saying go? What God got for you, no man can't hold from you. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't take everybody to believe. It just takes you. So where are you at, David? If you believe, we're here to see it, bro. That's what, as fans, we're here for those moments, bro. We're here for the moments where we were like, bro, he's crazy. What is he thinking? And then he shuts us up and we like, let me tell you about David Benavidez.
Yeah,
right.
That's true.
Let me tell you about this son of a bitch who went from 168, couldn't get an opportunity, did something at 175, but really didn't get the opportunity there, went to 200, did something that shocked the world, but we weren't all that impressed because Zerto wasn't all that to us. But then he doubled down, went up to there. I don't want to hear about nobody can't do nothing. 70-80%, bro. It counts. Teddy Atlas said it better, bro. 70 to 80% of this game is mental, bro. And if he's dialed in mentally, bro, anything is possible.
That's true, man. And again, what a way to go out. Like if you're Usyk, right? Mm-hmm. Hey, I passed the torch. If Benavidez does it, Usyk can be like, hey, man, I'm not. Yeah, it'd be undeniable. It'd be
undeniable,
bro. Maybe Clay's right, David. I'm wrong. Maybe Clay's right.
You never know. You could be right too, though, Angelo. You might be right. I mean, how about this? More than likely, you're right.
I mean, I was just thinking the other way.
If you're not, you know, it's so funny as boxing fans, people don't understand this, right? One of the best feelings in the world is being proven wrong in boxing, because on the back end of being proven wrong is seeing something special. Right. That's the give and take of this game, right? Like on the back end of being wrong is seeing something special. Like I've never been happier to be wrong in my life, right? Like if David Benavidez does that, because that means what you saw was historical. Right. It was a performance that was just so special. It's like, yeah, I was wrong, but as a boxing fan, I love this shit. This is what it's all about. This is what it's all about, bro.
Right. And I mean, we just recently experienced that ourselves, where we were celebrating Devin Haney prior to the Norman fight. People were killing us that we ended up saying, but we still think Norman. But then we celebrated Haney even more because he showed us the PTSD wasn't there. And that not only that, but at a bigger weight class, Debo really is that. Like he really can knock people down. And even Max Kellerman, sitting next to him on that Max Kellerman, Teofimo Lopez, Shady McCoy interview recently on Inside the Ring this week, you saw Max going, yeah, I'm sitting right next to you right now. And Devin, man, you look like this, you feel, you're big, you're strong. And I'm just saying, like, we're happy. We're happy that
he was so happy to let Devin know, like, brother, I was wrong.
Right.
Jesus. I mean, like, he was so happy to be wrong. Like, it was like, you would have thought he'd have been like, man, I was wrong. He was like, man, I was wrong, bro. Like, so that's part of the game. You know what I mean? So whenever those opportunities come, that's why I don't tear those guys down or those fights down so quick when I see special fighters. Sometimes it's like stupid. And what I mean? Sometimes it's dumb, like but sometimes it's like
Anthony Joshua is stupid.
That's what I meant by that, by the way, when we had that point of conversation. I'm like, bro, he could fuck around and win. This dude that other guy was never going to win. You know what I'm saying? That was completely a robbery of our money and of our intelligence. You know what I'm saying? To even make that supposedly competitive. But this one right here, I don't know, bro. I don't know, bro. And this is one of those fights where it's I don't know what I don't know. But let me tell you what I'm always excited to do. Find out.
Right. Right. Yeah. Because that's true. Because it wasn't that long ago, Clay, that we were hearing the whole Terrence Crawford is too small. And you and I were in this island of, we're telling you, Terrence Crawford's going to kill this guy.
It made the fight more interesting. So while everybody was saying that, I was so excited because I'm like, this is why this fight it needs to happen. Because Terrence is going to do something era defining. Because when he does what I believe he's going to do, it's going to inspire Shakur Stevenson to all of a sudden start screaming at counterband and screaming at, you know what I'm saying, of all making these fights. It's going to challenge the Abdullah Masons, this young generation of fighters. We're in such a pivotal moment in boxing right now where we've got this generation, the Ben Whitaker, the Najee Lopez, the David Benavidez, the Shakur Stevenson, the Abdullah Mason, the Shu Shu, Xander, right? Like, Boots Ennis, you know what I'm saying? And these young fighters who get to make a decision as to whether or not they're going to dare to be great or make it all about not stealing, but taking as much money as they can, right? Like, are you going to challenge yourself and take a risk, or are you going to play it safe and be moved strategically? And then you got ZUFFA Boxing challenging the machine, saying, nah, you can be in a competitive fight. Put Robert Merriweather in there with a Tony Hirsch, and people are complaining, oh, you put him in there, you made him get a loss this early in his career. And no, we can show and prove. Terrence's fight, you got to say, against Canelo inspired a whole nother era of boxing. You know what I mean? And so it was super important. That's why if you saw the Terrence Crawford and Canelo Alvarez fight, you got to say to yourself, I wonder what Bam would do with Inoue. Man, I wonder what David would do with Usyk. I know what he would do.
It opens the possibility, right?
I would have been like, nah, but now I'm like, now I don't know what would happen, bro. I want to see it. I don't know what would happen. You know what I'm saying?
No, it's true, man. You're basically Terrence Crawford's the moon man, bro. He stepped into the moon.
Defiant, bro. I keep telling you guys.
For man, and one more step for
mankind. Yo, Ryan Coogler, I keep saying it. I'm going to keep saying it. I'm telling you, defiant. That's the word that sums up who Terrence Crawford is and was in boxing and who he is. Hard-headed, defiant, bro. Just not going with the narrative, with the status quo. Like, I don't need nobody else to believe in me but me and my little circle, bro. The whole game could be against me. When God's on my side, who can hold me back? Let's get it. No, show me you better than me. Show me. You know what I'm saying?
I love it, man. I love it. Definitely having Jalil on, and he's so gracious with his time, bro. Thank you it's his birthday weekend. Happy birthday again to the young champion.
Look, my guy Just Do Boxing, by the way. Let me shout out my guy Just Do.
Yeah, stick around, guys, because I think Clay's feeling froggy tonight. There might be a link dropping.
Oh no, you know what? Listen, you ain't lying.
Clay's like, I don't gotta go to work tomorrow.
Listen,
I'm just calling the fight.
This is a boxing weekend for me, bro. And people won't understand it, Angelo. We're 3 hours in, right? But we spoke about this last night. I said, look, we're gonna fuck around and go for a long time because it's been a while since we done, like, we always try to keep it under 2 hours, like on purpose, like, but we're not going to do that tonight. We're going to have a good time. The link is there. There's great conversations to be had. We still want to talk about Abdullah Mason, man, and his night coming up on July 4th and how impactful it's going to be. But Shu Shu's going to be on that card as well, defending his WBC title. Tiger Johnson on the back end of all that drama that happened over there in New York. What we might have forgot who Tiger Johnson is. Tiger Johnson isn't the guy who got into the big fight. He is an up-and-coming 147-pound contender who's in the biggest conversations, coming off that great stoppage of Nick Floss, right? A fight where a lot of people thought he was going to lose, which I wasn't one of them. I thought Tiger Johnson was always the truth. We've got that happening. And then, of course, next week, maybe even more important than that card that's not happening until the 4th of July, we've got that whole entire Keyshawn Davis versus Nahir Albright card, which, by the way, we have the return of Brian Norman Jr. Go ahead on that card as well.
No, you're right. Against like Hagen, something like that.
I can't remember who he's fighting against, but we're going to see him come in there with the new trainer Ronnie Shields, so we get to see that dynamic and see what that looks like. If we see this new version of Brian Norman Jr. on the back end of, moving on from his father as far as a trainer is concerned and going in there with Ronnie Shields. So there's a lot of, intangibles in that situation. And of course, you got Keyshawn Davis's brother. You got Kelvin getting ready to fight against Pete Dobson.
Right. And Pete Dobson, man.
Yes.
I mean, hey, bro, Jalil, I should have asked Jalil about that. Like, who do you think? Pete Dobson might,
Listen,
might do
coming off a loss against Nahir Albright, and this is supposed to be his redemption fight. He ain't getting an easy look, bro. Pete Dobson is not an easy look, bro. This is another potential fumble. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's a potential fumble there again. You know what I mean?
Right.
Another situation. So a lot of boxing going on, bro. A lot of boxing going on. Abdullah Mason and his Joe Cordina fight, man. It's a fight that I'm excited for. Abdullah Mason. I know in my heart it could either be a wash, Abdullah can catch him early, or it could be a real war of attrition for 12 rounds because Joe Cordina is so tenured. He's so experienced. This will be the most experienced fighter that he's ever been in the ring with. I know we saw what he went through with Sam Noakes, but Sam Noakes and Abdullah Mason were almost in the same conversation. Sam Noakes was just a little bit more experienced and, he went more rounds early in his career. And I'm saying he got those stoppages, but Joe Cordina is like, the old dog, you know what I mean? With the tricks. Like, I know how to move around this ring. I know how to deal with these adversity. You know what I'm saying? Move around, be slick. I'm not going to be easy. I'm not going to be right there for you to get out of there. You're going to have to be witty. You're going to have to be slick, and you're going to have to be in your game. You're going to have to dive into that bag. You and your team, your coach, your father trainer, he's going to have to jump in his bag because you're going to go back to the corner in some of these rounds, and you guys are going to have to figure out on how to cut the ring off, catch me. You might lose around here, lose around there, win around there. The fight could be very interesting, right? What do you think?
I mean, I was going to ask you because every time you describe Abdullah Mason to me, you always say he's a champion, true, but he's a prospect, which is interesting. Respectfully, right? Right. So what would it feel like for a 22-year-old to come home to his hometown? He's carrying an entire show. He has his brother making a TV debut on the show.
Two of his brothers.
Oh, two of his brothers, right?
Which by the way, is another layer of interesting because we know about the whole entire rivalry going on between the Davises, Keyshawn Davis, his brother.
Yeah.
And then you got the Masons now coming in with their brother.
Right.
That's just, right. I'm just saying, right? It's interesting.
Yeah. No. Hey, well, I mean, and that's what I was going to ask you it's like, is it entirely possible that what Jalil said, if in your head you already think you won the fight, but you haven't been in there with Joe Cordina yet? You know what I'm trying to say? You know what I'm trying to ask you? Like,
it's 100% understand what you're saying, and 100% that can happen, right? Like, but fights at the right time give you an opportunity to adjust your mentality. Ben Whitaker got into that fight with Liam Cameron. He was feeling himself too much, and he got an opportunity to adjust. Did the fight with Abdullah Mason and Sam Noakes give Abdullah Mason what he needed on the back end of a victory, but still a very hard fight for him? His first 12-round fight, did he get what he needed to make the adjustment to where he was like, in a win in that post-fight press conference, he said, yeah, but I got a lot to work on because I got hit too much. That was gold. That was gold, Angelo, because you know how hard it is for a fight. You know how many fighters would have just taken that victory and ran off into the sunset as being the I told you guy? He didn't. In his victory, wearing his belt, said, I got a lot to work on because I got hit too much in that fight, bro. That's the difference. Do you understand? And not for nothing, not to compare it to the other guy we were talking about, but I'm just going to be real and say I always look when I see a fighter get into a competitive fight like what we saw Julian get into with Cain Sandoval, I always ask him, what did you learn from the fight? And if you're like, hey, bro, nothing, man. I mean, I did what I wanted to do in there. I pause and I wait for the next one. I don't know because there was things to learn in that fight, bro. There were things to learn in that fight. There were lessons there. And if you didn't walk away with the lessons, that's on you. I don't know. But there were lessons there, bro. There were lessons there. That was not an easy fight. You know what I mean? So Abdullah Mason got a hard fight he's coming from. He knows he has work to do. He's told us he has work to do. I'm looking forward to see what kind of work they've been doing since they won that title.
Well, on the flip side, though, right? So Cordina.
Well, hold on one second, not to cut you off, but Mick, I see you in the background. I'm not familiar with you. If you can turn your camera on, just so I can make sure you're somebody that you're not a troll or you're not gonna. I just need to see that you're a person. So if you want to just open up the camera real quick, you could turn it off once I see who you are, and you can be behind your little emblem, whatever we call those things. I can't think of the name of it, but as soon as I see your face, I'll let you know. If I don't, I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna let you up here. So
right.
Go ahead,
Right. No. I was saying, so Kakachi, right? Kakachi takes that belt from Cordina, learns that lesson, but here's Cordina. He's made his bounce back. I don't know, man. Is it fair to say that Cordina might be looking at this part of his life, saying to himself, this is my last chance. This is my last chance to because he could be. Okay. I'm gonna paint a story, and you tell me if this is a viable story. It's 4th of July. TNT live on free cable boxing for the first time in so long, Clay. I mean, I'm talking long. It's been a long time since we've seen TNT be a part of some Turner television, right? Shout out to Ted Turner, who recently passed away. Has passed away.
Yeah, he just passed away yesterday or the day before, right?
Yeah. Shout out to Turner Television, the whole bit. So check this out. You're from the UK, bro. 4th of July is celebrated as Independence Day, Claymore. Independence Day from who?
Mick, I see you.
Yeah, Clay. Independence Day from who? Who did America break free from to be independent?
Well, the good old UK. The good old Queen, right?
So what if you're Joe Cordina, bro, and you coming in as the UK guy on 4th of July, and you upset the apple cart? It's like, y'all might have won in 1776, but not today. Not on 4th of July, 2026. I mean, I don't know. Am I crazy?
You're not crazy. But listen, all of that being said, right? Let's bring it back down to the basics to boxing, right? And just say that Joe Cordina, ever since that Anthony Kakachi loss, where, listen, a win is a win. I saw the man get hit in the back of the head. His equilibrium got knocked off. He couldn't recover. His legs never came back. But there's no excuses in boxing. But shout out to showbiz, because sometimes there's reasons. No excuses. Sometimes there's reasons. He almost had an opportunity to show the world what was going on with Shakur Stevenson. Shakur ended up having that injury. That whole fight got derailed. He's been trying to get back on his feet ever since. He's been primed in mentally to get these opportunities. And he fought his way back into position to be at 135 now and get an opportunity at the WBO title. Huge card. You got to believe that he's going to be dialed in, man. That he's coming to win. He's coming motivated. And this is the kind of fighter Abdullah Mason needs in front of him. Because this is part of the development of Abdullah Mason. Because Abdullah Mason is a prospect / contender / champion who kind of got fast-tracked. Kind of didn't get the opportunity to get those rounds in and develop that way. But he's here. He's a champion, right? It is what it is. But let's not play games. He's in the conversations of fighting a Shakur Stevenson, of fighting a Gervonta Tank Davis, of fighting a Floyd Schofield Jr., and Andy Cruz, and a Raymond Morataya, or a Keyshawn Davis at 140. He has to get ready. This is the kind of fight he needs to be in the ring with to get himself ready. So I'm looking forward to seeing a super motivated Joe Cordina, and I'm looking forward to see Abdullah Mason be forced to evolve in front of our eyes as he goes into his next 12-round fight against against a veteran fighter and he gets an opportunity to get better, bro. And we get an opportunity to see a fight, man. Don't get it twisted. In a loss, Joe Cordina could be still a great fighter that we all love to watch. I'm going to bring up somebody up on the panel real quick as well. Shout out to Mick. I'm not familiar with you, brother. How you doing? Salute, salute.
Hello, it's your biggest fan.
Oh, shit. That's who you are? What's good, Mick?
I'm good, my man. I'm here to speak about Cordina. What you just said broke it down quite well. Mason, unfortunately, hasn't had those rounds where I would want to say a journeyman kind of guy, yeah? It was unfortunate. He's fortunate and unfortunate that he landed in the title shot, and he does need day tune-up fights. Their rounds will tell. Joe Cordina is 10 times the fighter that Sam Noakes is. Joe Cordina is a much better fighter. He can fight on the outside, he can box, he can mix it up. I'm hoping the Kakachi loss was down to weight, because it was IBF and a reweigh-in, yeah. So for me, Cordina has shown in the amateurs where he schooled Shu Shu for 5 rounds and guys like that in the World Boxing Series. Like, Cordina can box properly. He is Josh Kelly, but can also mix it up. He has huge successes against southpaws. Abdullah Mason is going to be a huge talent, a massive talent. But I think this is too soon for him. It's a mandatory, so he has to face him. Cordina is a 2-time champ. Lost one of his belts through a hand injury when he was going to fight Shakur.
Thanks.
But Cordina is an excellent fighter. He's been in 12-round fights for his 6th fight. Conditioning will not be an issue. I did think Mason's conditioning wasn't great, but he proved me wrong in the Noakes fight. He got stronger in the second half of the fight, so it is a real tear-up. I wouldn't worry about the 4th of July kind of thing. People from Wales, we didn't claim British people. So Scotland, Ireland and Wales, we didn't claim all that shit in the past, that British shit. So we're happy just to come and fight. This fight's been going on for, well, it's been made for quite a bit. It's good that they're putting DAZN and TNT together.
Right.
For this. I think they maybe missed a trick with Shu Shu's opponent. He could have fought Cristobal Llorente, who's his mandatory, and they could have had like a Europe versus America kind of card there. But it's a decent card. I think Mason will be a superstar in the future, but I think this is a step too far.
Yeah, this is a real test, Mick, without a doubt, because he's champion, right? There's no more choices, right? He's in the what they say, he's in the pudding. He's picked up this belt, and the challenges ahead are going to be great for him. I think it's a great test for him. 100% a great test for him in Joe Cordina. I don't agree with you. I think Abdullah Mason, figures it out. I think there's a lot of layers to Abdullah Mason that we haven't had a chance to see because he's been so caught up on that appetite for smoke. This fight hopefully forces him to slow it down, forces him to be more patient, work behind that jab, use his footwork. He has a lot of athleticism. I think that he can take advantage of a lot of different things, but Joe Cordina is going to test him. I remember going back to the Giovanni Cabrera fight when that fight almost happened. I think Cabrera got an injury or something and ended up having to fall back out of that fight. It was a fight I was super excited to see Abdullah Mason be in because I thought it was going to be a fight that slowed him down. I wanted him to have a fight like that under his belt before he jumped in there with a Sam Noakes. So I was super nervous about the Sam Noakes fight. But listen, man, this is about as good as it's going to get as far as an opportunity for Abdullah Mason to get one of those stylistically like difficult fights, but also very winnable, I think, for him if he carries it the right way.
Oh, I agree. The thing is, it's a homecoming fight for him. obviously it's a mandatory. There could have been easier fights for Abdullah Mason here. Obviously he's forced into this, but the deal was always kind of done. It would happen in Cleveland. I want to say, is he from Cleveland? Abdullah Mason.
Well, he's from Ohio. I want to say Cleveland is where he's from, but I don't know. I want to say it's Cleveland, Ohio, but I don't know if he's from another part of Ohio. But I feel like it's Cleveland. That's where he's from. It's definitely a homecoming for him for sure.
Yeah. I just know Cardina. When he turned pro, he was in a gym where he was doing 36-minute rounds. And that was with Conor Ben and Ricky Burns and they kind of guys. They'd done 36-minute sparring rounds. So Cardina will be fit. He is likely. He hasn't had a lot of fights. I think he's had the same amount of fights as Abdullah, 19, which isn't a lot. He was an Olympian, and they kind of guys, they might just old man him. Kind of feel like maybe what Salido done to Lomachenko. Just at that kind of, he just has that. He can do it both ways, and he might just have too many tricks for Abdullah. But Abdullah, if he beats him, then you've got to start looking at guys like Morataya and things like that. Like he's going to be a superstar if he knocks Joe Cordina out. Man, sky's the limit. They're the kind of guys you should be getting behind.
Yeah, and you know what? This fight is one of those fights that's important, clearly, because even like you coming in as a pundit in this space, and I know you know your boxing, this is the kind of fight where he gets the respect, right? A big victory here for him brings in a lot of fans. It makes a lot of people be like, I had questions, I don't have as many anymore. He's tried true now, right? He's tried true now, and we can get behind this movement. I know Top Rank is putting a lot behind him when you think about the fact that they're putting him in his hometown. They're betting on him. I spoke to Brad Goodman about him. They see a lot of great stuff coming in on the back end of Abdullah Mason. He's got his brothers. You know, this is very similar to the Keyshawn Davis thing, right? Like they see a lot in him, but he's not as wild as Keyshawn. But in the ring, he's got that appetite for smoke, man. He's a boxer a lot of fans can get behind, 100%, man. 100%.
Yeah, but that's what Bob Arum does great. Bob Arum and Top Rank are like Frank Warren. They will build a fighter, but they will test them. And they are the best matchmakers. If you're a young talent coming through, Frank Warren and definitely Bob Arum, they will, within 15 fights, they'll know where you are. I just want to make a comment on they're talking Shakur fighting Raymond Morataya for the Ring Magazine belt.
Okay.
That's right. If Abdullah Mason beats Joe Cordina, who is a 2-time world champion, why would he not be put above Raymond Morataya, who only beat Andy Cruz, who's really done nothing in the professional game? That would be.
Yeah, man. Oh.
Because Cordina's ranked 10, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't look at his ranking, but that would be a real. That's a decent conversation for real.
Really?
Yeah, really? You're right, man. I don't know, man. I think I could see the argument made for. What do you think about that, Angelo? As far as
I'm looking it up right now as you guys are talking about it, because this might be a good discussion actually.
Right.
Yeah, good point, Mick. I'm trying to look. I'm trying to make sure that it's updated too, because sometimes they mess it up. So, okay. Abdullah Mason. So this is the WBO rankings. You got Abdullah Mason, Joe Cordina. Ooh, Alan Chavez, Clay, is number 2, right below our guy, knockout of the year. Did you see that, Mick? Alan Chavez's knockout.
I know you've seen that shit.
Yeah, that'll probably be the winner's next fight, because it was a vacant title. We'll have to have 2 mandatories. So Chavez is in position for the winner. Yeah,
no, he's number 2. Like and the WBO is pretty proper, I think, with it. William Cepeda's number 3. Sam Noakes is number 4. Shu Shu is number 5. Albert Bell. What happened to Albert Bell, Clay? What happened to Albert Bell? Andy Cruz, bro. Albert Bell's number 6.
Right. Well, I mean, that's a fight, obviously, that's going to be happening between Andy Cruz and is he on this card? Is they on that card?
No, he's not on the card, bro.
When is the Andy Cruz and Albert Bell fight happening? On what card?
I have no idea because I'm clicking on Andy Cruz, Albert Bell's name, and it's saying currently no fights scheduled.
Oh, let me find out. I hope that's not. I hope that fight.
Man, I hope Treese comes up and tells us or something.
They're waiting. They're waiting to see if Morataya moves up, and then they'll fight for the vacant belt. Cruz and Bell. It's going to go to purse bid, yeah. But they're going to wait to see what's happening with Morataya. They've been hanging it out because IBF ordered that a while ago, yeah.
Yeah.
But right. So there's okay. Let me ask you this, Mick, because then there's this weird. I don't want to say weird, but there are rumors circulating that Shakur Stevenson will be coming back in September as a part of the Canelo Alvarez Riyadh card season. And they're saying that Morataya is supposed to be his opponent, but the kicker is that it would be at 140. Why would Shakur fight Morataya at 140 if the only goal is to get the Ring Magazine championship at 135? Does that make sense?
I don't know, because every time Robert Garcia makes a plan for a fighter, he changes his mind the next again day on another early setback video, and he just keeps changing his mind for all his fighters. So for me, Morataya is probably better moving up, but Shakur wants to try and win that ring belt. So, like, I don't know if they're going to be able to pay Shakur, pay Canelo and Billy. I would like to see Iglesias on that card. He could go in there and fight Munguia maybe. And then that would give you, because that's Eye the Tiger versus Canelo and Canelo versus Eye the Tiger. So I would like that to go on that card. But if Raymond moves up, like Shakur messed up by not paying the sanctioning fee. No, he's in a weight class he doesn't want to be in. He really should move back.
What do you think of that, Clay? Mick just brought that up. Because we called Osleys Iglesias. I know you weren't too happy with his performance. What do you think of Munguia versus Osleys Iglesias?
I mean, I think that's a great fight. You know what I mean? But I mean, I see other fights that I think are probably more interesting from Munguia's side of the conversation, from Eddie Reynoso's side, like a Lester Martinez or Lester. That's light heavy. No, that's super middleweight, right?
Yeah, he's the interim, which is weird. He's supposed to get the winner of Mbili Canelo.
But exactly. So if he waits out there and tries to make that make sense, I don't know. You can't count on the Canelo bag. You know what I mean? You can only gamble and throw the dice if he wants to wait and be patient. But I think Jaime Munguia is right there in the conversation of making a super fight with like a Lester Martinez, or I like the Iglesias fight. I love that fight. I think that fight is a fight that's great, but how does Eddie Reynoso and those guys feel about it? Because they like to move more strategically, right? That's that Canelo Alvarez, style of matchmaking and moving a fighter. That man was hoisting Jaime Munguia on his shoulders the other night. You know what I'm saying? Walking around. I don't remember the last time I seen Eddie Reynoso with a fighter on his shoulders. You know what I'm saying? Walking around the ring. So I'm thinking they're going to move him with white gloves. Iglesias is there to fuck up the party. He's there to crash the party, push over the punch bowl, you know what I'm saying, and take the rest of the chicken and leave. You know what I'm saying?
The only thing I think about that is a Canelo promotions card in September.
Mm-hmm.
And he is Munguia's manager.
Mm-hmm.
So they could easily put him on that card, yeah.
Yeah. Listen, I'm here for it. I think that's a crazy fight. Munguia looked good in his last fight.
Hold on. Now here's the other elephant in the room, Clay.
Mm-hmm.
Hamza Shira is about to get that WBO in 2 weeks, right after our Yellowstone premiere, bro. May 23rd. How about Hamza Shiraz versus Munguia?
I like it.
Unification.
I like it. I think that's the next best thing to Canelo for Hamza. You know what I'm saying? I like it. I like it, and I like Hamza and Osley too. I like
All
that
right.
one too. You know what I'm saying? Because we didn't get the Diego Pacheco, and
Yeah.
you know, you got that one right there. Gives me that, you know, that energy. You know what I'm saying? The height, the read, stylistic. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Does anyone know what the hell is going on with Diego Pacheco, bro?
Diego Pacheco is in my personal opinion, he could use a ZUFFA boxing contract. I think needs development. I think he needs activity. And I think he's kind of like in the same boat as Richardson Hitchens to a degree, where it's like he's talented, but Richardson Hitchinson said it, and I knew this was the case because I've always talked about this with Hitchens. The confidence wasn't there with Hitchens, right? Because he didn't get the activity. He didn't have that confidence, even though he had the skills. He talks a good game, but his actions always spoke to the fact that he shied away from the Subriel Matias's. He shied away from Oscar Duarte. He shied away from Gary Antoine Russell. He shied away from going to 147 and became all about making these big fights, almost anticipating a loss. And now he seems a little bit more comfortable in the ZUFFA setting to where he can get the activity and get better so he can get the confidence together. And I bring that full circle to say that with Diego Pacheco, he seems to be suffering from the same thing, where we're thinking he's ready, but when he gets a chance to fight Christian and Billy, he falls back. We think he's ready, but when he gets a chance to fight Hamza Shiraz, he falls back. So the confidence isn't there. He needs the activity, but he's in a place right now on the traditional side of boxing to where the big fight is next, naturally, but he doesn't seem confident to jump into the big fight. That's what I see. What do you think, Mick?
I did hear Eddie Hearn speak about him maybe headlining a card in the summer, but he's only got one fight left with Matchroom. This could be, the way he was speaking about it is like it could be another Tito Mercado kind of thing where it's Eddie gets an offer for Keyshawn, Tito Mercado wants a hell of a lot of money. They get him other opponents. Tito Mercado says, no, we want these. We want to fight these, and Eddie just released them. Which seems crazy to me, but I believe he's now with ZUFFA Boxing, Tito Mercado. But Pacheco, he brought in a manager, changed his team about. Right. Didn't want to fight Hamza Shiraz. Like, smart thing for business things to do, but like, man, you didn't always get a shot at a world title. Like, you had two shots, like in Billy could have went to purse bids, Hamza Shiraz, and I just didn't feel confident. Now, man, you didn't always get the opportunities. You've just got to take them when they're in front of you. Alexander Zayas wouldn't have said no. He would have fought there and then for any kind of money. And Pacheco's a great talent, but the competition needs to step up, and he really needs to be in these fights. He needs to be fighting at world level. It's the same kind of thing as Rohan Polanco. Like, that's a trash fight. Honestly, Hector Bermudez should get charged for propaganda talking about him. That's a terrible fight, man. Near wonder
he can't get it. He can't get the fight though, Mick. It's crazy, and I feel like Rohan should be a ZUFFA fighter. I'm gonna be real with you because he's just not. He's getting treated like shit. He's not getting these opportunities, bro.
So I missed it. Can I ask? So is Rohan fighting on May 30th, Mick? And who is the opponent?
Oh, he's fighting some a Mexican and Dominican Republic, I think. The guy's 10-2-1. Never heard of him. But he is fighting soon. I think it is the 30th.
So and this is like, just a stay busy type fight? Like, not televised, stay busy type fight?
I mean, like, his last three kind of fights have been like, I know he got sick and things like that, but the guy's what is he, ranked 5th, 6th in the world.
Hey, Chevy.
Oh no, here she comes.
No, but, she might lie.
Chevy's cool. It's look, there's guys there that could fight. Like, there is guys there in that welterweight, like Brian Norman. Why did they not make Polanco and Brian Norman?
They're
Why?
protecting. Well, look, they're looking at Brian Norman. Clearly, Rohan Polanco. And I talked to Brad Goodman about this as well, right? I talked to him about Rohan Polanco. You know what I'm saying? And it seems like Brad Goodman and Top Rank kind of want Rohan. They feel like he should go up. They feel like he should go to 154. And they said he cuts a lot of weight to fight at 147. Coach Hector Bermudez is like, nah, bro, he's a 147 fighter. He should be there. I don't know if there's like a little bit of conflict of interest to where they're feeling like that's not where they want him. If they want him to move up to another weight division, and maybe they're trying to starve him out a little bit, or they don't want to put none of the stars they got at 147 in the ring with him. They don't want to put him in there with Tiger. They don't want to put him in there with Brian Norman Jr. They want those guys to represent Top Rank's interest at 147, and they don't seem like they care for Rohan Polanco to be in those conversations. That's all I could tell you, right? That's what it sounded like to me listening to Brad Goodman, the matchmaker over there at Top Rank, talk about why Rohan is not in these big fights, right? His whole thing was he should be at 154. And I mean, he blew me away when he said that. I'm like, I'm going to ask you, Mick, do you see him as a 154 pounder?
No, because you can't win a world title at 154 at the minute. I would see him as a 147. There is champions there to be targeted. And how could they not got Gasov for the regular belt on this Turkey card? Like, they're saying that, there's guys turning down 100 grand and this for fights, but man, Gasov would have fought him. Like, if Tiger Johnson and they guys didn't want to fight, then what can you do? But there is guys there that'll fight. There's definitely guys there that fight, but is it Top Rank? Is it Polanco? Is it the opponents? It's tough because you look at David Haney. David Haney's now in a position of like zero leverage, and we hear this 100 million deal, like kind of thing. But why would you pay him 100 million when they can make all these fights just on a ring card for like 10? You could give him 10 million, just keep him on his normal ring cut, his normal deal with Turkey, and he can fight whoever for 10 million on a ring card. Why are they going to give him 100 million for 3 fights?
I think people have misunderstood that text, and people are looking at it talking about 100 million. I feel like, shout out to Coach Bernard Hackett, who said it was missing a comma, right? Like, that's Bill. He's talking about Devin's going to be worth 100 million by the time he hits 30, right? Like, so just picture it like, let's say Devin's worth 50 million right now, or 70 million already right now with everything he's done. He's saying by 30 with this contract, his son will be worth 100 million. And that's an accomplishment for him as a father manager. He's like, I put the work in. Y'all talk to me. Who is your manager? My son, Devin Haney, will be worth 100 million by the time he hits 30. Not that the deal is 100 million. It's $100 million.
Right, okay, I read that wrong. It's difficult because like Devin Haney is Devin Haney Promotions, but didn't want to put any money up, didn't want to put a card on. Like, so it's tough. So even if Polanco was to go and fight him, like, how do you even make that fight? Like, Top Rank's not paying Devin Haney 10 million to fight Rohan Polanco or they kind of guys, and it's sad. He's going to end up. I hope they put him into ZUFFA, and they put him with the 2016 gold medalist, the Kazakh, Nahir Albright. He put him in with him. He's undefeated, 36. He beat Josh Kelly, Sissoko, Giasov. He's beat something like 14 world champions at amateur level. He's 13 or 14-0. They're the guys that should be in ZUFFA. Guys that Eddie Hearn's failed to build buzz for. But pair him with Richardson Hitchens. Pair him with Devin Haney. It
looks like they're building the 147-pound division up there. And it looks like Devin, I mean, they're saying T.O. is supposed to be heading over there at 147. Obviously, Richardson Hitchens is there at 147. You got, the Julian Rodriguez's and and those guys as well, the Kane Sandovals and all those guys that are over there as well. It looks like they're building something up over there. But, you know, that conversation is a deeper conversation with Devin Haney, because I believe that Dana White has, I think people have slept on what the big plan is with Zuffa, and they focus on that league so much that they've turned their eye to the other side of the game that I don't believe Dana's not going to participate in, which is the sanctioning body part of the conversation. I think they've taken it with the league where Dana has said, this league will not recognize sanctioning body belts. This is something different. This is a league where it'll be about a Zuffa belt, and this is how that's going to work. But Turkey clearly has plans for Dana White to be involved in this other side of the conversation, even on the back end of hearing about him going to be the head promoter of Tyson Fury versus Anthony Joshua, right? And what he did with Canelo Alvarez and Terrence Crawford. And even the card that had Conor Benn fighting against Regis Prograis, who was a Zuffa boxer in that capacity, competing on that big stage. So bringing Devin Haney over to Zuffa as a WBO champion, if the WBO doesn't get in the way of Devin Haney still being a champion and he's carrying that belt as a Zuffa boxing promotion fighter, what the world I think is missing is that Dana has every intention on competing in the traditional space and being one of the biggest promoters in the traditional space at the same time, because of this Ali Revival Act, having a UBO to where he's developing contenders and prospects into making them into champions and bridging that gap of the development part of Zuffa as far as the boxing league is concerned, translating into creating boxing champions that will compete on the traditional side of the conversation and hold belts. I think there's a whole entire monopoly game plan coming from Dana White that I think people are missing.
So I kind of agree with some of what you said there, but like one thing I would say is I've seen this Shane Mosley fight. I'm glad it's 10 rounds. It's no for a Zuffa belt. They made De Los Santos and Rayo 10 rounds again. Glad it's no for a Zuffa belt, because Dana White will not be able to get out of the way and saying to these guys, you can't have that belt on the line. If they're a Zuffa champion, he won't be able to go out the way like he done with Jai Opataya. He just couldn't get out the way. And it's Frank Warren and Eddie Hearn says that Dana White is not the promoter of that card. So I don't know what Dana said, but I seen Frank Warren in an interview. You know what he's like. Over my dead body. I've seen the contract, and you know what he's like. But it's look, that De Los Santos card's the only card that they're going to put on that's worth watching now. It's a good card for the 3 fights. Like Chris Billum-Smith, a good headliner, but they've not sold a ticket in Bournemouth. Look, it's tough. It's especially one thing I'd like to correct is we keep hearing Sky Sports. Do you know what the cost is for Sky Sports here? So Sky Sports is basically cable. So you have to sign up to get the box, which is maybe £40, $50 a month. And Sky Sports is £60 or $70 a month. It's not a free chat. It's not a free channel. It's that's like your ESPN or the equivalent, yeah. But you can't just sign up for boxing or something. It's just you've got to take everything. It's about it's about £50, £60, $70 or $80. And I just didn't see where they can get the interest here. But I can see what they can do in America. Like these cards, how long can they go on and try and build fighters, Clay? Do you know what I mean? How much of the public's going to keep tuning into to seeing prospects fighting prospects on a Friday or a Sunday night? No, we will. Man, we would watch 2 flies fighting on a Sunday night, as long as there's a camera there and a commentator. But it's for me, if they're going to start throwing big money at it, you end up in a position like Live Golf, where now they've got guys on massive contracts that they can't pay because Saudi's now pulled out the funding. That's the scary. That's the thing that scares me, because Dana White will just keep them on a contract. But like for me, they've not put anything on that's a threat to the big players, but it's watchable. It's not great, but they're building. Yeah, if you see, man, come on, if Eddie Hearn put the kind of cards on, or Bob Arum put the kind of cards on, you'd be like, we would be slating them. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, listen, man. I was talking to Angelo about this earlier and talking to the room about this. The fact that everybody is kind of like trying to figure out what the game plan is going to be. Hold on a second. What's going on here? I'm trying to find this thing here. Bear with me, guys. Everybody's trying to figure out what Dana's going to do, but I encourage you guys to remember that this is not Dana's interest that's being carried out here. This is Turkey, Nick Khan. Dana is an employee in this situation. You know what I'm saying? He's been hired to do a job. He's not carrying out his vision as much as people think that he is. So whatever happened with the UFC, which was really his vision with the Fertitta brothers and everything, this isn't the same situation. This is more of an assignment. This is more of an assignment that's being carried out here in front of everybody in real time. And I would just say, don't be shocked if it doesn't go exactly the way you guys think it's going to go. I'm having a hard time. Hold on a second here. Let me just see. They suspended my Twitter account.
Oh, is that what it is, Clay? My bad, bro. Yeah, no. Yeah, no, Mick, because we're go ahead, Mick, because we're about to, me and Clay are about to do a thing. But go ahead and finish your thoughts, Mick.
So I totally agree with that kind of thing. But Turkey is also an employee, a seller. He is not like, there's somebody above him, and then there's also the Crown Prince. They own 60%. So if they take the money out, what do they do? If they just say we're not funding it anymore, because really they're putting all the money in. They pay the ZUFFA 10 million a year to service it. ZUFFA's not really risking anything. But what happens when they pull the money out, if they do pull the money out? It's, do then ZUFFA look at funding it that way? They've got good funding for Paramount and things like that, but if you're going to be signing big guys on big contracts, then it's tough. It's tough to see if Saudi pull it. But if they just want to be another promoter, I'm good with that. If they just want to come and be another promoter, put cards on, I've got no issue with that. It's the whole, we're going to take over the world, and we've seen what happened in golf. It's people try and change things that doesn't always work, but it's worth trying. And I'll watch on a Sunday night.
I think with the UBO league, what you're going to see is that what they're doing is they're creating another lane, because they're creating a lane that's going to develop the next generation of fighters and allow fighters to have careers early in their career, rather than being part-time fighters who finally get signed to big contracts because they've proven themselves to be superstars and then moved accordingly. Like, American boxing has lost out on the development. Even when you look at our presence in the Olympics and how we represent ourselves in the Olympics, we're nowhere near the fighters of the old guard. We're nowhere near that, right? So it's like Nick Khan and Dana White and Turkey Al-Sheikh are addressing an elephant in the room that nobody's paying attention to, which is, how do we get fighters, the next generation of fighters, better? We do that with proper facilities for them to eat, for them to recover, for them to be just better athletes. And then we give them careers. We give them pay that allows them to not have to work, so that they can focus on training and becoming better. And then after 5 to 10 years of that, you'll see a era change where American boxing comes back to the forefront in a bigger way, especially in divisions like the heavyweight division and certain divisions that we haven't really shown shown our face in. So they're addressing it. So they got this idea that we're going to make a farm league, a UBO league that's going to be focused on development. And then these guys are going to transition into the Ring Magazine cards or the Ring cards or the Riyadh Season cards. And we're going to facilitate a platform for those fighters to compete. And we're going to get the sanctioning bodies to come on board. We're going to get the WBO, the WBC, all those guys who are upset right now because Dana White made it clear that the league wasn't going to acknowledge sanctioning body belts. We know how to work those guys already because they're about money. So we know once we start getting them involved in these purses and getting to this money, they're going to fall right into place. They could talk all the shit that they want. Mauricio Suleiman's not turning away from getting his 3% of some of the biggest purses in boxing. He's going to bite his tongue and he's going to drink his humble juice and he's going to fall right into position, just like the rest of them. They understand that. So right now it's about what we don't know that's moving us and making us leery versus what we do know. And I just think it takes some patience and never sleep on what money can move. As far as Turki Al-Sheikh and those guys pulling their money away, listen, man, if it's working, I don't see it. If it's not working, who knows, right? So it's business at the end of the day for them. I know a lot of people want to believe that Turki Al-Sheikh's in here because he got nothing better to do and he has some money to waste and throw around. But I don't think that's what it is. I think there is an assignment that he's been hired to put forward on the behalf of Riyadh Season, Saudi Arabia, and I think that's what he's carrying out. And I think they're in here for the long run of the marathon, and they're using their staying power and how liquid they are to do it. And I think they got the right team behind them as far as Dana and Nick Khan is concerned, as far as raising the probability of them being successful.
Do you know the only mistake I think they've made? See, in the Muhammad Ali Act, whatever they're doing or changing or adding into, why did they not put a 1% a sanctioning fee in there to fund American boxing, the amateurs? Because all the funding was cut. All the funding was cut years ago, and that's why these guys are turning pro. The first guy was Erickson Lubin, and from then on, it's not went well. Why did they not just put a 1% sanctioning fee in there that goes to USA Boxing, the amateurs, and fund the programs? Fund them properly. Because you're right, America hasn't done well. They got beat in the last Olympic medal table by the refugees, Turkmenistan, and guys like that. And that's what they should do. They should have put a 1% sanctioning fee in there that went to USA Boxing, to the kids, to the amateur setup, for every promoter to pay. Yeah,
maybe. You know, I mean, I know they said they're going to invest in they're going to invest in hold on a second, email or phone. Let me see something here. They said they're going to invest in the amateur system as well. I don't know, man. Like, once again, this is one of those situations, right, where it's just like we don't know what we don't know, right? And we just got to see everything roll out. They're moving pretty fast right now, but I know they're in it. In my opinion, they're in it for the long run. So I have faith that it's going to be when it's all said and done. I think there's a good chance we're going to see something special happen. But I mean, we'll see.
Yeah, if all these sanctioning bodies can take their 3%, I'm sure 1% when they go amiss for the promoter's fee to go to fund USA Boxing, because that's what's killing it at the moment. Guys are just turning pro at 18. Brian Norman, guys like that, away to Mexico to fight 20 fights. Guys like Carmel Moulton, who's doing nothing really. It's no great. And the amateur system could have been done with that 1% of it, all promoters, all fights. If they write that into it, find a way to fund it properly, get the coaches back. They lost the coaches to Ireland and things like that. But no, it's one thing I feel that they missed out on. But we'll see what happens in the future. We can only go with what's there at the moment. And I appreciate you having me on. I know I give you a lot of stick for the Zuffa talk, but keep it real. Keep keeping it real. And unblock me for the comments. I can't comment on your page because you blocked me.
You were talking shit. You were talking shit, Mick. You were talking shit.
I talk shit and talk the truth.
Well, hey, bro, you put the video up calling us dumb and dumb, and we ain't playing like that. You know what I'm saying? We
Oh,
ain't
come
playing
on.
that game, bro.
We there, bro. Man.
It is what it is.
Yeah,
What it
oh,
is,
come
man.
on. I'll block me
I'll
for the
unblock you,
comments.
bro. We had a good conversation today. I'll unblock you. But yeah, I ain't playing that shit. You know what I'm saying? It's all good, but at the same time, nah. You know what I mean?
Ah,
Yeah.
It's
And
just
Mick, especially when we're bringing our guests on, bro, like we're not doing any of that stuff. We're trying to ATP's trying to always stay down the middle, brother. We're just trying to break news and give facts to everybody. You know, there's other shows that you could do a lot of fooleries on, but we really try to keep ours very straightforward, positive.
yeah, there's definitely a bigger picture in everything. And I know some people might feel like, you know, I remember one time he said something about selling your soul or something like that, but that's not what it's about. What it's about is always making a platform open to fighters to come up here and talk to fans and speak and give us interviews and let us know what they're feeling like. And it does take making them comfortable. Doesn't mean we got to kiss their ass, but they can live in their truth. They can live in their truth and how they see their careers and be comfortable to feel like they're not going to get attacked. This particular boxing space has become very comfortable with shitting on these fighters but still expecting them to have an open door policy with them to where they're willing to speak after wins, losses, or even like we saw Jalil Hackett today, 2.5 hours sit up in here and build on boxing on all kinds of levels. He doesn't need to be held accountable for, you know, his resume per se. That's his career. You know what I'm saying? So that's not what we're trying to do.
I get that, but if you go for me, I was a member paying, like you be saying things in the last interview that just weren't quite true. I think there's you should be a little bit of pushback there to say, like, Jalil, you've had this great chance with Eddie Hearn. You had all the money put into you. You've now got another chance. Let's take it. But like the way he was talking was like him and Xander Zayas were like common opponents and like on the path with each other, and they're on completely different journeys. But it's your show. I was just saying what was really happening. But I understand what you're saying. You have to make them comfortable as well, yeah.
Yeah, just there's a time and a place for everything. That's what I'm saying, right? And being that was the first interview. That was, you know what I mean, that we're building that relationship up to where he can be confronted on something like that and not take it personal. You know what I'm saying? That's a comfort where that's one of those, I don't know you like that to be, you're not Max Kellerman. You're not one of these guys. I'm doing you a favor. I didn't ask to be pulled up on your show to be attacked. Even if you feel like he's not being attacked, he can. Now, when we're comfortable enough where we're in that place to where those conversations can become, you know, what you would consider more honest, there's a time and a place for everything. You know what I'm saying? But this channel is a young channel, you know what I mean? You know, under 10,000 subscribers, trying to grow. That's not the position I'm trying to take right now. Maybe later, but not now.
Oh, no, you want to try to catch him out with anything or anything like that. It was just some of the answers he was given. Like, I didn't really want to slate him too much, but like the guy he was fighting was like 2-17 in his last 18 or 19 fights, the last one. And
Jalil?
the one before Zuffa. The one that was on the mental health card. The Ecuadorian or the Venezuelan fighter he fought.
But that was the only one. When you look at his record, man, everybody he's fought had winning records. To be honest, and we could pull it up. I'll show you. Like he's had nothing but I'm
sure the only one was the one he lost.
Hold on 1 second here. I'll show you just for argument's sake. Oh shit. Hold on. I'll show you. This is Jalil Hackett's record right here, right? Look at the fighters that start at the beginning. You know what I'm saying? I mean, in the beginning, he had a 2-10, 1-2. Then it was 4-0, right? 4-8, 3-3, 6-7. Then look at from 2023, 12-1, 16-1, 13-1, 8-0. And then this is the one you're talking about, the 17-12, right? This was him coming back off of that loss of Roman Vasquez and coming off that win with Elijah Vaughn just to stay busy here with Jose Angulo. But and then he goes into a Roberto Cruz Jr. fight with an 11-1 guy. He's had a pretty decent record, bro. He's been pretty active.
Yeah, the two guys were winning big winning records hadn't fought anybody though. Yeah, they were all against losing record guys. And I think he actually won the fight in Puerto Rico. The one that they did give him a loss, but
yeah, I thought he won that fight too. Yeah, for sure.
But it's like he's on a different trajectory for Xander Zayas at the moment, and that's not a bad thing. I hope he makes it. But I just think there should have been a bit of. I think there was a bit of dishonesty there when he was talking about coming out of some of the places he'd been, and I think to really beat the kind of things, you need to be really honest with yourself. And if you're not, then it's hard. But I wish him a happy birthday this weekend. And I'll let you go. Take it easy. There's only one Joe Cardina. There's only one Joe Cardina.
Good luck to Joe Cordina, man. I think Mason got his number, man. I think he's gonna take care of business.
Plus 500. Plus 500 Joe Cordina. Crazy money. But peace out, guys. Take it easy. Enjoyed that.
For sure. Me too, man.
Yeah, you're such a professional, Clay. You really are, man. You don't get enough credit for being the professional that you are, bro. I mean, I oftentimes feel like, and shout out to Ness who will bring it up. So I'll give it up for Ness who'll bring up stuff like this. But you're the nice big giant who is just a very, very, very professional person, man. You honestly don't get enough credit for it. So shout out to you, Claymore. Shout out to you, man. Now put up the damn thing.
I'm trying to, man.
No, so that I can talk about this because I'm gonna tell you something right now, everybody. Me and Claymore, oh boy, we talked about this. We talked about this a while back. We had a long conversation, and I'm like, I want you to remember this conversation. I want you to remember. And the chickens are coming home to roost, Clay.
I can't pull up, Chris. I don't know if it's from anyone, people you follow, anywhere. Advanced search. I don't understand why.
They won't let you mess with your Twitter, bro.
I have another account, but I can't. I'm having a hard time pulling it up. I don't know why.
Pull it up. I could try to see if I could. I wish Vega was here, man. Vega, pull up. I wish Vega was here so he could pull it up. But while we were talking, Vega sent it to me like right when it dropped. So shout out to Vega, man. Shout out to Vega.
This doesn't make any sense to me. I'm so confused as to why. Why? Hold on. Let me see one more thing. Let me try something.
You're gonna try it. We want you guys to see the visual when we talk about it. Again, shout out to Vega for sending it to me like within like 5 minutes of when it dropped too. So but Vega, to my credit, I talked about it with Clay like, I don't know, I want to say 3 months ago, I think is when me and Clay had a long talk about it. So just funny that it's now chickens are coming home to roost, y'all. Chickens are coming home to roost. So man.
Claymore.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait, HLD. I'm gonna wait, bro. I'm gonna wait. Again, I wish Vega was here, man. I'm gonna try to reach out to him. Shout out to my ZUFFA brother right there. Actually, Vega, you need to come to Vegas. If you're still on the chat, Vega, you need to come to Vegas and check out one of these. I wish you would have gotten a chance to see the ZUFFA Apex events before, because they're going into their next phase now, where the next set of shows are all going to be outside the Apex. But man, an Apex show, bro, it's awesome. It's amazing.
I don't know. That's crazy. I cannot find this. Let me see something here. Send it to my Instagram.
Okay, let me see if I can do that. I got you. All right. Vegas sent it to me, and I just sent it to you. Boom. So there you go. Just passed it on to Claymore Rain. Let's see if this will work. for all of you guys who are just coming in right now, we appreciate you. Clay is having fun.
Okay, I
Open
think
panel show. Okay, looks like Clay's gonna be able to do it. Here we go. Here we go. Shout out again to my guy Vega. Vegas all about it. Vega's been holding it down about what Zuffa's doing and all the other spaces. I appreciate him. But yeah, man, let's pull it up, baby.
Hold on. We still running into problems. Hold on a second.
But yeah, guys, if you guys missed the earlier part, Jalil Hackett was really gracious with his time. Gave us, got to meet his little nephew who he's training to become the next great one. Gave us like almost 3 hours. Like 3 hours of his time on his birthday weekend. So shout out to our guy, Jalil Hackett. He looks fight ready. Something will be popping at some point here real soon. As you guys can see, they've already announced both ZUFFA Boxing 7 and ZUFFA Boxing 8. This Sunday, ZUFFA Boxing 6. But Jalil was very open about pay structure, how things work, how things are different for him now. There's so many things. It's really a gem of an interview. You guys should really check it out. He really gives a lot of great insight into it all. We might turn that first hour into a read the ring, honestly, because that was amazing for Jalil to just be very open. But yeah, man, I'm waiting for my guy, the best in the biz.
Okay.
Claymore Rain. Here we go. Here we go. Share it, baby. Share it. What I tell you? Just share it.
Which is crazy. I can't believe I wasn't able to just pull this up.
I don't know what's going on with your Twitter, bro. I don't know, but shout out to my guy Vega again. Shout out Vega, man. I appreciate you. But take a read, y'all. Go ahead, Claymore. Why don't you go read it?
Chris Mannix puts out there reporting here. 140-pound title holder Shakur Stevenson is finalizing a deal with ZUFFA Boxing. Stevenson set to join Conor Benn as the most high-profile names in the ZUFFA stable, man.
Let's go! Let's go! Yeah. I just want to say, you remember that long conversation we had a long time ago about this?
Listen.
The chickens are coming home to roost, baby. Well, Reyes White is correct again.
The chickens are definitely the chickens are definitely coming home to roost, and I think the like I told you guys, man, the big intangible, the big playmaker, what set shit off is Dana White clearly making it clear about his positioning with the sanctioning bodies. And the moment that got unveiled, the conversation became very interesting to when, and I think I'll make it even clearer for the people in the building so they understand what I'm saying, right? Turkey's position with Dana White, watching Dana getting ready to be the head promoter or conversations of being the head promoter of Tyson Fury versus Anthony Joshua, watching him put Conor Benn on the big stage against Regis Prograis as a co-headliner on that undercard, watching him promote Canelo Alvarez and Terrence Crawford, and seeing him sign Devin Haney, the WBO champion, current WBO welterweight champion, it opened up a floodgate door, bro. I'm telling you, this Devin Haney move conversation, even with Tio supposedly going over there, Edgar Berlanga, Richardson Hitchens, all these signings, pay attention. You could see the writing on the wall. And Shakur Stevenson made it clear that he wasn't going to turn away from a conversation with Dana White. He said very clearly, they haven't called me yet. It is what it is. It is what it is, ladies and gentlemen. My brother, Flyer Frequency in the building. What's good, Flyer?
Flyer!
What's going on, Rhea?
Chilling,
man. Tell us how you feeling, Flyer. I just want to say, because I like doing this with Clay. Come on, Clay. Can I get a little love, bro? When we were talking about it in 2025, and I said,
yeah, but I just want to be clear. I told you the environment that it could happen in.
Okay,
That's what
hold on now.
I told you.
But who was the
I told
first
you
one to just?
it would have never been.
I know.
For
Okay,
a Zuffa belt. You know what I mean?
understand, but who was the first one to even introduce this idea to you when I was explaining to you how Zuffa structures are going to work? And then I said, Shakur, all these guys are going to sign. Did I not try to explain how it all was going to happen?
No, you did.
I just want some credit. I just want you to acknowledge that I said this shit. I said all of this was going to happen.
Right. But specifically, we can't. There's no recording. This was about a Zuffa belt going around Shakur Stevenson's waist, and I told you if Dana facilitates a space for these guys to do what they want to do, of course they'll sign with him. What they will not do is walk around with a Zuffa shorts on, Zuffa gloves, and be treated like they're not going to shake that. That part of them has to come with it. I got to be able to be swagged out, wear my clothes, wear my shorts. I got to be able to do me. I'm not going to be a Zuffa League fighter. So this environment here where they can go on a ring card and Dana's the one promoting that, yes, all day long. Why not? There's money in that. It's a fight game. Nothing has changed. But I don't see them, and maybe they'll do that too. Maybe that'll be the next move. Maybe we'll see Shakur Stevenson in his Zuffa shorts fighting for a Zuffa belt. I don't know.
Well, I mean, again, as we've gone on levels of our private conversation of me explaining to you that the Ali Revival Act's going to take like 2 more years for it to be fully implemented, right? 2027 will be season 1 of the Revival Act, and it won't be until 2028 till people really get fully integrated, which, by the way, coincides with the Olympics, which, by the way, USA Boxing's chairman and head just fired himself. I'm out of there. Gee, I wonder why. I wonder why you're leaving. Maybe it's got something to do with Zuffa. I don't know, Clay. Maybe I just don't know what I'm talking about, though, since I've been right since 2025 about all these things. But I'm so excited, Flyer Frequency, that Shakur Stevenson has decided to go ahead and sign on the dotted line. Yet another domino is falling. How do you feel about it, Flyer? How do you feel about it?
I mean, I feel great about it, man. You know, I ain't got no problem with ZUFFA Boxing. But Angelo, I wanted to ask you though. A couple shows ago, you was talking about, you hinted at some news about Devin Haney, and you said Devin Haney fans was going to be happy. Was this what you was talking about? The whole ZUFFA thing that's going on and everything? Or something different?
Yeah, pretty much. I keep saying this to Flyer Frequency. It's now become the worst kept secret because T.O.'s doing his tweets about it, and Bill's obviously doing his tweets about it. But we do the Read the Ring series, which is something that Clay and I kind of put together early. I want to say, how many are we on? 12 now, Clay? We've done 12 in like 2 months, right? But we just want to like slowly bring in everybody on a global space on what's going on in the world of boxing. And the first time I mentioned Devin Haney going to ZUFFA was in January when Bill said it on the Boxing Voice. He was asked the question and Bill said, yeah, we want the ZUFFA belt too. Now, what you need to know about ZUFFA, Flyer Frequency, is that they don't like on the fly ask you. That's not how it works. They scout you, they draft you, they start talking to you months, weeks, years prior to, right? And if you start listening to some of our interviews, whether it's Damazian Vinehouder, Julian Rodriguez, Jalil Hackett, they'll all tell you that Jai Apataya, he said Ish went over to Australia for 2 of his fights before he ever even decided to. So the minute Bill said that, I was like, of course, somebody reached out already. But again, the space had to get used to what exactly ZUFFA's doing, which is what Clay keeps bringing out at points, right? It's like, what is ZUFFA doing? Sometimes it's confusing. Sometimes, right? But I always had this feeling. I was like, no, it's going to happen. And then, start poking around here and there. And then I talked to Clay and I was like, hey, man, so here's the things that I've heard. I just want to let you know. You guys, I mean, I'm a Haney. I love Devin Haney and again, me and Clay talk about this too, how we have not only praised Devin Haney, man, we have defended Devin Haney too. So I hope everybody sees that ATP has been very supportive of Devin Haney, even though what's the clip they always get us for, Clay? Because we picked Brian Norman.
Oh, it gives Brian Norman, right.
Yeah, because we were actually building up Devin Haney, and we were explaining all the reasons why Devin Haney should win, but we were just worried about the fact that Clay was there to see the PTSD against Jose Ramirez, and we were like, we don't know. So we kind of went, we zagged when we should have zigged. But ever since then, you've never heard us say anything less than Devin Haney's the best welterweight in the world. Devin Haney deserves all the praise. Devin Haney should damn near already have the Ring Magazine belt. We've been nothing but all about Devin Haney, right? And then when the tea leaves and everybody else have already been talking about it, and then Bill starts talking about it, Flyer Frequency. Yeah, man, the Shakur one is cool because Chris Mannix is the one talking about it. But when Devin makes his announcement, trust me, brother, you're gonna be like, oh hey, shit.
I'm real curious about this Ryan Garcia Conor Ben thing, because I'm hearing something about them still fighting possibly or whatever in the WBC belt being on the line. And I keep hearing people talk in the space, talking about fighters not really it not being in their best interest to go over there, or the fighters are not going to want to go over there that have belts and stuff because they're going to have to drop their belts and everything. But if this fight actually happens and it's for the WBC belt, it's on the line, that just goes against their narrative that they're pushing, that he's not willing to work with the other sanctioning bodies. So I'm curious to see if that actually happens.
I think, Fly, I think what's happening is, without a doubt, on the side of Zuffa, they've made their intentions clear, right? In other words, we want to promote fighters and promote fights for these belts. We don't mind it at all. It's the belts, it's the sanctioning bodies who have taken a position on Dana's comments on how he was going to treat the belts when it came to the league. I believe, when it's all said and done, when it comes to sanctioning body belts and how the sanctioning bodies function, I think it's all about money. I think the money talks, all the bullshit walks. And I think them being able to be part of big purses are always going to be their priority. I think they're drawing they're drawing that line in the sand to where it's kind of like they want to be respected to a certain degree. And I'm going to assume whatever that looks like, it gets handled behind closed doors. However, those conversations happen to where the sanctioning bodies get comfortable with what Zuffa is doing. But I think when it's all said and done, yeah, bro, clearly, you know what I'm saying? If the Ryan Garcia fight happens with Conor Ben, that speaks to a certain part of this conversation. If Devin Haney comes over with that WBO title and signs his deal with Zuffa and holds on to that WBO title, that speaks to another part of the conversation, right? Like, these are all pieces that are slowly moving into position. And if Zuffa really is going to be on that traditional side of the conversation, and the league can still exist and not acknowledge those belts, right? The league can still be the league under that UBO law. This is going to be a movement that's going to be very hard to stop, bro. The machine is going to be very hard to start. Salute HLD. What's good with you, man?
What's going on, guys? Hearing the chit chat. I think this comes down to with Zuffa is that it's a fluid situation, and it goes to what Reyes was just saying. It's going to take a little while before this aliyah gets passed. So right now they're going to have to then go to plan B. So they're going to have to play the game as what it is. And so they turned into that. We're going to be one of the other type of promoters, and it's going to take, but mate, who knows? It could be 2 years, or it could be until this until this midterms happens, and then they have the majority of the House again to be able to pass this bill. But it's going to take some time. So what they're going to do is pick up the pieces and play ball and take over. Now, this could, at the same time, it's kind of like a little blessing for Zuffa that the Ali Act is not happening, because they can then pick up the big names. Now, are they really? I don't believe one bit of the numbers, and I don't believe Chris Mannix either. Yes, yet he's not the Zuffa guy to be giving out information about what's going on in that side of the pond over there. He's not the guy. So I don't believe that just yet. But can it happen? Yeah, I can see that happening. For the reason is that what is Zuffa going to do in the meantime? for 2 years or whatever it takes for past, to get the UBO through. So they're gonna do just like all the other big promoters that came into the game. We're gonna splurge, buy everybody up as best we can, and make a name for ourselves in that fashion. Then when the UBO passes, that's when that kind of is gonna dry up, and then they're gonna start then picking up the the fighters from the amateurs and whatnot, and try to be that top rank type of company, and look at the long haul to establish themselves as that company that I think they're envisioned to want to be. So, but we'll see. But I think it's just a fluid thing. They're not being stuck in the mud. They're playing chess. They're improvising, adapting, and then executing, and that's what they're doing right now.
Yeah, I agree. I think that, listen, the one thing about it, and I've always said this from the beginning, is that Dana White is all about that real-time data. You know what I'm saying? He's all about, and he's always more focused on the win than being, I don't know if this would be the right thing to say, like, than being right. I don't know, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not caught up. I have no problem moving around. What I guarantee you is I'm going to win. You know what I'm saying? I didn't come in here to play games with y'all, so you're trying to hold me. I don't care what I said 6 months ago, right? Like, it don't matter as much as you think it does, as much as it matters that I win. You know what I'm saying? So you guys found comfort in the idea that I was on an island, right? And that I wasn't going to be able to touch certain things. But now I'm on your side of the street. I know you shook now. You feel me?
Yeah, he reminds me of somebody else who's doing that shit, on another level. Everybody hates him too.
Yeah, well, look, it's like the dog who's on one side of the fence and he's big and he's mean, but people are always fucking with the dog because the dog is on the other side of the fence. And then one day the gate opens, and it's like, now the dog's on your side of the fence. Run. You should run. You know what I'm saying?
He's playing chess, man. He's playing good chess. If that's what they're doing, I mean, we'll see if these announcements come out or whatever. I mean, I don't, that they can sign him. I got no problems with I'm sorry, I don't believe one bit what Bill Haney saying about the money. But
I don't think it's the money. I think people got that thing so misread, bro.
Coach Hackett did a really good job of explaining.
It's not $100 million deal. It's Bill Haney saying this deal I got will have my son being worth $100 million before he's 30. He's basically saying I've moved my son so well in this game. We don't know how much Devin's worth now, right? Devin might be worth 50 million, 70 million, 60 million, 80. We don't know how much he's worth, right? Because he's been just moving around. So what Bill is saying is, my son, when it's all said and done with this new deal I have, he's going to be worth $100 million by the time he's 30.
I'm gonna take it from what it's worth out of the words he put out there. I'm not what he meant and what he said. Yeah.
I'm missing. That's all.
Yeah, realistically, I mean, I think we don't have to be in the business to know what he's really worth, because he's I'm sorry, he's nowhere near that number. I mean,
I don't know. I don't know what he's worth, but
yeah, bro, we know what he's worth because nobody wants to pay him. Period. There's a reason.
But he's received some big paydays.
Just now, I mean, the other ones that he received were with the 3-fight deal with Top Rank. Besides that, he ain't make shit. 1.5 million for Regis Prograis. I think it was another 3.5 for Loma. They made no back end money on that one because the pay per view didn't sell shit. They made no money for the Regis Prograis money, the fight on the back end. So they just made their 1.5. Eddie Hearn didn't want to even bid on him for him to have the Sandor Martin fight. I mean, he got money now is with Turkey and with this 3-fight deal that he signed is about $10 to $12 million. So I don't. That's where he's worth. If that's what they're going to claim him to 50 million.
Whatever it is, I mean, like I said, that's Bill who put it out there. I don't know, right? And I'll be lying to tell you that I really care too, right? Like, I don't, because that's his money. I am excited about the activity and the fact that, you know what I'm saying, they're going to be in a position to be involved in some, it looks like, Zuffa will be in a position to facilitate some of the biggest fights that Devin wasn't able to get, whether it's Shakur, whether it's Hitchens, whether it's even, who knows, maybe, God forbid, you know what I mean, you don't know, right? You can only imagine a Boots, a Xander, you know what I mean, any of these fights coming together. Once these guys jump into that traditional space and they start the cross promoting and collaborating, and these purses start coming out, bro, it's going to be interesting, to say the least.
Well, yeah, that's a separate conversation itself. The money thing, whatever it wanted, but as far as, you know, us, yeah, they're gonna be able to facilitate to make these fights happen, because they're gonna have to play ball with the traditional promoters as it is. So maybe that thing that they did with Jai that night, maybe it was a stupid thing for them to do and trying to force the belt right now. It was not the time, because they don't have the power with the UBO and anything like that. So if they don't have the UBO, nobody is gonna go over there. But if they're just gonna play ball in the traditional sense until the Ali Act gets passed, well, yeah, they got all the money. Who's gonna say no? Who's gonna say no? So they're just all right. We'll keep you guys. Yeah, we'll keep you here until then. We say bye, sanctioning bodies. We got the UBO, and we don't need those belts anymore.
Who knows?
HLD, can I present something to you that just, you know, I've had these conversations with other people before too. So, right now we're in May, and we're about to do ZUFFA Boxing 6 this Sunday, right? So this is the 6th show, started out in late January. Everybody who, like, I don't know, man, they're like against Zuffa or whatever, they always point to the whole, well, look, he did this interview with Dan Rayfield, and Dan Rayfield right here said, here are all the things that Zuffa, or all the things that Dana White said, right? So somebody I was talking to earlier, and I listed his questions, and then I wrote it all down. I'm like, everything that Dana White said to Dan Rayfield, he actually hasn't broken any of it. So when he talks about, and this is one of the big ones, HLD, Dana White, will not work with the sanctioning bodies when he was talking to the context of ZUFFA Boxing, the league. He still hasn't.
No, none of the fighters. I will not work with them. I want to be clear.
Well, whatever it was, I have to pull it up, Clay, and then I'll show it to you. But it was quoted by Dan Rayfield on what Dan Rayfield was told by Dan.
I remember that.
So, but anyways, I'm pointing to the fact that, look, man, I keep telling everyone you can't look at ZUFFA Boxing structure the same way as UFC structure. But if we were going to go down that Marvel universe, if there was a possibility for the UFC to have done the UFC, and then a UFC champion could fight a PFL champion, a Bellator champion, if that world existed in MMA, it probably would have happened. But in the boxing world, what Dana was saying he was trying to do is, he said it all plain. I'm going to build it. I'm going to tear it down. I'm going to build it up. I'm going to do the structure. We're going to have a plan. So and he even kept talking about how it's about a 5-year plan. What he didn't expect, and what I told this to Clay when we were talking about it last year. I said, what I didn't expect this either. I didn't think it was going to be this quick. I think it was ZUFFA Boxing 2's post-fight conference where he said, man, these guys really don't know what they're doing. So I might have to do 40 shows this year because things are moving so quickly, right? So a lot of things we're seeing now is faster than what we thought. Like, for example, them fighting out of the Apex. Mark Shapiro already went on record, HLD, saying the Sunday show is going to be the last Apex for a while because they're going into the next phase of ZUFFA Boxing. So what you're already noticing on the rollout is June 6th is in the UK, June 28th is at the Cosmopolitan in Vegas. July 12th is already being talked about as a possible T-Mobile, but it's supposed to be outside of the Apex. August 8th is in Ireland. And then, more and more news like that's going to come out. So he hasn't really broken anything, like, in terms of that. Now with the Jai Apataya signing, and I want to address that, it was made clear that to Jai that he doesn't have to give up any of his sanctioning body belts, no matter what it is. And Jai was really dead set on wanting to get all the belts and be undisputed. And Dana was willing to support that. So when the sanctioning body, IBF, accepted the money, sanctioned the fight, and did the whole bit, and then they went ahead and played that game of taking it away.
No. Let's be truthful. Let's be truthful, Reyes. Let's be truthful about the situation.
I'm trying. Okay, what have I said that's not true? They
that they told us that the representative told the sanctioning body that belt was basically a commemorative belt. It's a trophy belt. It's not a real belt, and that's what it was supposed to be. But then when they were trying to say this is going to be the real belt, but then they're like, no, that we cannot sanction this, and that's what happened. Okay. Dana White's team should have been honest, and that's where they messed up at. Because right now things are very fluid. They had to do a castling in between this thing between wanting the Ali Act and they didn't realize it's going to take time. It's not. Oh yeah, we got I got my buddy in the White House in the Hut Center. We're going to just get this passed through right now. No, it's just like you said, and just like anybody who understands politics and a bit in it takes time. It's not a overnight thing, and so they had to now change it. But they shouldn't have done that on that night with Jaya. They should have just played it smooth, keep on playing as another promoter, pick up all the big names, and then when they got the UBO pass, then they can play hardball and say, nah, we don't want those belts in our house. It's our belt, the ZUFFA belt, because now we got the power. They don't have the power yet. So now I feel that they're moving as what they need to do. They're not being stuck in the mud. They're playing ball. All right, we're gonna keep on playing ball because we got the money to do it.
All right. So yeah. No, HLD. I mean, look, man. I believe, at least for me, in my opinion, I haven't said anything unfactual, and when you start to see it, and when it does go to a court case, even your one of your favorite fighters, Teofimo Lopez, I think it was yesterday, he was in front of the Mayweather gym, and he just did an interview, and he straight up said, "Yeah, man, the ZUFFA belt's a trophy belt because legally speaking, HLD, it is a trophy belt." But that's not what they call IBF. So hold on. No. We're not talking about words. Now, if we're going to talk semantics and the court of law, in where the IBF is going to get sued, they took away a belt from Jaya Pataya without grounds for taking it away.
No, they told them that it was going to be the real belt on the line, and it's not. They can't sanction that.
It was still the real belt on the line, and they took it away because they're trying to point.
And they gave them the money back the next day.
Right. So why did you sanction it in the first place?
Because they were told that it was going to be a commemorative Happy Meal belt.
It is a trophy belt. And again, this is just going to go in a circle, bro. But
no. Why did they return the money then? The next day.
I mean, first of all, they didn't even return it to ZUFFA. They returned it to Sean Gibbons.
We're right. They returned the money. They returned the money.
They literally have a letter, HLD.
They had us playing, and they had us on that Monday. They had us trying to say, "Oh, they took his money. They haven't even given it back yet," when they already did 3 days ago. See, I mean, I'm very in tune to what the
sure.
Dana White messed up. It's okay to say, "Hey, he messed up, Reyes. He messed up that night." But what he's doing now is smart. What he's doing now is smart.
Okay.
There's nothing wrong with admitting that he did or pointing out that, yo, you messed up. But he's still moving forward, and what he's moving forward on, I applaud it. He's not a sucker in the game. All right, this is what's gonna happen. We're gonna go this route, and we're gonna. Hey, if he signs Devin Haney, awesome. The rumors of Shakur, awesome. Does Teal end up going down that route? Then awesome, because that's good for us. I really don't care. I'm just talking about when we're speaking, I want to put out.
No. You know what, HLD, you could have it, bro. It's fair, but people in the chat are saying what they're saying. Right. So I'm trying to explain things, HLD, but it's okay, man.
I think what it is, and I was speaking to Angelo about this the other night, is about perception, right? There was definitely I don't think Dana White messed up that night. I don't believe he messed up that night. I believe what he did is he exposed something that night. He put the IBF in a very compromised position to where the way they made their decision, it didn't have anything to do with the rules, even though they're using the rules, but the rules, and we'll figure that out in court. While they're in court and they're figuring it out, that will come out in the wash, right? I don't know how important it is, but I think at the end of the day, the ZUFFA belt was a trophy belt because it wasn't sanctioned. The UBO thing didn't go through with the Revival Act yet, so they weren't positioning it that way, right? They put it up there as a commemorative thing that was going to happen, which is why they don't have a bunch of Zuffa titles going on, right? They were recognizing the lineal championship, the lineal champion in Jalil Hackett, and allowing this fight to be a fight where the first Zuffa, you know, where the belt would show up, where people would see this belt.
The IBF was not being shown. They hid that belt from the conferences. They
didn't. That's not true.
They did. They did.
I'll show you.
I remember every day we're saying like, "Yo, I mean, we're fighting." This is the Zuffa belt.
So what is this then?
It's the Zuffa belt. On the press conference, you can hear Dana White saying it himself.
Hold on. Here it is right here, right?
Are we going to play a press conference? Just a picture Jai with the...
No, I'm going to do the press conference. I'm going to show you that 100% was right there in the front the whole time. It never was not there. Every minute it was there. I want you to see this. Here it is right here. Hold on. Stop screen. Share screen. Jalil Hackett. This is the Jalil Hackett Brandon Glanton press conference. This is the press conference before the fight. This is the regular press conference. There's the Ring Magazine belt. There is the
when they were doing the face off.
Hold on. We'll go all the way through it.
You know, the best version here. Because like he said, this is his time to change his life and become a world champion.
Belt right there. Matter of fact, you don't even see the Zuffa belt.
I know what it takes. I know how deep we got to dig.
You don't even see the Zuffa belt.
Let's get in the trenches.
I'm going to show you where you see the Zuffa belt. Right here.
Right, the center. Front and center.
No, but it's not in front of... Look.
A great fight.
It's not in front of Jai. What's in front of Jai is that belt, right?
Man,
is that IBF belt and that Ring Magazine belt. And the Zuffa belt is right...
You know, these
the camera don't even be on them like that for you to see the Zuffa. I'm trying. There it is right there in the front.
Right, like the centerpiece.
Commemorative, as a centerpiece of what, though? Why would the IBF... What press conference have you ever seen where the IBF belt was positioned anywhere else?
Because in their buy rules, it says that they're... Well, and that's all for sanctioning bodies. When they're going into a fight, it's their belt that is to be presented as what it is. The real belt. Not to confuse. No, man. You look at that right there, and everybody's looking at the Ring Magazine and the IBF belt as watered down belts, because the king belt right there is the one in the centerpiece, Zuffa. If it was a commemorative belt, it'd be on the table like one of the other junkie belts. See, that doesn't look like it's the main belt to me.
So I want to pull up any other press conference that's ever been put together, and I want to see where the IBF belt was ever presented any better, in a better position than where it's positioned right there.
With another belt in the middle, with another belt trying to proclaim the spotlight.
That Zuffa belt, in my opinion, that Zuffa belt is there in a position of a trophy. Like, yo, this is the same position. That belt is in the same position as the undisputed belt that Turki Al-Sheikh came up with, that he gifted to Alexander Usyk, to Dmitry Bivol. That wasn't a sanctioned belt. That was a trophy award belt. Like, yo, you did this great thing. Here's this belt I'm giving to you. It's not a sanctioned body belt. It's not
like when he sunned Mauricio Suleiman on stage. Yeah, I know.
Right.
Right. And that's the problem with the sanction, because they all four say that you got to showcase our belt. If there's a belt to be showcased, it's our belt, not that Zuffa belt in the middle.
All right, so let's be clear, right? So let's go back to this one right here, right? Let's go back to, what event was that here? Let's go back to Alexander Usyk versus Tyson Fury 1. Okay, presser. Hold on a second here. I want to find
that's post fight.
Is this it right here?
Yeah, probably.
Are you Marsha?
I am. I am.
Thanks for meeting me here.
The most prestigious title in all of sports for over a century.
Moment happen in boxing, the biggest fight of the 21st century. We thank you for all what you've done to make this happen in Riyadh. So this is a great fight. We all know
front foot makes you miss and then makes you pay. And Tyson Fury, he really has the tools to beat anyone in the world because of the height and reach. He has the physical advantages. When he doesn't want to get hit, Tyson Fury, he's very, very good at staying away from an opponent.
Because all the belts are on the table.
The front foot, and then he catches them as they come.
Let's see where Turkey presented that undisputed belt.
He can rough him up on the inside.
Well, it was a lineal, right? The lineal.
So it's going to be a cracking
Hold on, let me check this one out real quick. I think it might have been the
doesn't want to
Bibbo.
look at him. I think it looks maybe it's going to turn and look, maybe not.
It might be
no,
Bibbo.
I don't think so. This is interesting, isn't it? We'll get a proper head-to-head.
It might be the Bibbo one. You're right. Was that like the first undisputed at 175?
I think that was the first one.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, let's bring onto the stage some of the key players involved in this historic bout. And why does Artur Beterbiev become
him at ease? And as tough as this fight is, don't be amazed to see him make this look easy.
Prison lanes, but these guys, they don't need to talk. They really don't need to talk, and we know it's going to be an absolute.
I don't know. I can't find.
But let me ask you: have you ever seen the IBO belt front and center stage above all the other belts?
Have I ever seen the IBF belt?
No, the IBO. Yeah, have we ever seen the IBO belt front and center stage against the other belts?
Is the IBO belt a sanctioned body belt?
No, it's a trophy belt, just like ZUFFA is.
It's a trophy belt, the IBO belt?
Yeah, the IBO is not a sanctioning body recognized belt. It's a trophy belt. That's why it's only 4 sanctioning bodies that are recognized: IBF, WBA, WBO, and WBC. So we've never seen the IBO belt front and center stage like that ZUFFA belt was. See, and that's what they were having a problem with. Like, you guys are showcasing this belt, making people believe that we're fighting for this championship belt when it's not even a recognized championship belt, and you're sunning us. They had a problem with that. And I understand it.
I think we just have to wait and see how it plays out in court. No, I'm gonna be real with you, because the way I see it, I didn't see that. I recognize that belt wasn't.
I mean, you and I do, but a casual's gonna look at that stage and what he's gonna say. Because I'm sorry, bro. Ain't nobody besides us knuckleheads on this boxing thing know the difference.
Right, but what I'm saying is, if perception isn't, I don't know if perception is going to hold the weight they wanted to hold in a courtroom, right? Because if they can prove, which I think they can very easily prove, that belt was not a sanctioning body belt or being presented as a sanctioning body belt, that it was clearly in writing presented as a trophy belt, then if they lose that case, which there's a good chance they're going to lose it, because I'm telling you, Dana and those guys, their lawyers, they did. That's why I said it wasn't a mistake. It was a bait. It was a bait in the IBF bit. And I'm telling you, the way Dana was smiling, it's like,
did you see what the IBF put out?
It was like, got
statement?
you. You fucked up.
Did you read the IBF statement?
No, I have no idea, bro. I'm not the lawyer.
Okay, I'm just saying. I mean, the statement says that all. That's when they explained we didn't keep the money like they said that we did. We returned it the next.
Yeah, the IBO. That's why I thought it is a legitimate sanctioned body belt. It's just not recognized by the other.
A recognized legitimate sanctioning body would be the ones between the 4 that we know of. IBO is not recognized by any of the 4 sanctioning bodies. So no,
it might not be recognized, but it is a sanctioning body. It is a legitimate one because people fight for the title exclusively. Like, it's not. I've never seen IBO presented as a trophy belt. It's always presented as a belt.
You cannot unify with it, and you cannot become undisputed with it. So it doesn't.
Yeah, I agree. You can't become undisputed.
That's what I'm trying to say. But further from all this other stuff we're talking about, I think we just kind of I do, bro. I love the chess game that Dana ZUFFA people are playing. Bro, it's chess, man, and you gotta admire it. They're not suckers, bro. All right, we're a little hiccup here, but we're gonna still buy all your fighters out. We're gonna buy all your fighters out. So I mean, I'm cool with it, man. I admire that. I admire that.
I think that Dana's become way more dangerous. Way more dangerous. I think the position that he's playing right now, so I think it's a whole different conversation
for the other promoters in the game, and I think they just gotta. It's gonna be difficult for them, man.
The sanctioning bodies thought that and the promoters thought that they had Dana White on check. And he said, "Hold on, hold my beer," and he took their queen. He took their queen, and that's what's gonna happen with all these fighters.
Yeah,
you know. So that's a good thing, man. Bottom line is, as far as for bottom line, we just want to watch the fights. I don't really care about any of this other stuff, but I like to speak on what I do know of it. But bottom line, at the end of the day, we just want to see the fights. I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't got no vendetta against the sanctioning bodies, or I got to get rid of them. And no, I just want to see the fights. Whoever makes their money makes their money. I really don't care. Good for them in that respect. But as far as what Dana's doing, bro, I mean, I like that mean motherfucker, bro. I like him, bro. He's smart. He's smart, bro.
No, he's smart.
HLD, did you see the Breakfast Club interview with Dana this morning?
I saw parts of it, man, and they were trying to grill him, bro. But man, it's Teflon Don, bro.
You should check it out, man. It was really entertaining, and yeah, man, Dana's always been like that from as far as I've known of him. So it was pretty cool that he wasn't really running away from any of the questions.
No, he wasn't. I saw the major clips. The major clips that they were trying to grill him on and trying to get into the politic part, and then try to get into the his issue that he had with his wife, and they try to cook him on that. And I mean, he's a straight shooter. He's gonna tell you as it is, whether you like it or not, whether you think it's correct, and that's all you can ask from anyone. Just it's just, hey, man, be honest, and that's it. And he's as honest as he can be. I mean, I don't expect him to be perfect either. I don't think that's what I'm trying to go at. But I like that. I like how he stood up for himself. And bro, it's nothing. They try to gang on him, but nah. Dana White's too smart, bro.
Did you see that he totally broke the news last night on a kick stream with, I think, Nina Drama, that he's the promoter for Anthony Joshua versus Tyson Fury in November?
No, I didn't catch that. No, I did not. Yeah. So they're gonna make him the promoter. You see, that's not Zuffa.
No, he is the promoter. It'll be under ZUFFA Boxing, just like Canelo Crawford was. Same idea, basically.
So they're playing ball with everybody.
Well, I mean, the interesting thing is that I saw Frank Warren's interview today with Sky Sports. And they asked him, just not about Dana, but just, hey, is this done? Is this a done deal? And he said, yes, it is. It's in November. He said that Tyson Fury would like to take another tune-up right before that fight. But
is it a Netflix? Is it a Netflix thing, or is it a DAZN thing?
It is a Netflix event. But here's the interesting thing that Frank Warren said. He said to the Sky Sports reporter, and I hope it's in the UK, but he doesn't know. And I was like, oh shit. Like,
well, guess who said
Fury versus Anthony Joshua is not going to be in the UK? Wow.
Hey, guess who else said
promoter? Wow.
But guess who came out and we all thought his comeback fight was going to be over there in Saudi, and that was going to be fighting in the US September 15th. That's what he put on in his tweet. I miss Cinco de Mayo. Blah, blah, blah. But I'll see you September 15th. Did you see that tweet of his?
I didn't see that. Man, I wish we... yeah.
Here, let me see if I have it for you. But yeah, he tweeted that out. And I'm like, hold on. So he saw what happened. Obviously, he saw that. I'm sorry, David, good for him. But he couldn't. He couldn't sell Jack nothing over there, bro. That was sad. They closed out the 200 section, 100 section, brought people down.
I could tell you from here, HLD, here in Vegas, bro. I mean, like the reports we saw that it was a little over 7,000 seats sold. They gave away a bunch, and they closed the 100 sections, which if you watch Vegas Golden Knights like I do, it's an entire middle section of T-Mobile. So they closed that out. They didn't even sell those tickets. And then the first set of people, which I wish I would have known this, the first set of people who bought it, like the very high tickets on the very top, that was like $100. they all got moved down to the lower levels, bro.
Yeah, man. I mean, hey, good for them, bro. They bought cheap seats and they got better seats.
Right. Yeah, no, because they were just trying to get in the arena, right? Because these are for real fans.
Right.
But they were just trying to afford what they could afford, and then they ended up getting rewarded by being pushed down. But yeah, man, that's why I was saying, I think on the live earlier this week, I just wish that David had like better numbers people to tell him the real numbers, because he went on the Ariel Helwani show and ended up saying it was filled 18,000, and now people are kicking him for that, right? And I don't even really want to blame David for it. Like, bro, just nobody told you. Like, I wish somebody would have just spoke up so that you never even mentioned that it wasn't.
Well, wasn't it a big mistake of him even mentioning Canelo's name at the end of the fight?
Yeah,
Canelo left and all that. Why are you giving this man? Yo, man, soak it all in. You just had a hell of a performance. You know what I mean? That everybody wants to be talking about you, and you diverted to be talking about someone who, yeah, Carly, he ducked you, blah, 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 whatever. You made it about him. That was terrible PR by him, and I don't know if it was 2-ton or who the hell told him to do that dumb stuff, but that was dumb. That was just dumb. That was child play that he did there. I don't think that was smart of him to do. See if I could get this.
What do you think's really going to be the next move for him, HLD? Because Bivol clearly turning down any offers that PBC's trying to make, the same way Haney's turning down any offers PBC's trying to make because it's not good enough.
Right. Hey, isn't that that's not I don't think that was a coincidence now either.
Right. But what do you think would be the next best move? So here's what's in play, right? Dmitry Bivol's fighting Michael Eifert May 30th, and then there's this IBA Pro Russia money that's coming in for Beterbiev versus Bivol. It's supposed to be either September, October. David Benavidez already said on record on both the Sean Zettel show and Ariel Helwani that his plans are to spend the next 5 months to work his body down to 175. So if he is going to fight Bivol, it wouldn't be until the end of the year, maybe even the beginning of next year. But how do you make a deal with Bivol, right? Or I mean, what do you think his next play really would be, or what do you think he should do?
I think he should tell Dana to make that fight with Jai. Plain and simple. Make that fight with Jai. Going down to 175, I think, would be a big mistake for him. I don't think that's a smart move. And then here's the other thing: him talking about catch weights. Like, bro, who's telling David to say dumb stuff like this? Talking about Canelo, now you're talking about catch weights.
I think that David Benavidez is steering his way. I talked to Angelo about this the other night as well. I think David Benavidez is steering in the direction of Usyk. I think he's trying to figure that out, and I think he doesn't want to get away from cruiserweight, but he wants a Bivol fight. So I think Bivol spoke about moving up to cruiserweight to fight a Jalil Hackett at one point in time, like a year and a half, 2 years ago. He was talking about doing that, and I think he's trying to bet on the fact that, all right, well, you wanted to be a cruiserweight champion. I have these belts up here. Let's do a catchweight fight where I'll agree to come in at 190, and he can come up to 190, get an opportunity.
The 175 belt, the 175 belt will not be on the line.
No, it wouldn't be on the line. He's wrong about that. I heard he brought that up. It's going to be those fights, but he'll get the fight under his belt, but he'll stay towards cruiserweight. I think the next fight after that Bivol fight would be the Jalil Hackett fight. And if he's able to get through both of those fights and get a victory, he would try to push for the Usyk fight and get that bag with Turkey. That's what I believe.
Well, they're going to have to convince Bivol if he wants that to go up there. I think when he wanted to go up there was, 3-4 years ago when he finished beating Canelo. I mean, it's been 4 years since then. I
think he talked about a little bit around the time, like right before
surgery.
But before the announcement was made that it was going to be unification, I think he was talking about leaving the light heavyweight division and going to cruiserweight, because at the time the undisputed wasn't in the crosshairs, right? Like, it didn't look like it was going to happen. It just looked like the politics wasn't going to allow that to happen for whatever reason. So, but I mean, yeah, he hasn't talked about it in a while, but I don't think it's that crazy. And I'm wondering if Dmitry Bivol doesn't take it at the catch weight, would David Benavidez be like, you know what? I'll just fight Jalil Hackett, because the big fight is Usyk. If Usyk agrees to this fight, if Turkey can convince Usyk to do this fight, would David Benavidez take that fight?
But he did his interview with Dan Canobio just a few days ago. He said, he brought it up about fighting Usyk, and he said, yeah, but I'm not gonna. I see myself heavyweight, but not now. Maybe in about 5 years.
I know, but Canelo said the same thing with Terrence. He said he wasn't gonna make that happen, and it makes sense. Money, bro, money just moves shit. You know what I mean? People talk brave and bright. You know what I'm saying? People talk brave when it's makes sense for them to talk brave.
Oh, absolutely. Just like I think Crawford's coming back here in a second. I believe that everybody's coming back. Here's the tweet by Canelo that he just put out the day after the Cinco de Mayo weekend. You want to blow it up? You could blow it up. It's on my. If you blow me up. Oh, you know how to put me
I can blow you up. Yeah.
El Cinco de Mayo will always be an important date for me and my career. This year was no fight, but we'll see each other at the next one in September. More information soon. So he's going to claim his spot again. So that means just like Reyes was now saying that, they're going to make that UK fight over here. Guess what? They're going to bring that. He's going to bring Independence Day fight, which was everybody thought it was going to be over there in Saudi. According to this right here, to me, it sounds like it's going to be in Vegas in September. So
no, they're definitely going to fight for the days, bro. Like David and Canelo about to go back and forth on this one for a little while. I think David wins though when it's all said and done. And speaking on that, I think the Mbili fight is not going to be as easy as everybody thinks it's going to be. But look, guys, it's about that time for me. It's about midnight. I got to wake up.
Yeah, I saw you've been out here for hours, bro. I just saw that, man.
It's going on 5 hours. I've been up here for a minute, bro. I got a little bit of a headache. I'm dealing with as well.
Go drink some water, man, and go chill out, my man.
Water, exactly.
Hey, good chat, guys. Thanks for having me on, guys. Peace out, everybody. Have a God bless. Subscribe. Hit the like button. These are the ATP guys. Peace out.
No doubt. Yeah, everybody. Shout out to everybody who's in the background. See you, Mick, but I'm not today, man. Next time. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Please hit the thumbs up. Support the grind. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so. Shout out to Big Herm Show. I appreciate the love, man. Said Merriweather is Shakur soon. I don't know if that's the case. I don't think so, but that I guess. He said Shakur to ZUFFA. Wow, big leak. Yeah, man. It looks like that's what the information flowing out in the spaces. Two Tone just posted it up too as well. So
right. Hey, I was just gonna say real quick, guys, if you could please check out on the Rain Report on the videos. Clay put out a really good video, about 20 minutes. On the breakdown of Wardley-Dubois. Clay is going to be doing the watch party tomorrow, 1 p.m. on Wardley versus Dubois. So if you're working, if you're out there playing with your kids and you can't happen to be tuning on the DAZN pay-per-view tomorrow, just click on ATP Combat Media here at Claymore Rain YouTube so you can listen to Clay's sweet, sultry sounds of calling a fight, right? And then everybody could know who won between Wardley and Dubois, and the rest of the fights are going to be great too. I think you said you're definitely not calling the Atlanta fights because they canceled Angelo Leo versus
I'm not calling that.
Yeah, so Clay's going to be watching UFC finally, which is what I always ask him to do, man. You say you're missing out. You're missing out on the craziest show in the world, bro. Crazy.
That's definitely what I'll be looking at, man. 100%. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Don't forget, take those instructions, man. Subscribe, like. Until the next one. At this point, we out.
Make it this far, they hated, they never believe me. Yeah, I would never drop the ball. I know I make it look easy. Yeah, Mayweather with the defense. I don't care what a critic got to say. I got them picking up the pieces. That to me, you really playing with.